application that you use today, whether it's a website, mobile app, or a business dashboard, stores its data somewhere. And that somewhere is usually a database. Welcome to this SQL training course where you will learn how to talk to databases using SQL. In this course, we won't just learn commands by heart. Instead, we'll understand how data is stored, how databases are designed, and how SQL is used in real-world systems. You'll move step by step from basic database concepts to writing queries, managing tables, and working with real data in a hands-on way. So let's quickly look at what we'll cover in this course. First, we'll understand what data is and how it becomes useful information. Second, we'll learn about databases, DBMS, and how relational databases store data in tables. Next, we'll understand how SQL works and explore different SQL commands like create, insert, update, and select. Then we'll create tables and learn how to choose the right data types. After that, we'll apply database rules using constraints like primary key and foreign key. Next, we'll work hands-on with MySQL, create tables, and import real data. Finally, we'll touch on security concepts and advanced SQL features used in data analysis. Before we dive into SQL queries, let's do a quick check to see how familiar you are with databases and SQL. In a relational database, data is mainly stored in, is it A, files, B, sheets, C, tables, or is it D, folders? Let us know your answers in the comments below.
So what is data actually? If somebody is admitting in a hospital, so they are providing their data to the hospital, right? They are providing their data to the hospital. But exactly if we are going to the exact internal things about, so what is data and what is information? Data is nothing but raw information. So if you are getting an admission in a college, for suppose, if you are joining in this course, so while admitting, so might be you are filling some information. No, we cannot say that one has information. We are providing some data to the Simplilearn, correct? You are filling your name, email address, and what is your current, so the work what you are doing, and also what you are expecting to become. So all these things we can consider it as data. So we can say this one is not in an organized fashion, we can say. So data is nothing but a raw fact. It's a raw material, we can say. So nowadays, we are getting the data from different sources in digital engineering, especially if you are observing almost all digital engineering applications. We are getting the data from what is that one? So different sources. What are the different sources? Might be if you are observing, so logistics. We are getting the data from trucks. Every 5 minutes, automatically we are getting the data from, so the update on the truck, where it is standing and all. Right? So from where, might be from sensors we can able to get the data, or might be from, so another application we can able to get the data. So there are different sources for the data, might be from social media, from Facebook or otherwise we can get the data, or from e-commerce applications we can get the data. So the major job of analyst, for suppose if you are speaking about, what is the job of analyst? We have to take the data, and after that we have to identify some insights from the data according to our client requirement. Correct? So that is the major job of analyst. We have to show that data in a meaningful way to the customer. How can we do it? Of course, I am getting data. I already have data. I am working in a company. My data will be there in, some data will be there in databases. Might be some data I am getting from, so another REST API, per suppose. That means from another application I am getting the data. And some data I am getting from sensors. But how can I take the data? How can I process the data? And how can I meaningfully order, or otherwise how can I present the data in a meaningful way? But these are all important for you as a data analyst. That is the first question. So try to understand, so the data is nothing but a raw fact. We are collecting the data according to the context, as some of your colleague discussed, right? So according to the context, you are joining in Simplilearn, for suppose for the particular course, you are filling some information we cannot call that one as information. So we are filling some data. We are providing some data to the Simplilearn. So that is nothing but what is that one? So the data. It is just a raw fact. But we cannot say always we can get the data by filling the form, right? We are getting the data from different sources. While getting the data from different sources, we can get data in different formats. Okay, so please remember that point. Different formats. So data is nothing but a raw fact. So example, if students fills an admission form, so when they get admission in a college, so the form contains several raw facts about the student, right? So like student name, father name, and also email ID, phone number, all those things. This one is nothing but what is that one? So the data. So what is the purpose of collecting the data? So to maintain the records about that person in a college. But information is different. As a data analyst, this information is important for you. I am speaking. Data is not important. Data is important. Without data, we cannot get the information. But data will be provided by some others, right? So data will be, we are procuring from different sources. Your job is not procuring the data. Okay, some other people. So those who are good in programming. So like might be Python programmers or .NET programmers. So they are getting the data and they are providing the data to you. But in different formats. I cannot say always we are getting the data in database. Sometimes we are getting the data in JSON files, JavaScript object notation files, and sometimes we are getting the data in CSV files, comma separated value files. The file format might be different. So that's why in this specialization might be we are learning, but the data analyst specialization might be we are having different modules. But in this module especially we are going to learn about how to work with databases. Okay, for suppose if your data is present in databases, how can you handle that data? Or otherwise, might be if you want to create your own data, how can you create your data? But in real time, so before going to that one, so could you please confirm? So we are getting data from different sources. I cannot say always my data should be there in the database, right? My data might be there in JSON file. For example, let's say simple application example I will tell you. So I am having some logistic business. So my trucks are going entire India, for suppose. I am from India, so from different states, I need to get the updates. So that means every 5 minutes, I am tracking my trucks through one application. So what is the duty of that application? Every 5 minutes, it is getting the data from the sensors. So some sensors will be fixed on the truck, and that sensor giving updates to me. How it is giving update? It is giving update in a different file format, right? Always might be I am not storing that updates in my, what we can say, I am not going to store my all the data in my database. Sometimes might be I am storing in JSON. Sometimes might be I am storing in CSV files. Sometimes I am keeping in database. So this course will be useful whenever we are storing your data in the database. So this course will be useful. So you can store the data in the database, and also from the database we can able to perform some, we can able to get some insights about the data. So how to fetch the data? So what is fetching actually? Fetching in the sense, what is the purpose of fetching? So we are selecting some exactly what exactly your requirement, so some properties, so from the data, right? So that is nothing but information. So look at this, what exactly information actually. So when data is processed and organized and structured are presented in a given context to make them useful. Correct? So always if you are working in an organization, always they are following analytics. If I am saying, for suppose in this cohort, so there are 30 plus people are there. I am saying, so among 32, so there are 10 people are doing good, for suppose. If something I am saying to the Simplilearn in words, they will accept. Only 10 people are performing well. If I am saying something, so Simplilearn manager can accept. No. I need to show some analytics. I need to provide some information to the Simplilearn. So exactly these 10 people are super performers. For this, these are the proofs. So how can you present that information? Might be I'm conducting some assessments. Might be I'm giving some capstone project. So from that assessments, I can able to get the data, right? From that assessments, I can able to get the data and I can able to present that in a meaningful way that is understandable by everyone. So that is nothing but information. Information means not data. So don't think about, so information is not nothing but not data. That data can be presented in a meaningful way that is understandable by senior leadership. Correct? Whatever you are showing, so that should be understandable by senior leadership. So based upon that information only, the senior leadership can make the decisions. Correct? So if you are working in an analytics department, or if you are working in a senior leadership, for suppose, you are going to make some strategic decisions. So based upon the data. So first we need some information, not data. What we can do with the data. So if you are looking into the data, nothing we can identify, right? It's a numbers or might be categories of data. We cannot identify anything. We need to get some insights from the data. So how many people are 90% good performers or bad performers. So I need to present it in a meaningful way. So that is nothing but information. I hope everyone understand what is the difference between the data and also information. So your job now, I am asking you, all of you, could you please type in chat? Your job is, so providing information or otherwise getting the data, where you are involving more. So both, right? So most of your job is as a data analyst. So provide information through the data. But we are not going to pre-process the, if we are having, so the data, per suppose we have to do lot of tasks. What are the different types of tasks we can perform on the data? Might be if I am giving some raw data in Excel sheet. Example, per suppose. If I am giving data in Excel sheet, what we have to do? First we need to analyze the data. Yes, extraction, transformation and loading. We have to transform the data according to our requirement. Might be some data, some fields are having not values, for suppose missing values. We have to fill that missing values. And after filling the missing values, so might be if you are providing the data to some other models, for suppose machine learning models or something, we have to transform the data into machine acceptable format. Might be one hot encoding. So all those things I am not going to talk about all those things here. But be frank, I am saying, so first, if you are getting the data, we need to look into the data and we need to perform the task. What is that one? Extraction, transformation and loading. We have to extract what exactly the data required for you to provide some insights about the data to the leadership or customer. We cannot say all the features are required, right? If you are collecting the data, we cannot say all the features are required. Only specific features might be enough, correct? So only specific features might be efficient. We have to identify what are the specific features required for your requirement, and we need to take that specific features and we need to transform the data in the required format which is accepted by the customer, and we need to load the data and we need to present the data in a particular format. Might be you want to present it in a graph. So there are different types of charts are available, right? If you are doing analytics, pie chart or otherwise scatter plot. So there are different types of plots are available. So according to the context, we can choose the particular plot and we can present that information in a particular fashion. So that is the role of what is that one? So data analyst. Is it clear, all of you? So what is information? So simple example here for understanding information. Data collected from census, correct? So census data is mainly used to perform different types of information. So the government can use it to determine the literacy rate in the country. Yes, of course. So government uses census data to identify the literacy rate in the country, and also government can use information to take important decisions to improve literacy rate. In the similar way, if you are working on any business, always the leadership always asking about the reports, right? What the report contains, the information, not data. They cannot understand data. As an analyst, we have to identify some insights from the data and we need to present it in a proper way. So that information we need to present it in a proper way to understand by all the non-functional people. All the functional people like that. Because the leadership people are functional, right? So they are executing the business. If they are executing the business, they have to know so the complete information what is going on in the organization in a proper way. So your job is you have to present that one in a proper way. That is nothing but information, correct? Okay, so but to provide this information, first what we have to do, we need to store the data somewhere, right? We need data, but data we are getting from different sources. But as a part of this module, I am speaking, so I am going to store the data in what is that one? So database. I am not getting the data from JSON file. I am not getting. And one more important thing I will tell you. Here I am not doing any visualizations. So as a data analyst might be you're expecting, okay, we performed some operations, we performed some transformations, but I need to visualize the data. Visualizations cannot be done by using SQL or any database. Try to understand. In database, we can get the data and we can store the data and we can process the data and we can transform the data, but we cannot visualize the data. For visualization and all, so we have some other tools. Might be Tableau, or if you are going with Python libraries, Matplotlib, Seaborn, there are several libraries we have. Correct? So in SQL, so we are not going to perform any visualization. Try to understand. Okay, so only we can perform operations on the data. So we can collect the data and keep it in a database. So from the data, what exactly you want, we can get it, but we cannot visualize the data. So it's not a visualization tool. Okay, visualization tools are different. Visualization tools, Tableau, and also I discussed it, right? So if you are working with Python frameworks, what are those? Seaborn, Matplotlib. So there are several libraries we have. And also there are so many advanced tools are available like Tableau nowadays. With that tools, we can able to visualize what exactly the data you want to present in a particular fashion. Might be scatter plot or pie chart or whatever it may be. But don't expect, in this course, we are not going to perform any visualizations. We are just working with data, that's all. Might be immediately some architect will ask me question. Okay. So now how can you get this data from database to visualization tool? Correct. I have data in my database, might be Oracle database or MySQL or somewhere, but I want to provide some information to the leadership through some meaningful charts, for suppose, through some meaningful charts, might be pie chart or something. I need to integrate this database with what is that one, so some other tools. Yes, of course, if you are working with TableView or some other tools, there are some integrations are available. So we can integrate database with what is that one, so the TableView, or we can integrate your Python application with this database. We can get the data, and based upon the data we can prepare charts by using Python application. All integrations are supported. But especially in this course we are going to work on what is that one, so only not getting insights from the data, only preparing data and transforming data, all are possible. But visualizations are not possible in the case of SQL. What is database? Anyone in real time I am talking about? There is no database softwares are available, or suppose in the market where we are storing the data in the olden days. Earlier, might be before databases, that means before 1970s, like that. Where we are storing the data? Anyone having an idea? Files, right? Text files. Where we are keeping our data? In text files. In text files, binders is a different, so that is manual process, like might be you are writing on the books and all, right? But we have, so computer systems are introduced. After that, first initially the data will be kept in what is that one, so some text files, notepad files, like that. So after that, what happened? So the software applications came into the picture. The software applications are writing data to the files. If somebody is filling a form, if you are clicking submit, that entry will be made in the file. But what is the problem with file management system? Lot of headache, right? So for example, the same thing, if you are registering for a course in 2 times, for suppose, first time you already registered, again you are trying to register 2 times. In such cases, what happens? Your software application has to validate. So that means we have to write a lot of code to validate whether the user is already registered or not. It's a bigger headache for the software developers, to write the lot of code if you are working with the text files. So if you are working with the traditional file system, what we can say. So that's why these databases are introduced. So what is the capability of these databases? Okay, so these databases are, what is that one? So the application software. So we can say database is nothing but an application software nowadays. Application software means the software we can able to install in your machine, and we can able to store the data and manage the data. Application software which is installable on your machine. So otherwise we can say it's an application software which is capable of managing the data and storing the data. So many things, and securing the data, etc. I am not keeping, so I am not specifying all those things. Major things I am specifying here. It's a software application which is capable of managing the data and storing the data. We can store the data, and we can manage the data, and we can secure the data. So we can provide access to the restricted users. All those things, all those capabilities, we can get it with the database. And also managing the data means we can able to get some insights from the data, what exactly we are expecting. All those things are possible with the database. So that's why So the practical definition of database is, so database is a collection of, so database objects. So database objects. So, but if you are observing, so RDBMS definitions, relational database management system definitions. In RDBMS, database means what? Database is a collection of logically related data items. So, as per the RDBMS, we have so the employee table. That means this one we can be treating as employee database. So, employee number, name and address. Okay, we have some fields, but suppose employee number is 1 and name is Suresh and address is San Francisco. So if you are observing, so in RDBMS terminology, whatever we are reading in books, so database is a collection of related data items. So these are all data items, for suppose the properties are nothing but data items. So these are all related. So for example, if the name is Suresh, whose employee number is 1, that means there is a relation between these data items. But if you are learning in a practical way, so database is different, table is different. Understand? So database is nothing but what is that one? So collection of database objects. So what are the database objects present in every database software? For suppose we have tables and views and synonyms. So there are so many things, synonyms. So clusters, indexes, right? Indexes and also stored procedures, and also functions. So like the triggers. So there are so many objects are present in the database. Okay, so what I'm saying is, so in a practical way, if you are learning any database, so that might be Oracle or DB2 or any software, database software, that one contains so many objects. You have to work with tables and we have to work with views and synonyms and clusters, indexes, stored procedures, functions, triggers, all these stuff. But if you are going theoretically, the definitions of the database might be different. But we are learning in a practical way, right? So how to use the databases in real time. So simply we can say for that one, so if you want to maintain a database for your business, for suppose, correct? If you are maintaining a database for your business, I am starting an e-commerce business, for suppose, for my business, I need to design a database. I need to work with many objects. I need to create so many objects. Might be I want to create some tables which are related to my business. In the e-commerce, what are the tables will be there? We need to prepare some schema which contains the customer table and also as well as products table, and I need to provide the association between these tables because the customer is purchasing the products. In such cases, there are several tables which are part of the particular schema, and we need to identify the relationship between the tables. And also as a data analyst, okay, after preparing the data, after preparing the schema and after inserting the data, you want to fetch whatever the required information from that one. So all those things will be possible with the help of this database softwares, correct? So that's why finally I can conclude. So the practically, so the definition of database is, it is a collection of database objects. So these are all database objects. Might be some people are from the Microsoft background also there, right? So Microsoft Access. Even if you are speaking about the Access, there are so many objects we can able to create in Access. Somebody notified, so I worked on Access, Microsoft Access. Could you please tell me what are the objects present in the Microsoft Access in the chat? it is possible. So we have tables, right? We have tables, forms. Okay, so we have tables, forms. I also worked for a long time back actually with MS Access. We can able to create the tables, forms, macros, correct? Macros or micros? I don't know. Okay. So all those things, macros, all the things are possible. Similarly, if we are talking about my MS Access, that is a old database. That one is having very less number of objects. But if we are taking any modern database contains all these objects. What are those? Tables, views, synonyms, clusters, stored procedures, and all. But as a data analyst, is it required to know all these things? Means no. So there are different roles. The people are working on database in a particular project. As a data analyst, you need to know only the tables views. That's all. With the tables and views, we can able to your job will be done. You need to learn more about how to extract so the exact features. So might be most probably we are working on select queries. Okay, we have to select the data and we have to select the data according to your requirement. Okay, but we are not going to work with clusters, stored procedures and all. But if you are observing your curriculum, so these are all, so might be not all, some of the concepts are part of your curriculum. Why the Simplilearn included all these things as a part of your curriculum is, we need to get some clear idea about how the databases works, what are the different types of objects present in the databases. So for that purpose only, we included all these concepts as a part of your curriculum. So not all the concepts, I am not talking about clusters, synonyms and all. We are talking about tables, views, stored procedures, functions, triggers and all those stuff. Correct? Okay, so you got some idea. So now you can just observe this slide and try to understand. So this is the first session we are talking about. So what are the different roles so available in databases, for suppose? Yeah. So the career path with SQL, for suppose. What are the different career paths with SQL? All of you can able to see my screen? Yes, right. So these are all different paths that are associated with the SQL. So data analyst, SQL developer, and database administrator and BI administrator. So we need to understand about some of these roles. Why? Because we got some idea about what exactly database. Of course, a database is a software. That means, so might be MySQL or Oracle or any database software which we are installing in, what is that one? So the machines. But what this software is going to provide for you, it is providing several objects. We can able to create tables, views, several objects. But what is your role actually? If you are working as a data analyst, you are not going to work with all the objects. You are going to work with only, so the tables might be, tables or views maximum. Because we need data to perform some analytics. Almost the data is present in tables only. Sometimes what happens, we have a large amount of data, so I don't want all the data. We want to keep a separate view. We need to create a separate view. At that situation, we can work with views. But if you are speaking about, so the pure SQL developer, yeah, so I worked as SQL developer and data analyst. But try to understand, so the SQL developer role is completely different. SQL developer is capable of developing all the objects. So you can able to clear the clusters, synonyms, indexes, and also you can do some programming like PL by SQL, which we are going to learn some basics of PL by SQL in this course as well. So The SQL developer role is critical job. I am not saying critical job. Analyst job is different. Developer role is different. Developer role is, for example, if the analyst requires some functionality, okay, you are working as analyst, you want some transformation, you want to transform the existing data into what is that one different state. So you are not writing the code for that particular function. So your data will be taken by some function. It is going to transform your data. It is going to perform some calculations on that data. See, as a data analyst, your job is you have to analyze the data. But if any transformation is required, for suppose critical transformation is required, so might be the SQL developer will do that job. The developer will write a function or something. So developer role is, that is the role of developer, right? So we can, you're all working in the same project. So data analyst is working on same project. SQL developer also working on same project. Administrator also working on same project, as well as business intelligence administrator also working on same project. All these people are working for the same project, but their roles will be different. Your role is you are identifying insights from the data. While identifying the insights, if you want to make some transformations, for suppose, so the transformation requires some code to write it, so some complex logic to implement. So we are delegating the task to SQL developer. Okay, so the SQL developer job is you have to understand the requirements and they have to implement the particular functionality. What type of transformation is required on the data? So these SQL developers can do that job. And what is the role of database administrator? Of course, even if in a team there are 5 analysts and 5 developers are there, for suppose, but database administrator will be only one person. Okay, so database administrator roles will be very limited. Only 1 or 2 people they will manage the entire database. What is the purpose of this database administrator? So the main role of database administrator is providing access always. So creating users. For suppose if I am joining in a project, I onboarded into a project, new project. I don't have access to any database, right? Because they are all business databases. Unnecessarily they will not provide access. Even if an new employee is onboarded into a particular project, the administrator role is what permissions I have to provide to that particular person. What is the role of that person? This guy is working as a data analyst. Okay, of course, he is working as a data analyst. On which tables he is working on which data, what data is required for that person. Unnecessarily, I cannot provide access to all the data, right? Unnecessarily, I cannot provide access to all the data. Instead of that one, I can provide access to only the particular data, so which is required for that particular person. All these things will be taken care by the database administrator. If new employee is onboarded into a particular project, this database administrator only create the users. He is responsible for creating users and he is capable of assigning permissions to access the data for the particular user. Okay, he is a data analyst. What is the access? On which tables we have to provide the access? Or that person can able to create the tables or create the views. That type of permissions also can be provided by the database administrator. Okay, so the BI administrator is different. If you are working with Power BI or some other tools, right? That tools itself they are providing so administration panel. So there we can control access to the particular users. All the users cannot able to perform all the types of tasks, right? So the BI administrator so will take care about the administration part while preparing the dashboards and all. Okay, so because they cannot provide access to all the people to get the insights on all the data, right? So might be some people are working in financial department, some people are working in what we can say, so leadership, some people are working in some other departments. So the BI administrator they can able to control the dashboards. They can able to control the people to access the certain type of dashboards and all those stuff. Okay, so as an associate programmer, might be if you are working as a data analyst, so we can get it as a data analyst or otherwise be an administrator. Some people, if you are good in programming, so we can able to become a SQL developer as well. Okay, so almost 1 hour discussion is completed. What I want to deliver, so I already delivered. So good actually. So the session is going, I hope it is going fine. All of you are on the track. All of you understand. So this is the basic discussion. In introduction, we can feel like that. What is your role? What you are going to do? Yes, of course, after learning this course, we can utilize this course in further tools. For suppose what we are going in the as a part of this stack, right? Might be tomorrow you are going to learn some visualization tools. We can able to get the data from this SQL database and all, right? Of course, your job is majorly on analytics. So for analytics, might be you want to calculate, you want to perform different types of operations, calculating averages, that means mean values, maximum values, minimum values, and also we need to group the data sometimes. We need to merge two tables into a single table, or might be your data might be present in n number of tables. You want to fetch the data, we want to fetch all the features, and we need to segregate it to a single result set, for suppose. All these things are possible with the help of SQL as well. Of course, I work with SQL and also Python. Okay, so Python pandas and NumPy, all those stuff. The similar type of operations we can do it with Python as well. But Python is a programming language, but this SQL is providing a database solution for you. What are the databases are available nowadays in the market? Market in the sense the software industry. So the major databases I am noting here. So the major popular one is, what is that one? So the Oracle. So initially the Oracle is providing only database related services, but after that the Oracle acquired Java, right? Now Java is also belongs to Oracle only, but Oracle, so DB is the very famous database, but this one is commercial. Commercial means what? So we need licenses to work with Oracle database. Of course, the community editions are available, but this one is a commercial database. That means if you are working on real project, yes, so might be you want more database support and all. So definitely the client will look for Oracle only. So why? Because if you are going with MySQL and all, these are all open source databases, right? So if you are taking MySQL is also another database software. So but this one is open source. So this one is developed under some open source license. Anybody can freely download and install and use it. But no support will be provided. For suppose, if you are developing for suppose your application is running on a critical business, for suppose, take Amazon. So it's a big business company, right? They are running, so the millions or trillions business, for suppose. In such cases, if there is something problem happen in the database, so even our engineers, Amazon engineers is also not identifying the problem. So what exactly the problem in the database? In such cases, the Oracle will provide the support for you, for that company. Okay, Oracle supporting team will help to figure it out, so the particular problem. But in the case of MySQL, so such type of support is available means no, because this is from open source. So only the in-house engineers only can fix that problem. Otherwise, we cannot depend on any support team like that, because this is a commercial database, but this one is open source. And also, before talking about these databases, in databases also there are two types of databases we have. So not two types, there are several types we have. So especially I am talking about three types nowadays. What are those? First one is relational databases. Relational databases, especially we can call it as SQL databases. And another one is, what is that one? So document databases, or otherwise we can call it as NoSQL databases. So what are the NoSQL? So that means we are not using SQL, structured query language, in the particular databases. For example, so the MongoDB and also DynamoDB. So like that, so on. So Cassandra. So these are all examples for what is that one. So NoSQL databases. But when coming to the SQL databases, they are relational databases, right? So MySQL, it's a open source. So that's why almost training companies, for training purpose, and also if it is a middle level application like e-commerce applications, such type of applications, they are using MySQL. And also Oracle. So Oracle is from the Oracle Corporation, and also as well as the DB2. So Postgres SQL, right? So Postgres SQL. So these are also different types of databases. Like that, so many databases we have. So many database softwares are available. Especially if you are talking about, so this Oracle is from Oracle Corporation. So it's a commercial database, and also DB2 is from IBM, International Business Machines. So that is a company, they developed their own database solution. And this Postgres SQL is also from open source only. But try to understand. So currently we are working with what is that one? So MySQL. But what I am saying is the MySQL, even if you are working with, if you are learning MySQL, you are getting regularized with Oracle and also DB2, Postgres SQL. So might be the syntaxes will be different. Understand? So if you are learning MySQL, so you must be regularized with Oracle, DB2, Postgres SQL or anything. So tomorrow in your organization, so might be you need to get the data from different sources. We cannot say always you are getting data from MySQL. You are getting data from my Oracle or DB2 or Postgres SQL. Of course, nowadays we are not going to think about the code, right? Because the code is written by the AI tools almost. Example, GitHub Copilot. There are so many tools are available in the market. So don't bother about the code. Understanding the concept is important. Correct? The code nowadays, even if I am working in as a developer, for suppose, I am not going to write that too much of code, right? Nowadays, almost AI tools are available. GitHub Copilot. So they introduced some Copilot. You are just asking some question, it is automatically writing code for you. So don't worry about this code, writing code in this era. Okay, so the code generation tools are available, but we have to know the concept, how this one is working, so how to fetch the data and all those stuff. So that's why, so if you are learning the concept for one database, so might be the syntax for the SQL will be different from MySQL to Oracle, Oracle to DB2, DB2 to Postgres SQL. What I am saying is, if you are learning one thing, yes, that is sufficient to regularize with Oracle and also DB2 Postgres SQL as well. And also I can see I am working in generative AI, machine learning and generative AI. I can see different types of databases nowadays. What are those? Graph DBs, right? So graph databases. So graph DBs. So these graph DBs are going to store the information in vector stores. These graph DBs we can call it as what is that one? So vector stores. It is going to convert, for example, so let me give you a simple example to understand this graph databases, how these graph databases are working nowadays. Let's say a simple example, I want to, we are all joining in a Simplilearn course, for suppose. You want to know about the frequently asked information, for suppose. You are having some queries, different types of queries. Might be Simplilearn developed some chatbot to clarify your queries. So you're asking something to the chatbot, automatically chatbot is giving some information. So from there it is getting the information, the chatbots and all. It is giving the information from some vector store. Whatever the knowledge required for all the learners, they are preparing one document, whatever the frequently asked questions and all. They are going to store that information in what is that once to the vector stores. So that means whatever the information that is converted into numeric vectors, and they are keeping that information in the vector stores. If somebody is asking question, okay, what is the duration of the course, for suppose. For that particular question, this question also converted into the vectors, it is going to perform some similarity search. For that question, what is the relevant answer? What is the relevant vector identified in the vector store? So it is providing the correct answer for you. So that is now most famous area. What is that one? So generative AI, especially RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So we are using vector stores. I am not going to jump into that area because my job is currently I want to talk about this relational databases especially. So just I want to tell you, there are different types of databases are available, graph databases, hierarchical databases. There are so many things, but we are working with what is the databases? Relational databases. Say especially the MySQL. So in MySQL, so we are using the SQL queries. So we are using what is that one? So SQL. What is SQL actually? So SQL stands for what is that one? So structured query language. Correct? So I know some people are already having experience with SQL, so you are feeling bored while writing basic queries, but try to understand me. I am delivering session for all the crowd, right? All the people who are participating in this session. So that's why I need to go from very basic. Okay, even if you are having knowledge, okay, you can listen. If you are while doing practice, might be you can easily get it. So structured query language, right? So now tell me, this SQL is a common language that is common for all the databases, means yes. Okay, SQL stands for structured query language, of course. If there is no SQL, so what we can do? Anyone, can you please guess it? There is no SQL. So then how can I manipulate the data? Any answers? Please type through chat. Assume that there is no SQL. So SQL is a simple language. We can easily write the queries and we can able to get the output from the database. If there is no SQL, so how can you transform your data? And how can you fetch your data? How can you store your data? In the files only, right? We need to write a separate program. Even if you want to manipulate the data in SQL, in Excel sheet, so we have to write a separate Python program or Java program, Java application to manipulate the data on Excel, right? But it is becoming so cumbersome always. Yes. So I agree, Sriram. So Fox Pro can be used as both application and also database. Of course, but that one is having a limited features because that one is a old version. That one is having a limited features. Nowadays, we are all observing, so we are taking so many things into the consideration. Performance. Fox Pro, if you are going with Fox Pro, it is not providing services to the multiple users. But nowadays, almost all applications are developed on modern technologies. So these modern technology applications can able to interact with modern databases very easily. If you are asking me, you can develop an application to perform operations in an Excel sheet, means it is very difficult for me. Okay, so I want to connect to the Excel sheet and I want to manipulate the cells, or I want to manipulate the data. As a programmer, it is very difficult to me. But if you are asking me to perform operations on database, I feel I can enjoy my job, because the database are providing that type of capability to the developers. We are not going to do more work if you are working with databases. But if you are working with Excel sheet, of course, we have to do lot of work. But if we are working with databases, we are not going to do that much of work like that. Okay, so I hope you understand what I am saying. SQL simplifies our job. With a single line of query, we can able to perform a lot of transformation in the data, or lot of operations in the data. But this SQL syntaxes, so this SQL, if you are talking about, SQL stands for structured query language. SQL is a 5th generation language. Okay, I am saying, so this one is a 5th gen language. 5th gen language means, why this one we can consider it as a 5th generation language? If you are taking C language and C++, we have to write so complex program. But suppose if you want to insert one record also, we have to write some complex 10 or 15 lines of code to perform that operations. But with the help of SQL, with a single line of code, we can able to perform that operation. Correct? Okay, all right. So we'll jump into the SQL part. Now I am talking about another important thing. What is that one? So DBMS. Okay, so DBMS stands for what? So database management system. So similarly, so database and database management system both are same. Databases only we can call it as database management system. Okay, we can simply say database management system is a software package. Correct? It is a software package which we are installing in our machine. What it is providing, the software package is providing several built-in programs. So if you are installing that MySQL, there are several built-in programs that to be installed with MySQL. What that programs are offering for you? It is providing so many features. Each program is responsible for performing different types of operations. For example, in SQL, if you want to retrieve the data from employee table, we are just writing this query. So select star from EMP. So if I am writing this simple query, I can able to fetch all the information from employee table. So think yourself, with the single line of query, if I am writing the single line of query, how can I perform that much of operations? Correct? Very difficult, right? So for that one, if you are writing select star from EMP, behind the scenes some program will be executed, some built-in program will be executed. That program is responsible for fetching the data from the employee table. So that means what I am saying is, a database management system is a full-fledged package which contains all the built-in programs which are required for performing all the operations on the database. That might be fetching the data, or inserting the data, or deleting the data. For every operation, there is a separate built-in program that is associated with the database management system. So might be you are asking, so we are talking about some built-in programs. Is it possible to create our own program and we can make it according to our context? Yes, of course. It is providing a facility. Of course, we are not satisfied with the existing programs. For suppose, yes, we can able to write your own custom stored procedures, own custom stored functions to perform a specific operation. It's a complete system, we can say. It contains some built-in operations, and also it is facilitating. If you are not satisfied with the built-in functions or routines, yes, we can able to develop your own routine according to your context, and we can apply that one on the database management system. Okay, so that is nothing but database management system. But it is not only providing only the specific service I am talking about. Database management system not only providing so the built-in functions for manipulating the data. Okay, it is providing security, it is providing some functionalities, built-in functionality related to security, securing your data. So we cannot access, for suppose every user cannot provide access to all the data, right? For example, if I am working on credit cards, I can able to access only credit cards table. I cannot able to access the customer information, right? If you are working in a business like that. Yes, George, you have any questions? You specified your name, something. No questions, right? So can I proceed? Yeah. Okay, so these are also some of the important points. What is that one? So I want to talk about SQL. So what is SQL actually? So you can read from this slide. I am not going to take the slides in the next half. Okay, first quickly go through this SQL part. So SQL is a mainstream language used to access the databases, and databases are programs that enable clients to store and manage the information in a logical manner. Of course, you are storing the information in a logical fashion. And according to ANSI, American National Standard Institute, it is a standard language for the RDBMS. So for relational database management system, it is a standard language. That's why we are using SQL. Right? By using SQL, so we can able to perform so different types of operations. What are the different types of operations? So let's go through this SQL part. So let's go to this SQL. So yeah, actually this SQL stands for structured query language. This one is derived from the word called as SQL. Actually, SQL stands for structured English query language. Okay, so the structured English query language was developed by IBM initially. It is mostly related to the English. That means through English we can able to ask some question. It is going to provide that information for you. It is like that. So that is nothing but a SQL, but from the SQL only this SQL has been derived. So SQL later became SQL, but still we can pronounce that one as what is that one? So SQL. So what are the advantages? It is efficient. Yes, of course, with the single line of code, we can able to perform some complex operations, and also as well as it is easy to learn and use, and we can able to perform any type of operation, whatever the operations we are expecting. So this is the main table you want to talk about SQL. What are the operations we can able to perform on SQL? We can able to perform so data retrieval. So that one we can call it as DRL actually. Right, so DRL stands for what is that one? Data retrieval language. Questions are where we can get that file you are showing. I will share you after the session. Okay, this file you can keep it with you throughout this journey. So for the 7 sessions, so the content this content will be very much useful for you. Okay, so you can download it from Simplilearn website. So these are the different types of SQL operations we can able to perform. Correct. Before SQL, so of course it is very difficult. Even I am working. My career also started after introducing databases only 20 years back. Okay, I never face a problem with what is that one? Working with files. But before me, some people might be working as developers. They are not using these databases, right? At the time, there is no databases. So in such cases, they have to write some complex programs. So might be C language program, or Python programs so to manipulate databases programmatically. So for performing simple insert operation, they have to write 10 lines of code or 20 lines of code. But after introducing this SQL, this game is simplified. With a single line of query, right? With a single line of query, we can able to perform some complex operations. But what type of queries, what type of operations we can able to perform by using SQL? These are the different types of, so generally we are performing different types of operations, right? So generally if you are performing operations with database, for suppose, these are all different types of operations. Might be somebody is performing select operation, insert operation, delete operation. So somebody is creating databases. According to that one, so we differentiated these operations into different types of languages. First one is, what is that one? So data retrieval language. Data retrieval language means we are fetching the data. Already the database contains the data. Especially I am alerting here. Most probably most of the data analysts working on data retrieval only. You are not getting a chance to insert the data or update the data. Okay, we are getting so 50% chance of inserting and updating, but 90% of your job is selecting data only. So already we have data and we are taking the data, and if you want to apply some transformations, then only we can work with data manipulation language. But data definition language, we are never getting a chance. Okay, so we are not going to create any tables because you are working in a real business databases, right? They are not providing permissions to you to manipulate databases. That means we are not going allowed to create new database tables. Okay, so to alter the tables and all those stuff. So your job mostly 70% is on data retrieval and 30% on DML. So remaining things might be you are not getting a chance to touch it. But why still we are teaching all this stuff means this knowledge is required if you are working on the databases. Okay, so data retrieval language, data manipulation. Data manipulation means what? So we are going to manipulate the data, manipulating in the something, inserting data, deleting data, updating data, and all those stuff. And we have so data definition language. So what is data definition language means we are going to work on data definitions. Okay, so this is the right time to talk about what exactly we have to understand the difference between the data definition and data. What exactly the difference between data and data definition? So look at this, I already discussed it, right? So the database is nothing but what is that once? It's a collection of database objects. So most probably we are working with what is that one? So the tables. So if you are taking so table data definition, it would be like this, right? So you can observe here, I am just drawing. So try to understand, this is understanding is super important. What is exactly the difference between data definition and data? So we have a table, assume that employee table, which is having so the employee number, so name and address. I am just keeping 3 fields here. And employee number is 1. And name is Suresh. And address is so doubling per suppose. And employee number is 2. And John. And San Francisco or SF. I am just keeping SF. So from this table, I am asking you to differentiate. So what is data definition and what is data actually? So if you are talking about data definition majorly talks about the schema of this table. For example, if you are talking about the schema, so this table name is employee. And what are the fields? The employee number, which is of type, what type, int type. That means it can store only employee integer values only, and also the name, so it's of type varchar of 30, and also the address, so this is also what is that one, so the varchar of 30. So this is nothing but what is that one, so the schema of a table or data definition we can call it as. Then what is data here? So this is called as the data definition. Then what is data? Here this one is called as data. The actual data to be stored in the table, it is 1 Suresh and whose address is doubling, and also 2 John and also SF per suppose. This is the actual data which is stored in the table. This is called as data definition. As an analyst, most probably you are working with the data only. We are not working with the data definitions. But still, we need to understand, so what are the operations we can perform on data definitions. So if you are working with data, what are the operations we can perform? So DML operations. DML stands for what? Data manipulation language operations. What are the data manipulation language operations? Insert, update, so delete. So these are the 3 common DML operations. Of course, there are some extra operations also there. And also another operation is, what is that one? So DRL. So DRL stands for data retrieval language. So data retrieval language. So example, so what is that one? So select. So select operation comes under data retrieval. These 2 operations, DML and DRL operations, mostly performed on data. Then when coming to the data definition, what type of operations we can able to perform on this data definition? So DDL operations. What are those? DDL. DDL stands for, so data definition language, correct? So data definition language. In the data definition language, so we can able to perform these operations. So creating a table, altering a table, and dropping a table. So these are the 3 major operations we can perform on any database objects. For suppose, especially here I am taking table. So creating table means what? So first, if you want to insert the data, first we need some data definition, right? So we need to create this table first. But sometimes what happens, we need to change the data type of this table. So address is having some varchar of 30. But this one I want to change it to some char of 30, because every the property which is present in the table, every feature present in the table is of some data type, per suppose. So this varchar of 30 is the common, varchar is the common data type which we are using in MySQL. But from database to database, if you are working with Oracle, the data type might be different. If you are working with DB2, the data type might be different. So altering in the sense, so making changes to the existing schema. What changes we can make it? We can rename the column name. We can rename the data type, not renaming, sorry. We can change the data type, and we can change the size of the particular property. So for example, this is 30, you want to change this one to 40. All these operations comes under what is that one? So data definition only. We are performing operations on data definitions. So these are all comes under data definition language. So we are not working with data in the data definition language. Most probably we are working with what is that one? So the schema of the object. In database we have so different types of objects we can create it. What are those? Tables, views, synonyms, clusters and all. Each object is having a certain schema, certain definition. If you want to change the definition, if you want to alter the definition, or if you want to create a new object, or if you want to alter the object, in such cases, if you want to drop the object, that means completely you want to remove that object, In such cases, okay, so we can go with DDL, right? So now you understand, I hope you understand. So data retrieval language and data manipulation language and data definition language. There are some other languages we have. So transaction control language. So whenever we are working with transactions especially, so transaction is nothing but a unit of work. So try to understand in a simple way, I will tell you. In a bank, for suppose I am performing a transaction, I am transferring money from my account to some other person account, correct? So that is nothing but a transaction. So in a bank, if you are performing a transaction, so how that one works? Okay, in a bank, if you are performing a transaction, so how that one works actually? If I am transferring money from my account to some other account, that transaction involves several operations. First, it has to check whether the sufficient funds are available in my account or not. Yes, it is going to fetch, it is going to select some amount from my account. Okay, if it is succeeded, then it will check the recipient account, right? So to which account you are sending, and it will perform some calculations. It is deducting some balance, it is deducting some amount from my account, and it is adding that amount from to the another account. So this one involves several operations, but all the operations to be performed in a single task. That is nothing but a transaction. So transaction, we can simply say it is a unit of work. So whenever we are performing so the transaction related operations, so we are using so some of this we are going to perform some of these operations: commit, rollback, and also save point. Okay, so I am not going to talk about that much about this security and all, but first you are getting an opportunity to learn this data retrieval language, data manipulation language, and data definition language. Okay, so first after completing this, only we can able to understand what is transaction and all. So first we can concentrate on these first three parts. What are those? Data retrieval, data manipulation, and data definition language. First we will work with data definition language, and gradually I will take you to insert the data, delete the data, and gradually I will take you to the actual level. What is that one? So how to get the insights from the data with the help of the select queries. So your job is mostly working on what is that one? So select queries. But you must have a knowledge on how to create, how to alter the table, how to drop the table and all those stuff. But when coming to the real time, that means in real application development, in real analytics field, you are most probably you are writing the select queries only. Okay, so that's what I want to tell you. So the select operations, insert operations, create and delete and all those stuff. So frankly, we can say data retrieval. So data retrieval is mainly for retrieving the data. So for that one, we are using select statement in SQL. SQL is the standard language which way you can use it for getting the data. That means fetching the data from the databases. So if you are talking about database, that one contains several tables. The data will be situated in different tables. For suppose we cannot say all the data which is required for you, it is not present in a single table, even though we can able to access the data from multiple tables. That type of the components which are present in the SQL. So might be if you want to fetch the data from multiple tables, we can use joins. Okay, we have a concept called as joins. With the help of joins, we can able to fetch the data from multiple tables. But first, you must be familiar with how to create the table. Not only table I am speaking about, how to create a database object. So we have seen several database objects I listed here: tables, views, synonyms, clusters, indexes, stored procedures, so many. So create is a command. So that means almost all DDL commands applicable for all these objects. So we can create a table, we can create a view, we can create synonym, we can create cluster and all those stuff. The next question might be I am getting from you, all of you, whether these objects are part of any database. Yes, of course. So for example, if you are working with MySQL, all these objects are part of MySQL. If you are working with Oracle, so we can find similar type of objects. But as per the context, we are working with mostly tables and views only. We are not going to work with clusters and all, but we are having a little bit work with indexes, stored procedures, functions and triggers. So further step, if you want to execute these SQL queries, first we need to install, what is that one? So the MySQL actually. So why MySQL is open source, right? As already discussed. We need to install MySQL and we need to create one client tool. We need one client tool to communicate with MySQL server. So we need to understand what is client server architecture. So look at this diagram so you can able to understand clearly how databases works in real time, per suppose. So in databases, if you are talking about databases, they are not installed on your laptop actually. They are running on servers, correct? They are running on, what is that one? So server machines. So we need to understand, so what is client server architecture? What is exactly client server architecture? How it works? You can observe this diagram. But suppose if we are why we need database, first of all, so we need a database for our business. So for suppose my business is e-commerce business, so I need to store my data somewhere, because I need to, if I am not storing my data, so I cannot maintain my orders consistently, right? So that's why I need some database. So if you want to maintain a database, we need to approach some architect, solution architect. Solution architect will provide the solution, what database is required for your business. So for example, you are using MySQL database. For that one, so we need to maintain one server separately. So what is server actually? So server means it is a machine, correct? So this one is a one server. So server is nothing but a physical machine which is having so huge RAM capacity. So if you are talking about your laptop, what is the configuration for your laptop? It is having some 8 GB RAM or 16 GB RAM and some SSD, all those things, right? So if you are talking about the server is having, when compared to client, when compared to your laptop, if your laptop you can consider it as client machine. Server is having so lot of capability, per suppose. So for example, so if you want to maintain server, we need to maintain some Xenon processor, and also the RAM capacity will be approximately so 24 GB. So according to the business, so 24 GB RAM or 64 GB RAM, like that. For example, if you are talking about Amazon servers, so Amazon is a very big business, right? So it's a big client actually. So Amazon is maintaining, so the RAM capacity has some more capacity of RAM, right? So why? Because, and also they are following different approaches. I am not talking about so very big the architectures. Okay, so simply we can take it, what is that one? So 24 GB RAM or 64 GB RAM. So let's say simple example, if you are going to a restaurant, server only provide the services, right? So the server will provide services to many clients. So the server capacity is huge. server capacity, server memory, and server performance will be very high. Then only the server can able to capable of providing services to what is that one, so many clients. In the similar way, if you want to maintain a server in your local, especially the server is dedicated for specific purpose. So these server is nothing but a physical machine. It's a physical hardware, and also inside that hardware we are installing some operating system, right? Operating system means Windows or Linux or any operating system. So this server we can dedicate it for different purposes. What are the different purposes? We can use this one as a web server, and we can use this one as a DB server. So DB server stands for database server, and we can use this one as a print server. So we can say, so the server can use it for different purposes based upon our context, based upon our requirement. I want to use this machine for storing my data. So then we can use this one as a DB server. If I want to make this server to handle web request, to take web request and generating the response, then we can use this one as a web server. But as per the current context, so we are using this one for what is the purpose? Database server. So if we are using a database server, what we have to do? We need to install so appropriate server software in this machine. Correct? This is just a physical machine. So which is having so high hardware capacity. So which is having so some 24 GB RAM. So I approached some solution architect. So they decided according to my business. So this requires some 24 GB RAM and some Xenon processor with some gigahertz processor like that. But try to understand, this is just physical machine, just like your physical laptop. That one is not dedicated for any service. What software we are going to install in this server? So we are going to install so database server software. Because I need to dedicate this server for database services. So for that, I need to install the database server softwares. So what are the database servers available? So might be Oracle, as discussed. So DB2, right? So DB2 and also MySQL. So these are all database server softwares. So which are available in the market. So we can install so appropriate database server softwares. Correct? We can install so appropriate database server softwares in this machine. So for example, if I am installing so the MySQL software in this server, assume that this one is a MySQL software. If you are installing on the server, this one becomes, what is the server? MySQL database server, right? If I am installing MySQL, so then automatically there are so many built-in programs so that are associated with MySQL. So all the programs are shipped in this server. That means the server is capable of providing MySQL database related services. Try to understand. So that means storing the data, retrieving the data, all these capabilities this MySQL software is providing for you. But this is a server only, but we need to install so some client to perform that operations. From where we can send the request? From client, right? So client might be different. So for example, if you are talking about client might be a Python application or otherwise a Java application or otherwise so some internal client per suppose. So MySQL itself, it is providing some client tool. So for example, if you want to manipulate this one from Java application, if you want to, your Java application is providing some registration form if you are submitting the data. Simple example I will tell you. We have some application, we are registering in the application. Example, Facebook. If we are registering in the Facebook, what happens? Once we register, so that data is inserted into this database, right? That means your Java application is called as client application. That client application is communicating with this server application to perform that particular operation. In the similar way, this one is a Python application. So this is called as, what is that one? So the Python application. This Python application also, so performing the same operation, right? It is also going to perform operation on server. So these are all client applications. For example, you are a learner. You are just learning SQL, or otherwise you are just learning database, for suppose. You don't have Python knowledge or Java knowledge. Still, I want to interact with the databases. Yes, of course. Even if you are not having development experience, still I can able to perform operations on the database. For that, the appropriate database tool itself. For example, if you are working with MySQL itself, it is providing some client tool. So it is providing some client tool called as Workbench. What is this? So try to understand. So this is called as Workbench. So this Workbench is a client tool. With the help of this Workbench, we can able to communicate with the database. So we are not supposed to write any Java application like that. But if we are talking about the application developer point of view, so if I am a Java application developer or Python application developer, I can able to integrate the databases into my application. Why? Because I am going to work with data. So that data is present in the database. We need to integrate these databases with what is that one? So application. These applications will become the clients of the database server. But you are from analytics, but suppose you are just new to this, what we can say, so the databases. In such cases, we need some client tool. So client tool in the sense is a user interface tool or command line tool. With the help of these tools, I can able to connect to this database server and I can able to perform operations. But try to understand in real time how it works. For example, let's say if you are starting a business in India, for suppose I started a business in India, but my database server is in US. In San Francisco, my database server is located. Still, my applications works across globe, right? Yes, my application is deployed on globally. Whatever the transactions performed on my application, for example, somebody purchased something across the globe. My business is global business, for suppose. So across the globe, so people are placing the orders. All the data will be stored in the server, right? So through the network, okay, so through the network we can able to store the data, retrieve the data, all these things are possible. So that's why what I am saying, final conclusion is these database servers, so especially Oracle or MySQL or DB2, these are all server softwares. They are not client softwares, okay? In a real application environment, even though if you are joining in a company, for suppose after this training, you are getting an opportunity in a company, we cannot say we don't know where the database is located, in which country the database server they are maintaining, correct? We are connecting from different locations. Okay, I am connecting from India, you are connecting from San Francisco, you are connecting from some other country. But the database server is located some centrally in some place where exactly the business owner is existed. But still we can able to perform the operations, right? So through web applications, we can able to perform the operations. But we are not a web application developer. So what we are saying, we just want to interact with these databases for training purpose. That's why this workbench client is required. So if I want to write some query, SQL query, to perform some operations on the database, so I need this tool. What is the tool is required? So workbench. If I want to write some SQL query, I want to send this SQL query. I want to send this SQL query to the database to perform some operation. So compulsory, what is that one? So the workbench is required. So without workbench or some tool, might be command line tool, we cannot communicate with the database. What is this workbench? This is a client tool. So for suppose the server software is installed in my machine, for suppose. So from your laptop you want to communicate with my machine? Yes, it is possible. In such cases, we just have to install the workbench, that's all. You don't want to install so MySQL server, correct? So how we are accessing web? So another thing I want to talk about. So for your information, how you are accessing web, Google and all nowadays. So if you are getting some doubt, you are searching in Google, right? How you are searching in Google? The Google server is located somewhere. Okay, so it is present in different countries, but still from anywhere we can able to search it in Google, right? That means whatever the request we are sending, that request will be sent to the Google server. For that one we need some client tool. What is the client tool is required to communicate with the Google server? Google Chrome, right? So the Google Chrome is required, or otherwise, so any browser is required. Without browser, is it possible to communicate with the Google server? It is not possible. So in the similar way, this is also workbench is also a client tool which can be used to communicate with the MySQL servers. But as a training purpose, this one is completely changed. So for the training purpose, both the server and client both are located in local machine. So for example, this is my laptop. Okay, so in this laptop itself, so what we are making the setup for training purpose. So in this laptop itself, I am installing server and client both. So for example, this is my server, for suppose. So this is my database server. So what is the database server? So MySQL server. So for the training purpose, so server is I am installing locally, and also as well as client also I am installing locally. What is the client? We need some tool. We need some tools. Not only one tool. Might be one tool is command line tool, another tool is graphical user interface tool, GUI tool. So assume that this tool is workbench. So these two tools, so server and both client, this one is called as client tool, workbench is called as, both I am installing locally in my machine itself. But might be I am asking question whether in real time the server is in your laptop? No. Okay, server is located somewhere. So the server is holding the data of business, right? So the business owner can maintain the server. Your job is you just have to install the client tool to connect to the server, right? So we can able to, through network, we can able to establish a connection with the server. What type of connection is HTTP connection or TCP? Might be in networking. So TCP and HTTP, we have some protocols. So this is called as TCP. TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol. So from workbench we can able to establish a connection with this MySQL service or MySQL server, we can call it as. But this service As per the training purpose, I am running locally in my machine. But in real time, this MySQL server, database server, is not in your machine, because that is belongs to the business owner, those who are running the business, right? So they can able to manage a separate server to hold their data securely. Only for the users they can provide the access, but if you want to connect to that server, we need some client tool, right? So we need some client tool, that may be a Workbench or Python application or Java application. So the database administrator will provide the permissions for you, so for the particular tables. I hope all of you understand. Could you please confirm in the chat whether you understand? So what is the setup which is required in real time and also which is in local? You got some clarity in local? So for the training purpose, we are installing MySQL server and also client, both are in the same machine. But in the real time, so the server is not in your hand. Okay, server is located in the business owner place, right? Might be in UK or USA, where the business is located. So the business owner is maintaining server. So we just have to install the client tool to communicate with the server. The next step is, here you can type it, so MySQL, so 8.0 download. So I am especially specifying 8.0. So that is your wish. You can check the latest version and we can verify it. Of course, that is 8.x only. The latest version is, I don't know, recently my MySQL 9.x also released, but you can stick to this 8.x version, so 8.0 download. So click on this first link. So look at this MySQL community server 8.0.41. Okay, first observe the process. See, this is MySQL community server. Community server means this one is specially designed for training purpose, training practice purpose. And version is 8.0.41, but the latest version is 9.2.0. This is an innovation. And also 8.4.4 is the long-term supported version. So that means they are telling so to install 8.4.4. Yes, of course, you can go with 8.4.4. That is always best, because this is the long-term support version. LTS means what? Long-term supported version. So after that, after this 8.8.4.4, the latest one is 9.2.0. This is innovation. Okay, so still that one is not confirmed as long-term supported version. So that's why we can go with 8.4.4. Yeah. Then go down. So here we can able to see MSI installer. So if you want to install this MySQL community server, we need that some installer file actually. Correct? Installer file means what? We need to install this software MySQL 8.4.4 server version. We need some installer. That installer we have to download it. So this one is available in 3 formats. One is MSI installer and zip archive. So I am going with MSI installer only, because it is just we are double clicking on that file, then automatically it is starting the wizards. So click on download. Here it is providing login and sign up. I don't want to log into the MySQL community, so no thanks. You can able to see another option here, right, in the bottom. Yes, if you are having Oracle account, so you already signed up for Oracle account, so you can go with sign up or login. I am not interested to log into the Oracle account, so just no thanks, just start my download. Okay, so all right, that is sufficient. The download is started, it's completed already. So this is just an installer. This is not a, what is that one, what we can say, this is not a software. So this is not a MySQL server. This is just an installer. So for installing MySQL server, you just click on that one. Once it is downloaded, automatically it is starting installation for MySQL. So which version clearly we can see? Oh, MySQL 8.4 setup wizard. It is starting a wizard like this. So I will tell you so for the MacBook as well. So Aarti, okay. So for MacBook, we'll share you the some document how to install so MySQL 8.4 in MacBook. Okay. Why? Because currently I am working with what is that one. So for me it says I need Visual Studio Code. Sometimes what happens means to run this MySQL server databases, it requires some runtimes. Visual Studio it will not ask, like might be Microsoft runtime it will ask. You can just install it. It is in your local machine. Then you can install it in your local machine. If it's a business machine, company machine, don't try it because we have to reach out to the IT team for that. Got it? Whatever the requirements it is asking, so you can share your screen also. First, let me complete this explanation, and after that, so what are the problems we are facing, I can able to see and I will explain you what exactly the resolution for that problem. Okay, so for currently we are working with Windows machine. In Mac also might be we are following so the same approach, right? So how we are downloading the software and how we are installing, but I will provide the document. I will share you the document for the Mac users. What are the steps we have to follow? It is automatically populating. Once I start the MySQL installer, it is automatically populated this wizard. This wizard is stating, so welcome to the MySQL server 8.4 setup wizard. So yes, I am going to install the same thing, right? So click next. It is asking some license agreement. Of course, it is open source. So close your eyes and accept the license agreement and click next. We can see several things here. Typical different types of installations we can able to see. Typical, custom and complete. So typical means what? So MySQL server will be installed. It is not installing Workbench. So what exactly you need? So common program features recommended for most users, that is comes under typical. That means it will install only MySQL server and some command line too. Here look at this, we have so the typical and custom and complete. What we have to choose here? If I am choosing typical, so only some of the features which are required common. So like MySQL server, that is compulsory mandatory. Only that one is completely installed. But if you are choosing custom, we can customize which one we need to install. So that's why I'm always recommending to go with custom. Or otherwise you are new to this area for suppose. So I don't know what configuration I have to select and all. So just blindly click complete. Complete means what? It requires more disk space actually. It is installing all the tools which are required for the MySQL. Not only Workbench. There are some other tools also it will install. So that's why I am going with what is that one? So the custom. So in the custom, what are the tools it is suggesting? So MySQL server. And also when coming to the client programs, so it is installing some client programs as well. Alright. So client programs as well. And development components, it is showing something. So you can just click on so next. But it is not showing any workbench, right? So it is listing any So look at this. So it is just installing MySQL command line client. It is not installing what is that one, so some other things. So that's why customer also not good actually. So you have to install what is that one, so the complete. So complete means what? It is completely installing the MySQL. So all the tools. So first it is installing the MySQL server. Look at this MySQL server 8.4. It is installing. And along with that one, so we need some client tools, right? So we need some client tools. So look at this, click on, so complete the MySQL server setup, click finish. So automatically it is launching another wizard, I am expecting. But it is the recent version, right? So might be the MySQL is successfully installed, but we need to install the MySQL Workbench separately. See, look at this. So this is the MySQL configurator. So click next. So this is the path where it is installing the MySQL. Okay, so anyway, this is by default selecting the path. You just look into this path and click next. So look at this configuration type. What is the port number? The MySQL service is listening 3306. Please remember, if any service is running in your machine, so every service is associated with what is that one, so some port number. So by defaultly, so the MySQL is taking what is that one, so 3306. And also it is not recommended to change it. You can just continue with this existing port number. So there is no changes in this wizard actually. So click next. This is the important step. Remaining wizards, if you are going for back, I am not changing anything. So I am just clicking next, next. But this is the important step. What is the important step? It is asking MySQL root password. So try to understand. So whenever we are creating database, so first we need to, if you want to use the database, we need to log in into the database, right? So what is the difference between both installer? Both installer means I need to download your file. Just wait. So zip, don't install zip because we can go with MSI installer. What is the difference between these two means? This one is having, so size will be very less, right? So if you are installing zip files, what is the problem? Everything is already extracted file. If you are extracting the zip file, automatically we can able to get all the tools. But if you want to make sure that you need some installation file, then we can go with MySQL installer. Okay. So your question is about what is the difference between MSI installer and zip file, or otherwise what is the difference between these two zip files. If you are going with MSI installer, it will automatically suggest you typical installation, custom installation, or complete installation. If you are choosing complete, then automatically this zip file will be downloaded, right? What is that one? 711.4 M. These zip files cannot be debug or non-debug like that. Okay, so the zip files, not source code. These zip files are extracted files. Directly we can keep it in, we can extract in some folder and we can able to use it. 64-bit and also 64-bit RAM, that is sufficient, no worries. But only the steps will be different. So I will tell you what are the steps you have to follow. So zip files are not source code. So here try to understand. So the accounts and roles. Here we have to set what is that one. So the MySQL root account. So what is the root account I am setting here is, so everybody can set the same password because what is the problem is during the training, Might be sometimes you are forgetting your passwords. Okay. Yes, we can install that one, Santosh Verma. Okay. So that redistributable is required. So we can install it. You can click yes, automatically it is downloading and install it. Got it? So why? Because that one requires, so if you want to run MySQL, so it requires some distribution, Microsoft distribution. Might be that one is not available in your machine. It is prompting to install that one as well. So click yes, proceed to install that one and proceed with the next step like that. So I am specifying so the MySQL password. You people also can set same password. I am setting the password as root. Very simple password. What is the problem with the learners is you are setting your own passwords, automatically you can forget it. Why? Because this one is not used for any business, right? So for training purpose only, you can set the common password, so root. In future also, if you are forgetting this password, I will tell you. So at that time I said like you can set only the password as root like that. So click next. Alright, so the password and everything is configured. Now in the machine, it is running a service, right? Once we install this MySQL server, where the service is running in my hardware, in my machine. What is the service name actually? Okay, so service name we have to automatically it is configured. Okay, so another message when I click a link provided in download SQL, it was 8.0.41. I will tell you, just wait, Michael. Okay, so again I will come back and I will tell you. In the drop down we can able to see 8.4. So if we select drop down, correct, that is a drop down, it is showing only 8.0.41. We just click on that one, we can able to see 8.4. Okay, so or otherwise I will show it again, so just wait for some time. So here I install so Windows service name. What is the service name it is taking? So MySQL 84. So click on next. So and also another step, what is that one? So do you want to MySQL configurator to update the server permissions for you? Don't check anything. So yes, grant full access. So default settings you can go. So we want any sample databases? No. So click on execute. That's all. If I am clicking on execute, automatically the server will be automatically downloaded. First observe this and after that I will tell you what is the problem you are facing. You can share your screen and I will help you how to install and all. No worries. Just wait until this first step is getting completed. Right? So we are in the last step. Apply configuration and configuration is complete. So click next. So configuration is complete. Click finish. Right? So the MySQL server is installed successfully. How can you check? So if you want to check, go to the services. Right? So once you install the MySQL server, how can you verify so whether that service is running in your machine or not? If you want to use it, Vault database and some another database also existed, right? There is no need to select anything. You can just come out and click next. That's all. So the today discussion is mostly on what is that one. So the practical implementation. For example, so I don't have any database for suppose right now. So I am starting the new business. I want to create my own database and I want to create the tables and all. Which language is supported? Which language is useful? DDL, right? So DDL stands for what is that one? So data definition language. So this data definition language will be useful if you want to create so tables and all those stuff. So now tell me, I'm asking one simple question from you. Where I can start? I have to start with DML or DDL? Definitely the right answer is what is that one? So that DDL. Without creating tables, without creating anything, how can you manipulate the data? How can you insert the data? So that's why I need to start with what is that one? So the DDL. Okay, let's start with DDL today. What is DDL? What are the operations we can able to perform with DDL? You know already. So in DDL, we can able to perform so different types of operations, right? So create, alter, drop, and rename and truncate. So this one I am speaking with respect to the Oracle actually. So this is a Oracle documentation, but of course, the similar type of operations we can able to perform by using MySQL as well. Okay. So, but we are going to see all these operations: create, alter, drop, and rename, and truncate, and all those stuff. So this is the first step. Because if we are having data definition, then only we can able to insert the data. If you, without having data definition, we cannot work with data, right? First of all, if we are having data definition, then only we can able to insert the data or update data or delete data or something. So that one is possible. So here look at this. So some of the important things I want to talk about. So the first step I am doing here. So the DDL. So what is DDL stands for? So data definition language, right? So DDL stands for what is that one? So data definition. So language. So first step is what is that one? So if you want to create some data. So data is nothing but so data about an employee, data about a customer, or data about some medical report. All these comes under data, right? In databases, how we are going to organize this data? So before going to this one, so I want to discuss about some important thing. I already discussed what is database actually in a practical terminology. So database is a collection of database objects, right? So database is a collection of database objects. So what are the objects? Might be if you are talking about modern relational databases, especially if you are working with relational databases nowadays, especially your course on the same thing, right? What are those? MySQL, especially we are working on, and also Oracle. Yesterday I already discussed, right? DB2. DBD is from IBM, and also SQL Server. So this SQL Server is from Microsoft. Is there any other databases are available? There are so many. So Postgres SQL. So Postgres. There are so many databases are available. Amazon Aurora. Okay, so we can say if we are going with AWS, we have Amazon Aurora. So this is also one of the popular database actually. So nowadays, if you are working with cloud, most of the people are choosing Amazon Aurora only. It's a open source actually, and also the cost will be very less when compared to the other databases. But as a part of this training, we are going with MySQL, correct? So this MySQL is a open source database. So open source is nothing but so like we are not going to get any support from the vendor. If you are getting any issues, we are not going to get any support from the vendor, as well as so this one mostly used for what is that one? So if it is a critical business, they are not going to choose MySQL. 1 second, please. So if you are working on a critical business, for suppose, we cannot, if we, even if any issue is raised, for suppose, in the run, in the real time, For example, the transaction is not happened properly or something. If internal team is not going to solve that problem, so automatically the support team will jump in and support team will solve that problem. That type of facility will be provided by the Oracle and all. If you are going with MySQL, okay, so there is no support will be provided. It's a completely open source software. Okay, we can use it for free. So something we can say. So these are all database softwares which are available today nowadays. But if you are talking about, so all these databases supports these languages, yes, of course. All these databases supports SQL. SQL stands for what? Structured query language, as discussed earlier. In SQL, so we have data definition language. So by using this data definition language, we can able to create the data. We can able to create the objects. So if you are talking about databases, what are the objects we can able to see in the databases? We have major object is what is that one? So the tables, correct? Tables, views, synonyms. I already written yesterday actually synonyms, indexes. So we can able to create index also. What is the purpose of index actually? For suppose you are purchasing some book, you want to identify some topic in a book. How can you identify the particular topic in a book? So with the help of index, right? We are just checking the index. So the topic is located in what is the page number. We are just directly navigating to that page instead of searching the entire content in a book. So that is the purpose of indexes. So like stored procedures. Stored procedures and also as well as functions. So triggers. So we have stored procedures and also functions and also triggers. These are all objects. So present in the database. Even if you are working with MySQL or Oracle or DB2 or SQL Server, all these objects are there almost. Might be the names will be different. Got it? So the names might be different, but all these objects are present in the each and every database. So these are all databases, right? In each and every database, we can find all these type of objects. If you are talking about DDL, so first one is what? So create. What we can do with create? With create, we can able to create the tables. Yes, we can able to create views. We can able to create synonyms. We can able to create stored procedures. We can able to create triggers as well. Try to understand. So create is a command which is mainly for creating any type of database object. That may be a table, that may be a view, or stored procedure or trigger. Okay, we cannot say so create command does not work for creating the specific object, means no, that is completely wrong. Create command is mainly for creating any type of object, any type of user defined object. For suppose if you want to create any user defined object, yes, with the help of create command we can able to create that object. And the next one is alter. So if you are using alter, what is the meaning of alteration actually? So assume that we have some data. So the table is already existed. What is table actually? So table contains rows and columns, right? So now the question is, what is alteration? Alteration in the sense, we have to make some modifications to the data definition. What modifications we can do? We can rename the table, right? Not renaming. So the table, what is that one? So renaming columns. The table already contains what is that one? So the rows and columns. What is table first of all? So the table will be looks like this, right? So for example, look at this paint. Yesterday I already shown. If you are talking about the table, database table, especially your data points. So as a data analyst, how you are storing your data in the form of a table. So this is an employee table, and this employee table contains what is that one? So the multiple columns. So the employee number, name, and also as well as what is that one? So the address. So like that. So salary or whatever it may be. So this is called as data, right? So the employee number 1 and name will be John. He is from so Dallas, for suppose. And employee number 2. So Sam. He is from Virginia. So if you are looking into this one, so what is the data definition actually? What is the table definition actually? So the table definition is table name followed by, so the columns. I am not talking about the data. I am not talking about what is that one. So the data definition. Especially if you are working with DDL commands. So please remember, DDL commands works with only data definitions only. It is not going to work with data. So for example, we have, so the data definition will be like this. E number is of type int and name should be of varchar of 30. So this varchar is a data type which is accepting strings per suppose. Okay, if you are talking about name should be a string which is a combination of alphabets and digits. Okay, so then we can go for varchar of 30. So we'll discuss more about that. And also we have address. So I'm getting some font size is getting decreased. I don't know. Okay, so here we can see, so this is the actual table definition. So we have, so the employee table which is having, so the employee number as what type? So integer type. And name, the type is varchar of 30. Okay, I'm just keeping varchar of 30. No worries, what is varchar I will discuss. Varchar means simply we can feel like high level. It is accepting so the string values. And also as well as, so we have address. So this one also, so varchar of, so 30 or something. So this is the table definition, right? So this table contains, so several fields. What are the fields? Employee number, name and address. But if you are observing your analytics data, the single data point contains several features. There are multiple features are there in the single data point. So first what we have to do, if we are getting the data from SQL, so for maintaining that for maintaining the data points, we have to create the table, correct? First we have to create the table based upon your requirement. So based upon what are the columns are there and all. So this is comes under what is the one, so the create. So we created. So the next step is what is that one? So alter. So what is alter? So by using alter, we can able to perform so different types of operations. What are the operations? We can able to add a column for our constraint, for suppose. Okay, if you want to add an extra column, yes, we can able to add an extra column or constraint. So right now I am not discussed about constraints. Okay, but we'll discuss Constraints means what? So some rules applied on the particular columns, like example, unique constraint, unique key, primary key, foreign key, these are all. But right now I'm not going to touch this concept, but I will talk about that one. So first add column or constraints. Yes, if you want to add an extra column, yes, for example, salary, if you want to add it, yes, we can able to add it. In the similar way, so we can use drop command. So drop is also mainly for what is that one? So dropping a column or constraint. We can able to drop the column or constraint with the help of alter. Try to understand. So this add, drop, these are all subsidiary commands. So subsidiary commands that can be used with alter. Altering is nothing but altering the data definition. What is data definition? This is the actual definition of the table. But if you want to make some changes, that means if you want to add an extra column, or if you want to uh, drop a particular column, we can use add and drop. So what happens if you want to modify this data type? For example, address is having so varchar data type. If you want to change the data type, so for that one also we have also the modify, one keyword we have. So by using modify, we can modify the data type. We can modify the data type or size of the column. Yes, with the help of modify, we can able to do two things. We can able to modify the data type of the column, and also we can able to modify the size of the column. So these are all options comes under what is that one? So the alter. Okay, we'll see that one practically. And also last one is what is that one? So if you are talking about, so here in DDL, so we can able to rename also. One more thing I missed out. So what is that one? So the rename. We can rename column or constraint. Correct? If you want to change the name of a column or constraint, yes, that one is possible. We have some column address or otherwise e number. This e number, I want to change the name of that e number to what is that one? So employee underscore number. Yes, that one is possible with the help of this rename. Correct? Okay. So rename is also we can use with what is that one? So the alter command. And there are some other, so I'll rename, add, and also as well as modify, drop. So these are all subsidiary commands that can be used with alter. What is the purpose of alter? Altering a table in the sense altering the table definition. That means adding an extra column to a table. So a table is nothing but a two-dimensional matrix which contains columns and rows. Columns are your features. Rows is nothing but data. Correct? We have so some features. The rows is nothing but data and columns are the features. Each row represents one data point in analytics point of view. Correct? And the next one is what is that one? So another command. So drop directly we can use it. So this drop command without alter I am saying. So alter a drop can be used with alter also. So where we can use if you want to drop a column from a table. So dropping a column is nothing but alteration. So that is different. But here directly we can use drop command. So drop is mainly for dropping the data definition, right? Dropping the data definition. Data definition means if you want to drop a table, or if you want to drop a stored procedure, or if you want to drop any database object, we can directly use this drop command. Of course, these are all operations we are going to perform practically now. So are you ready? So you understand all this stuff, what I discussed. So create, alter, drop. So most confusing thing is which one among all those, create or alter or drop. Which one you are getting confusion? Alter, ultimately, right? Alter is mainly for what is that one? So altering the data definition. So that means the table is already existed. So you want to add an extra column, or you want to drop a particular column from the existing table, or otherwise you want to change the data type of a particular column. In such cases, we can go with what is that one? So alter command. Is it clear, all of you? Are you ready? So we'll go practically. We'll see. Do you have any questions? Great. Don't do along with me. So one important assumption. Whatever the queries I am writing, I am just keeping it in notepad and I will share it with you. Okay. So after the break, might be I am conducting some lab session or something. At that time, we can do practice. So just 1 hour, we can just try to observe how to create the tables, because we have to complete the lab practices provided by the Simplilearn. So once this we are getting some hands-on practice, we have to complete the lab practices. So that is super important. What about the others? So can I jump into the practical part? Yesterday we installed MySQL. Okay, great. Yesterday we already installed MySQL, right? Yeah. So let's connect to the server. The first step, what I have to do, already the first step I need to verify whether the MySQL service is running or not. So go to the services. So this is the services section. I need to verify so the MySQL service is running or not. So select any service, type M. So to identify the services which is starting with M. Of course, here we can able to see. So the MySQL 84 is running. Okay, fine. Then how to connect to the server? So I need some client tool. Of course, if you are installing MySQL 84, so automatically we are getting some client tool. That one is the command line client. In this session, just I am doing all these operations through command line. Okay. But from the upcoming session onwards, I am going to work with what is that one? So MySQL Workbench. It's a graphical user interface. I am not talking about Workbench directly from starting, because we need to get some hands-on experience. Okay, so that's right. So go to the MySQL command line client. All right, so enter the password. What is our password? Of course, we successfully logged in into the MySQL server. We can able to get this prompt actually. So the MySQL greater than, this is a prompt for the MySQL command line. So what we have to do inside this? So in the case of MySQL, so the structure will be like this. For suppose, if you are observing, so the first step is what is that one? So we have to create what is that one? So databases. So for example, if you are working on particular application, the first step is we have to create a database. For example, so this one is a e-commerce database. So this e-commerce database contains so many tables, right? So for example, so this is a products table and this one is a customers table. So customers table can hold the customers information, products table can hold the product information, orders table. So like that, there are so many tables will be present in the e-commerce database, right? So for example, this is a products and this one is customers and this one is the orders table, for suppose. So this is, we can call it as orders table. So like that, there are so many tables we have. I am not specifying all the tables right now here. Try to understand. So database is nothing but it is providing some space for all your tables for a specific application. For example, if you are designing a database for a e-commerce application, so we need some namespace, right? We need some namespace, some boundary where I have to create all my tables. So that boundary is provided by this database. So database is nothing but it's a collection of database objects. I am not saying so it contains only tables. As discussed earlier, it contains tables, synonyms, indexes, stored procedures, clusters, so many things. Okay, I cannot say only tables. Assume that if you are creating a database, why you are creating database? Anyone, could you please answer this question? Why we are creating? What is the purpose of creating database? It's a developer question actually, but I am asking you people. What is the purpose of creating database? Why we need to create the database? To store our application data, is it correct? To store our business transactions. I am running a business in India, for example. I need to maintain my data, I need to store my data somewhere. So for that one, I need databases. Especially, so we are storing the data in the form of tables. So the first step, if we are working with databases, the first step is what is that one? So we have to create a database. So for your business, for suppose, correct? So after that, so there are so many tables present in the database. So how to create database in MySQL? In MySQL especially, so if you want to create database, so I'm writing these commands in a separate, so here, so creating a database, because these commands I'm sharing with you. So creating a database in MySQL. So there is a simple command. So you already know SQL stands for Structured Query Language. And especially this one is a 5th generation language. With the help of single line of code, we can able to create database. So if you want to create a database, simple command. So create database name. So for example, I am keeping so Simplilearn DB. So just I created what otherwise SLearn. So in shortcut, I am just keeping so SLearn DB. So what does it mean? So this create a database command. So create space database name. So this is the command which is mainly used for creating a database. So it will create database. Inside the database, you can create any number of objects. But you create a database, for example. But I want to create tables inside the database. So for that, we have to use the database, right? So the next command we have to apply, what is that one? Using the database. Is it clear? So this font size is okay for everyone? It is visible, or I have to increase the font size? So if you want to use this database, you can use the command. So use database name. So what is the database name? So for example, SLearnDB. But try to understand. So while creating this database, we are providing database name, right? We have to follow some conventions. So this database name should not contain any space. Okay, so there are some restrictions are there. I will tell you theoretically. But I created database. I want to use the database. So for that one, we are using use command. What happens whenever we are using this use command? So whenever we are using this use command, we are switching to this database. So now currently, so we are all I switch it to not we are all. So I switch it to the database. What is the database? Name SLN DB. That means whatever the operations I am performing now, I can able to perform on what is the database? SLN DB. Okay, let's do this one practically. So I logged in into MySQL, but I want to see all the databases first. So if you want to see, there are some databases which are already existed. So right, by default, there are some databases which are already existed. So I want to see so all the databases, all the DBs in MySQL instance for suppose. So that means in MySQL, whatever you install, so by default it is having some databases. You want to see all the databases, then we can use show databases. What is the command? You are having, so you are getting this MySQL prompt, right? So there we can type it, show databases. So what this command will do? It is going to list all the existing databases. So let's see, I will show you here. So I connected to MySQL, so I am just typing show databases. It's a good thing, right? So first I want to check what are the databases that are already present. If I am writing show databases, if I am pressing, so always the command should be ended with semicolon. If I am pressing enter, see, these are all databases that are already existed. What are those? Information underscore schema and MySQL and performance underscore schema and sys. But try to understand, so these are all the built-in databases present in MySQL. These are all databases are not created by me. Got it? These databases are created by me? No. If you are talking about database management system, earlier I discussed it is a combination of what is that one. So it is a software package which contains several built-in programs. It contains several built-in tables as well. So several built-in tables, several built-in databases as well. So if you are talking about this information schema and MySQL and performance schema, so these are all these databases are coming from the product itself. If you are installing MySQL, so by default we can get all these by default. These are all holding the information about the MySQL. Okay, they are not holding your information. Then what we have to do, if I want to create my own database, anyone can you please tell me what is the command to create my own database? So create database. So database name, for example, so SLearnDB. That is your wish. We can provide any name, but there are some naming conventions we have to follow. Don't give spaces, and this one could not be started with number. Okay, there are some conventions I am specifying. Again, I will run through the PPTs. I will tell you what is the convention we have to follow. But right now, you can just provide some meaningful names and don't give spaces. Okay, so while providing the name of the database, it's a single entity, right? So don't give spaces. Tell me what it will do. It will create a database. So press enter. Yes. So the query is okay. And also one row affected. What does it mean? It is created database successfully. Anyone, can you please tell me how can you see whether the database is created or not? What is the command? It is already there on the screen. Anyone, could you please guess it? Yes. What is that one? So show. So you can write it show databases. Oh, great. Right. So automatically this one is listed here. Look at this. SLearn DB. So database is created successfully for me. So now what we have to do with this database? So inside this database, I can able to create what is that one? So the tables, synonyms, or clusters, or stored procedures, whatever I want. According to my requirement, I can able to create a table. I can able to create a stored procedure. I can able to create an index. Okay, so all these things are possible. So while working with this database, right? So right now, currently we are using SLearn DB. No. So to use the Simplilearn database, for suppose, that means I want to create the tables inside this database. What I have to do? What is the command? I can do it. Use. First I have to use. That means I want to switch to the SLearn DB. So how can I do it? So use SLearn DB. If I am keeping use SLearn DB, what it will do? So we are switching. Might be previously we are connected to default database. That means if you are creating tables, it is not creating an SLN DB. So if you want to make sure that if you want to create tables only in SLN DB, so then we can use what is the command? Use SLN DB command. What this command will do? It is switching to the SLN database. Let's see. Now, what is the message we got? So database changed successfully, correct? Yes, database is changed successfully. Now currently, if I am performing any operation, so that operations will be performed on what is the database especially? So SLAN DB. Is it clear all of you? So all of you got an idea. So what is the purpose of creating database and how to create a database in MySQL? I have to create a table. So I used this database, right? So use SLAN DB. So we have to put semicolon in the ending actually. So the next step is what is that one? So creating. So the first object we are working. So we are working on. So the first object, that is table, right? So the table is the object which is holding the data. So the database contains several objects, tables, synonyms, indexes, clusters and all. So first we are working with what is that one? So the common object which we are using regularly, that is a table. So how to create a table? Great question, right? So how to create a table object? So table is nothing but an object in database, right? So how to create a table object? So if you want to create a table, so we are using this command. So create table. The syntax is what is that one? So table name. If I am specifying this angular brackets, this one is user defined, and after that open parenthesis, and we can specify so the column names. So this column name is also user defined and data type. So like that we can specify so the multiple columns, right? So column name, so data type. So like that, so on, so on, so on. That means you can able to create multiple columns. So try to understand in the case of MySQL, what is column is nothing but a feature, right? As a data analyst point of view, so the column is nothing but a feature. For example, if you are taking so the employee table, what are the features might be you are observing? So employee number, name, address, salary, so designation, right? So salary designation, and also whether he's going to purchase a house or not. So like we are going to make some predictions, right? Prediction analysis or something. So these are all features, but try to understand. So we need to store this data in a table. What data? So every record contains these values: employee number, name, address, salary, and also designation or something. We need to know the data types of each and every column. So for example, if you are taking employee number, it's a numeric type, correct? It is accepting only numbers only. And if you are talking about name, it is accepting what is that one? So the strings. So name is always, it's a group of characters. And also the address is also a group of characters. Salary, it is a numeric type. So designation is a string. Just now I am introducing, for example, so hire date, for suppose. Hire date means what? So joining date. So this joining date will be a date data type. It's a date. Date is a different type, right? It's not a numeric. I cannot say date is different, numeric is different. So in MySQL, so these data types, especially if you are talking about the data type. So what is data type actually? So data type represents the type of data we are storing, for suppose. So data type represents the type of data we are storing in the database, right? In DB. So for example, if you are taking employee number, what is this data type? So from one database to another database, for suppose if you are working with MySQL, of course. So there are several databases we have, Oracle, so DB2, there are several databases we have. So from one vendor to another vendor, these databases will, these data types will be different. Okay, if you are working with SQL, MySQL especially, correct? So in the case of MySQL, so this employee number can be represented as int type. Okay, int is the common type. So, and the name, if you are talking about, so name, address, and designation. So these are all strings types, right? Name, designation, address, these are all comes under what is that one? So string types. These string types can be represented in with two data types. One is varchar and another one is what is that one? So the char data type. So these are all some basic details, but I will discuss briefly, theoretically, what are the data types available. But as a part of this practical boot camp, to understand some basic intuition or otherwise basic practical understanding about SQL, I am introducing some commonly used data types. What are those? The varchar and also char. So we need to understand exactly what is the difference between varchar and char. Okay, I will tell you. And also especially if you are talking about salary. So the salary is also numeric type, which is of type, what is that one? So integer type. And if you are talking about hire date feature, hire date column, so this one is of type what type? Date type. Okay, if we are talking about so the table, employee table, so this one in the employee table, so there are different types of columns are there. So the employee number is integer type, which is holding numeric values, and the name, address, and designation, which is a string type. Okay, so and also let me introduce another column for suppose gender, for suppose. Okay, so gender. So this gender is also what is that one? So male or female. This one is also what type? String type. So why I am introducing this gender means some cases what happens, we are not going to store so complete string, right? So male, male, female, like that. So we are just putting M or F. Only single character we are specifying. Even if you are specifying single character also, that one can identify it as a male or female, right? So the data point can identify that one as male or female. So try to understand here. These data types will be common across all the databases? No. This one is specific for MySQL. In MySQL, so if it is a employee number means it is an integer type. And strings can be represented as varchar and char. I will tell you what is the difference between the varchar and char. And salary means what type? Integer type. And hire date is date type. Especially if you are dealing with dates, we are using what is the data type? Date type. Date data type. So try to understand. So what is the difference between varchar and char? So if we are talking about the difference, between char and varchar. So the char is mainly for representing fixed length strings. If you are talking about char, it is mainly for representing what is that one? So the fixed length strings. So for example, if you want to represent male or female, for suppose only single character. So in such cases, this gender we are representing as char of 1, right? So char of 1 means what? It is accepting only single character. So that is male or female. It is accepting either M or F. So then we can go for this character data type. But the same thing, if you are specifying the varchar or otherwise, especially the suitable data type to represent male or female, so that is a char data type. Because it is supporting the fixed length strings. Fixed length strings means exactly one character it is required. But the same thing we are applying for name, for suppose. So char of 10. What happens? For example, the name I am specifying as Subbu. Then what happens? Subbu contains only 5 characters only, right? But it is supporting only fixed length strings. So what is fixed length string? Fixed length means even if you are specifying, even if you are storing 5 character value, it will take it as a 10 characters. So what it will do behind the scenes, it is appending some spaces. So it is appending some trailing spaces. Trailing spaces means in the ending, it is adding some 5 spaces. Because space is also treating as character, right? So unnecessarily the memory will be wasted. That's why we have to identify at what type of situations we can use char and at what type of situations we can use varchar. Char is mainly for representing a fixed length string. So for example, especially for gender, male or female, exactly it contains only one character, single character. So male is M is one character, F is another character. In such cases, character data type is suitable. But in the case of name and address, we cannot say, so that one is having only 20 characters like that. In such cases, we can go for what type of strings? Variable length strings, that is varchar. So varchar is mainly for representing variable length strings. What type of strings? Variable length strings. What is the difference between fixed length string and variable length string? For example, if I am specifying same thing, so the name varchar of 30, if you are specifying the name as only 5 character name, so for example Subbu, it contains only 5 characters. It will occupy only memory for the 5 characters only. Okay, it is not appending any spaces or anything. But if you are keeping same char data type, what it will do? It will add remaining 25 spaces. It is supporting only fixed length strings. In such cases, what is the length of this name? 30 characters. What about 30? I provided only 5. What it will do? It is appending spaces. It is appending spaces in the ending. Because it is a fixed length. Fixed length means Even if you are providing 30 characters, or even if you are not providing 30 characters, it will take 30 characters exactly. So that's why in these cases, to manage the memory, we need variable length string, right? So the variable length strings, we can define it with the help of this data type. What is the data type? Varchar of 30. That means it will accept the number of characters up to 30. So the maximum size is 30. It will accept 2 characters, 3 characters, but it is not appending spaces. But the maximum size is what is that one? So 30 characters only. I hope all of you understand what is the difference between char and varchar. Is it clear? If you are using char, what happens? If you are using varchar, what happens? Because of this is super important. You have to remember. Okay. So the next data type, mostly we are working with dates regularly. A date data type is mainly for representing the dates, for suppose if you want to store the dates, for suppose. So representing dates. But what is the if you are talking about dates, there is a specific format, right? In MySQL, it is following some format. In Oracle, it is following some format. We are working with currently MySQL. So the date format supported here is year, month, and day. So this is the format. So that means year in 4-digit format. But if you are going for Oracle, it's a DDMMYY, correct? In the case of Oracle, so the date format is different. It's a DD-MM-YYY like that. But the MySQL supports this date format. If you are assigning date data type, in which format we have to supply the value? Of course, this is the format. So first year, and after that month and day. Okay, so we got some idea about basic data types and which are commonly used data types. Now let's create a table. So I want to create a table. So for your understanding, I want to create a table employee with the below fields. So what are the fields? Employee number, name, address, hire date, salary. Okay, so these are all fields. For suppose designation, an extra field. What is that one? So designation, and also department name. So the employee is working in which department. So these are with all these fields. I want to create a table. So let's observe the syntax, how I am creating the table with all these fields. So first command is what is that one? So create table. What is this? Employee. So that is the table name, right? So we can specify open parenthesis. So we can supply. So the first column. What is the first column? So employee number. Anyone, can you please tell me what is the data type I can provide it for employee number? What is the data type? So integer, right? Int. Not integer, int. Okay. So in the similar way, so the name. What is the data type? So it's recommended. So varchar of 30 or 40. That is your wish. That is the maximum length. And the next type is what is that one? So address. Address might be it is maximum size requires minimum 100 characters. So we can specify the varchar of 100. And next salary. It's an integer type. Next designation. Yes, you can give float also. Yes, I agree. But right now I am giving integer. So designation. It's a varchar of 30. So we have to specify some size. And the next one last field, what is that one? So department name. it's also varchar type, right? It's also varchar of 30. Okay, so this is the simple query to create a table. So I'm just copying this query. So go to, I'm executing this query. But make sure that what is the problem here? First, make sure that we selected the database first. Currently, we are using which database? Simplilearn DB. Oh, sorry. So let me copy this one first. Yeah. I am just executing this create table employee. So press enter. Let's see what happens. Nothing will happen. So query is okay because we followed the syntax properly. But a 0 rows affected. Why it is showing 0 rows affected? Because we are not inserting the data, right? We are just creating a table. It's a DDL command. So DDL is not going to perform operations on data. So it is just creating a table. Okay, so successfully the table is created. Once the table is created, for example, so here, so the query is okay. We are getting message. So the next step is what is that one? So I want to see all tables. So present in SLN DB per suppose. So currently we are in SLN DB, right? So the table is created in SLN DB. So I want to see all the tables. So what is the command? So just like show databases, we can use what is the command? Show tables. So look at this. I am just applying this command. So show tables. So in SLN DB, this is my database. In this database, I have only one table. Correct? What is the table name? So employee. So I want to describe this table per suppose. I don't know what are the columns present in this table. So what I am performing operation, I want to describe this table. I want to describe this table. So how can I describe this table? So we have a simple command called as describe. So describe. So employee. So what is the meaning of describing? Describing is nothing but what are the columns present. You want to know complete information about the table. That means what is the column, what are the column names, and what is its data type, and what is the size of each and every data type, and is there any constraints applied on the particular columns. Okay, all those information. So how can I get it? So look at this. If I am writing, so describe employee. So we are getting right. It is completely describing information about the table. So the field type. So the field is employee number. And what is its type? Integer. So the name, whose type is varchar of 30, and address, whose type is varchar of 100, and salary, whose type is integer. And also, so is it accept null values? It is providing some extra information, right? So these fields will accept null values or not? Yes. Employee number will accept null value, and name also will accept null value. Address will accept null value. So the default, if you are not storing any value, what is the default value will be stored? So null values. And is there any constraint? So primary key or foreign key will be assigned or not? Yes, it is empty. So that means there is no specific key will be assigned. So it is providing the complete information about what is that one, so the table. So that means what are the columns present in the table, and column specific information and everything. So for those no experience with SQL, Would you please cover this necessary end of the command semicolon? And why parentheses are needed? Good question. What is the purpose of this parenthesis here is, here this is a table. The table contains what is that one? So the columns. So the columns we need to specify within the parenthesis. Understand? We cannot write it like a English, right? This is an SQL syntax. As per the syntax, they are suggesting you have to put all the column names within the open parenthesis and closing parenthesis. And also as well as while specifying the data type also, especially for strings, you have to specify the size of a string per suppose. What is the maximum size of the particular string? In such cases also we are using open parenthesis and closing parenthesis. Okay. But semicolon, what is the purpose of putting semicolon? If you are observing, every SQL query is ending with what is that one? So semicolon. Semicolon is nothing but a termination statement. That means what is the meaning of that one? So that SQL query, that particular SQL query completed. We are writing some query. So how can you make sure that that query is completed? You have to put semicolon in the ending. If you are putting semicolon in the ending, then only we can confirm that yes, the statement is completed. We can execute it like that. I think you understand, right? So what I am saying, Dennis, is it clear? So what is the purpose of putting parenthesis means? That is the syntax we have to follow. Might be you are asking question, next question. We have to remember all the syntax. You have to remember all the syntax means no. So that means from one database to another database, syntaxes will be different. But we are now we are working in what is that one? So sixth generation, right? Not fifth generation also. Sixth generation, AI generation. This entire code will be generated by AI. If you want GitHub Copilot or Amazon Q, there are so many AI tools are there. The tools are capable of generating what we are expecting. But as a developer, you just know what it will do, right? It is generating the code, but whether that code works or not, you have to decide. So all right, so we created table, one table. So what is the table name? Employee. Can you please tell me anyone? I want to see all the tables present in this database, not databases. I want to see all the tables present in the database. What is the command? Show tables, that's all, not all. Show tables. So we have only employee table. So I want to create a customer table per suppose. So the next exercise is what is that one? So the second exercise. So I want to create what is that one? So the customer table. So this customer table contains what are the fields? Customer ID and customer name and customer location and the type of customer or otherwise so the type of so the customer location and also as well as so customer address. There are some fields. I want to create a table with this customer table. How can I create it? Anyone could you please write a query in the chat? So create table. What is the name of this table? Customer. And what are the fields? So the customer ID, whose type is what type? Integer type. And also customer name. Or otherwise you can specify it like this, customer underscore name. So varchar of 30 or 20. And also location. So location is also some string. So varchar of 10. And also address. So what is this? So varchar of 400, right? So let's copy this one and we can execute it here. So let me copy this first. So execute this query. So then what happens? So the table is already created, right? So already employee table is already existed. So now if I am executing another, creating another table, anyone can you please tell me this table is created in which database? If I am running this query right now. Currently we are using which database? SQL DB, right? Yeah. So this table also I am expecting to be created in same database. So this is an employee table. So this table is created. So create table. Customer means what? So the table is created. So how to check whether the table is created or not? What is the command? Anyone? Could you please guess it? Show tables, right? So how many tables I have? 2 tables I have. One is employee table and another one is, what is that one? So customer table. Okay, great. So now the next step, I want to create a student table for suppose, right? So I want to create a student table with the following fields. Another exercise, student number and name and hours underscore studied. Okay, so these are all your features for suppose data set features, hours studied and hours slept, and pass or fail. So that means result, you can say, right? So how can we create this table for suppose? So create table. What is the table name? So student. So S number is of type what type? Integer type. And also the name, whose type is varchar of 30 or 40, that is up to you. And also the hour studied. So hours underscore studied. This one is of type what type? Integer. And also hours underscore slept. So this one is also of type integer. And result. So sorry, result is what type? So pass or fail, right? So this is char of 1. So try to understand specifying char of 1. It's a single character, right? So pass means P and fail means F. We are just representing a single character. Okay, so just copy this one and go to the command line. So you can just paste it here. Oh, sorry. Let's copy this one carefully. Yeah. And paste it here. So the table is successfully created. So if I want to see the tables, so show tables. So there are 3 tables are there. One is customer and another one is employee and another one is, what is that one? So student. So there are 3 tables are created. So can you please tell me, I want to see all the columns. I want to see the information about the student. I just want to know some information about student table for suppose. What is the command? So describe what is that one? So student. So we got the complete information about student. So up to this one, is it clear? So all of you are capable of creating table. So I given multiple examples, right? So most probably you are all capable of creating what is that one? So the tables right now. Can I proceed further? Yeah. So in this week, I am not going to introduce alter, right? So as discussed previously, so in the data definition language, we can able to create the tables, alter the tables and drop the tables. Okay, first initially I created the table And after that, what I am doing is I am just jumping into the DML. What is DML actually? So DML stands for data manipulation language. Correct? So by using DML, data manipulation language, we can able to perform the below operations. What are those? Insert, update, and delete. So these are also the basic common operations we can able to perform. Correct? So previously I created 3 tables. So the first table is this one, right? So this is called as an employee table. So let me get this. So this is the first table, so employee table, which contains these fields. So now I want to insert the data into this table. See, try to understand here. So we are working with data. Now this is comes under insert command, comes under what is that command? So DML. DML stands for data manipulation language. So the query will be like this, right? So if you are writing a query for inserting the data, try to understand. So this insertion can be done in multiple ways. So the first is, I am talking about the first approach. In the first approach, if you want to insert, right, if you want to insert data for all columns, especially don't miss any column, but suppose for all the columns I want to insert the data, then we can go with this approach. So what is the approach? What is the syntax for inserting data for all columns? So like this, insert into, so the table name space values of. So we can specify the values for all the columns in a specific order. So for example, so the employee number 1, comma, and name. So listen carefully, especially in SQL and also PL by SQL. Strings can be represented with single quotations, not double quotes. In C language, C++, Java, the strings can be represented in what is that one? So double quotes. But here, especially in SQL, the strings can be represented in single quotations. For example, the name is John. So, and the address will be some Dallas. And as well as the hire date, we can specify some date. For suppose the MySQL supported date is, what is that? Year, right? First, so 2010, so 0101, year, month, day. Strings also can be represented within the single quotations, but you must specify the default format supported by the MySQL. What is the default format supported by MySQL? First, year, and after that, so month and day. But if you are going for Oracle, the default format will be different. In Oracle, it would be the month, day, and year. Day, month, and year. So in the case of MySQL only, it would be like this. It is first year, and after that, month, and after that, day. And dates also can be represented as within the single quotations only. And also as well as some salary. So you can say some 1 lakh or something. And designation, so manager, it's a string type. And department name, so logistics department. Okay, I'm just keeping like this. But try to understand here, if you are following the syntax, you must provide the values for all the columns. Is there any column is missing? No. So just we are writing insert into employee values of. That means I am going to insert values for all the columns of a table. What happens might be you're asking, so sometimes, so I don't want to insert value for what is that one, so this department name. For suppose you are not supposed to insert the value for department name, so at least you have to put what is that one, so the null. Understand? So compulsory we must supply the value. If you are not providing the actual value, at least what is the value will be accepted, null, or otherwise empty string. So single quotes open and single quotes close means what? So that is called as empty string. Got it? But if you are writing like this, then what happens? For example, you are not supposed to provide the value for this department name. I am not providing the value. So automatically we are getting error. This is not encourageable if you are using this syntax. If you are using this first syntax, first approach, insert into employee values of, you must provide the values for all the columns present in this table. If you are missing any value, ultimately we are getting an error. What is the error is? Not enough values. What we can say? So not enough values. This is the error we are getting. Because the table contains these many number of columns, but we are specifying only values for few columns. In such cases, it is not going to compromise. So it is giving an error. What is the error? So not enough values. So compulsory we have to provide the values. If you are not interested to provide, just put null or are empty. So let's try out these statements. For example, so I am executing this first query. So I am just copying that query. So press enter. See what it is complaining, right? Column count does not match value count at row 1. So we have an employee table. So describe employee. So we have employee number, name and address, and salary, designation and department name. So of course all the columns are same only, right? Values of employee number 1 and name is John, address Dallas, and this is okay. Here this one does not contain any hire date actually. Okay, so there is no hire date here. Look at this. And we specify salary, designation and also department name. So now the count is matched, right? So whatever the columns we have, so for that specific columns, we inserted one record. So this one we can say one data point. So how can you say this data is inserted or not? We can check. So select star from employee. So the select command comes under DRL command actually. Because you inserted one record, I want to see whether the record is getting inserted or not. How can you see? How can you check it out? You just execute this command. So select star from employee. See, automatically I can able to see this record, right? So we have one John Dallas. So one record is getting inserted. In the similar way, I want to insert another record. Let's execute the same query. Insert into employee. So space values of, so the employee number 2 and employee name is some Arun, and address is some San Francisco, and his designation is salary, right? So salary is some 50,000 and designation is lead, and the department name some analyst department. So now look at this. I want to retrieve the data from that employee table. So select star from employee. Okay, so now let's see. So here after inserting the data, if you want to retrieve the data from table, correct? So I want to notify here. So retrieve the data. So from table. So for that one, what is the command we are using? Select command, right? So what is the command? So select star from. Here star represents what is that one? So all the rows and columns. So select star from employee. So it will retrieve all the rows and columns from that particular table. So let's say, for example, here I am not interested to insert the value for my next record. I don't want to insert the value for department name. So what I have to do? So look at this. Insert into, say, employee space values of. I'm just providing, so employee number 3 and employee name is, say, Adams. So he's also from, so Dallas, and also as well as, so salary, he's having some $70,000 or something, and designation, so consultant, and he's not working for any department, for suppose currently. So in such cases, this department name should be empty, right? So if I am just leaving without providing any department name, so then what happens? Anyone, could you please guess it? If you are following the syntax, is it mandatory to provide all the values? So if we are not providing all the values, we are getting an error. So what is the error? So the column count does not match the value count. So actually there are 6 columns are there, but we are providing only 5 values. It is complaining like that. Then what we have to do? So it is mandatory to provide 6 values, but I don't have, so the department name. In such cases, we can just put, so some empty string, per suppose. Just putting open single quotations and closing single quotations. That is enough. Yes, of course, in the case of strings and dates, especially in the case of string data type and date data type, yes, we can provide it like this, or otherwise we can just put simply null. So now you can retrieve the data and see. If I am retrieving the data from this table, so select star from employee. So anyway, I inserted null value here, right? In the similar way, so I want to insert only for employee name and salary. I don't want to insert values for, what is that one? So the remaining columns. So look at this. This is another syntax. So second approach for inserting. So I want to insert the data only for the specific columns. I have, so my number of columns are there, but I don't want to insert the data for all the columns. I want to insert data only for specific columns of a table, for suppose, right? So specific columns. Select star from the table name, right? So Dennis, select star from, so the table name after that. What is the difference between this select command and describe command is, describe command is providing metadata about the table. For example, if we are talking about describe employee, what it is providing? It is providing complete metadata. Metadata is nothing but data about data. That means if you are taking employee number, what is its type? Whether it accepts null value or not. What is the default value supported by the employee number? All this information it will provide. But if you want to retrieve the data, not metadata, so in such cases we can use select command, right? So select star from employee. So select star from employee means what? It is displaying the data. It is not displaying the metadata. Show and description both are same. Show is mainly for showing the tables and showing the databases. Okay. So if you want to get some information about a table, for suppose, information about a table, then we can use describe. Show command is just if you are asking show tables, whatever the tables present in your database, it is just listing all the tables for you. You just want to check what are the tables that are already present. Or if you want to see what are the databases that are present, for that one we are using show command. But describe command is different. We have already table is existed. I want to know the complete information about that particular table. That means what are the columns present in the table and what are the data types. In such cases we can use describe command. So describe employee. What it is providing? It is providing the complete all the column names and what is the data type and whether it is null or not and what is the default value. It is providing complete information. Okay, all right. So now I want to insert data only for specific columns, for suppose. So specific columns of a table, right? So for example, this employee table contains employee number, name, so many things. But I want to insert only for employee number, name and salary. So we have so many columns are there here. If you are looking here, employee number, name, address and salary and all. But I don't want to insert values for all the columns. I want to insert only for employee number, name and salary. Only these three fields. In such cases, how can I write the query? If I am writing like this, insert into employee space values of, so first employee number, so some 4 and name is James. Something, so the address is from so San Francisco. So I don't want to insert the value for address, right? So just I am keeping null. And after address, so the next salary. So I want to insert salary. Of course, I am specifying some 40,000. And remaining by all values, I am just keeping null. So look at this here. You want to insert only specific columns. For example, assume that your table contains 100 columns. You are not going to insert for 100 columns, right? You are not going to insert for what is that one? So 100 columns. So in such cases, you can follow different approach. This is a bad approach in such cases. Why? In this case, we have to insert values for all the columns. So if I want to insert values only for specific column, so insert into employee. I am just keeping only specific columns, for suppose e number, comma name, and what is that one? So salary. So the employee table contains several columns, but I am going to insert only values for these specific columns. So I am just keeping the values of, so whatever the data you want to keep it, you can keep it here. So name is James and salary is 40,000. So what is the benefit with this approach? In this approach, we are clearly mentioning the column names, right? So for which columns we are going to insert the data. So we are clearly specifying here. So for this specific columns only, I am going to insert the data like that. So let's insert. So you can run this query. So just copy this query. So I am just executing this query. See, so the query is okay. But I want to see the data. How can I check the data? So you can write it select star from employee. See, look at this. I inserted only values for these three fields, right? So employee number, name, and also salary. So what happens to the remaining fields? So to the remaining fields, automatically the null values are getting inserted. Correct? For address, null value is getting inserted. For designation, null value is getting inserted. For department name also, null value is getting inserted. So try to understand here. So if you are following the first approach, so you have to insert null values manually. But if you are following the second approach, we are clearly specifying for which columns we are inserting the data. So for remaining columns, by defaultly inserting, it is inserting null values. Is it clear, all of you? Understand, so what is the difference between this first approach and second approach? Which one is best? If the table contains many fields, for suppose, if the table contains 100 fields like that, so in such cases, we can go with second approach because we want to update only the specific fields. In such cases, we can go for second approach. If the table contains minimal number of fields or 5 or 6 features, in such cases, we can go with the first approach. Okay, so this is the right time to give you a break. Okay, so before giving the break, I am just conducting a poll. I am requesting all of you please participate in the polling activity. Okay, so after that we'll go for break. After the break we'll discuss, and after that I will provide some practice for you. So I'm requesting everyone, so please participate in the polling activity. Okay, so then I can able to understand whether you can able to follow up what I am doing here. No worries. Anyways, after the break also, I am going to give some time, some space for you to create tables and all. Just opening, I am opening so some day2.txt itself. And also I have terminal. So look at this. So I am inserting the records, correct? So we discussed about two approaches. So first approach is we have to insert the values for all the columns of a table. But the second approach is what? If I want to insert the data only for the specific column, yes, I can able to insert the data for specific columns. But I want to insert, so I want to insert multiple rows at the same time, right? So multiple rows at same time, for suppose. So here I have an employee table, for suppose. This employee table contains 4 rows, 4 data samples, we can say in your language. I want to insert multiple records at the same time. So you can write insert query, insert into, say employee, space values of. So if you want to insert the values for all the columns, for suppose, yes, employee number is 5 and name is Ram and he is from Hyderabad in India, and also his salary is something like 50,000 and designation is a developer and department name, so some, okay, digital engineering. Okay, so something digital engineering, so department. And also we have, so at a time I want to insert multiple rows in a single shot. For example, in a single query I want to insert multiple records. Yes, we can follow this approach, right? First we are specifying the first row and after that comma followed by the second row. So for example, Arjun, and this guy is from Canada, and also his salary is something like some 78,000 dollars or something, and designation manager, and the department name is so managed services. So like that we can able to insert multiple rows with a single query. Got it? So previously we are executing single query at the same time, right? So one record for one query. But if you want to insert all the rows at once, yes, we can able to execute, we can try out this query. So similar syntax, but it should be proceeded with comma and we can specify all the rows, what we are expecting. So if I am pressing enter, how many rows affected? So 2 rows affected. You can check it. So if I am writing, so select star from employee. So I can able to see, so the 2 records are getting inserted or not. With a single query, I can able to insert what is the ones of the 2 records. Okay, you can just check it out. So you can try out this query. All of you try to insert 2 records, 2 more records at the same time. So all of you start it. At a time you can try to insert 2 or 3 records at the same time. Try it out. You can able to see my screen, right? So try this query. You want to insert the multiple records with a single query per suppose. So this is the syntax we have to follow to insert the record, to insert multiple records with a single query. So this is at a time we are inserting what is that one? So multiple records at the same time, right? We are inserting so more than one record at the same time. So this is the query. So just you can separate with comma like that. So the next step is, so look at this data, right? We have some null values. So this is null. That means I want to update this null value with some value. So this person does not belongs to any department name. Correct? This person does not belongs to any department. Then what we have to do? We have to update the department name of the employee. Correct? So we need to update the department name of the employee. So for that, updating in the sense, we have a table and data is already existed. So our job is, we have to just update the existing data, which is present in a Excel file per suppose. Excel file means might be, so CSV file. So how to import the data from, so the CSV file, so I will let you know how to do that one. But right now, so just we are creating the table on our own and I am just inserting the data. Here try to understand what is that one. So update. So update also comes under DML command. Here look at this, as per this table, I want to update this department name. So which person department name? So employee number 3, I want to update the department name. So let's write the query. How can you write it? So this is the syntax, update employee. So set a department name equals to, so logistics. So where employee number equals to, so what is the employee number for that particular person? So 3, right? We have to write the condition here. So employee number equals to 3. So this is the syntax we have to follow to update the particular record, because the record contains the department name as null. I want to update the particular record. So what is the feature we are updating? So department name feature. So department name equals to logistics and where E number equals to 3. So then automatically what happens, based upon the employee number, so based upon this condition, so the department name is getting updated. So let's try this query. Here look at this, I want to update all these null values. Correct? So I want to update the department name of Adams. So we can write the query like this, update employee. So set department name equals to, so logistics. So where, so the name equals to, what is that one? So Adams. We can write it like this, or otherwise we can write the condition, simple condition. So where E number equals to 3. And so same department, if you want to update it for James as well, for suppose. In such cases, where E number equals to 2 and E number equals to, not 2 actually, so say 3, right? E number equals 3 and E number equals to 4. Why? Because you are looking, so for the employee number 3, department name is null, and for employee number 4 also department name is null. So I just want to update that values. So in such cases, we can able to write it like this. So update employee, so set. So whenever we are using update keyword, so one important point we can remember here. So whenever, so we are using update keyword. So case sensitivity I will discuss, Sachin. Okay, so first we can go with the lower case, but according to the real-time conventions, so case sensitivity, so the column names, table names, these are all, so there are some case sensitivity issues are there. This is the basic session. I am just introducing how to create tables, but I want to discuss some theoretical concepts. What is the naming conventions we have to follow? What about the case sensitivity? All those things I will discuss in the upcoming session. Okay, why I am teaching this bootcamp, why I am conducting in the first 2 sessions this bootcamp is, might be people can try it on your own this week, right? So how to create tables and all, like that. So that is the reason. So just wait. So I will discuss about case sensitivity, like in the upcoming sessions. Right now, so you can follow all our lowercase. So table name is in lowercase, column names are also in lowercase. So like that. So especially case sensitivity, when coming to the case sensitivity, what are the things comes under case sensitivity? Table names, column names, these are all comes under case sensitivity, right? When coming to the data types and all, you can provide in lowercase or uppercase, that's not a problem. So what to do if occurs? So just give me a second, Sangram. So Control C, you can type it. Got it. So if you want to just come out from that one, so just press Control C. So that means if query okay, 0 rows affected means Dennis. So the problem is, so we have to check the query. So that means no record is getting updated like that. So no record is getting updated. So set dname equals to logistics, where name equals to Adams. You can provide some space, right? Name equals to Adams space and name equals to James. So whenever we are using update, so we can use set, right? We can use what is the keyword, so set keyword. So please remember that point. Here also I am doing same thing, right? I am updating employee table and set department name equals to logistics, and where employee number equals to 3 and employee number equals to 4. So 0 rows affected. So let me retrieve the data from the table. So select star from employee. See, I cannot get any information. See, no record is getting updated. That means my query is not working properly. Correct? Even if I am executing the query, so 0 rows affected. 0 rows affected means what? So my query is not affecting any rows. What is the problem? So first write out one with one. So I'm just writing a query again. So update employee. So set department name equals to logistics. So where E number equals to 3. So for Adams only, I want to set the department name as logistics, right? So if I'm executing employee number 3, correct? So this is employee number 3. So this one is having null. That one only I'm going to manipulate it, correct? So Ram Subbarao, and also as well as, so we have to specify the criteria in where condition. Yes, exactly. Criteria means based upon which criteria we have to update it, based upon the name or otherwise based upon the employee number. So now look at this. This one is getting updated or not. So select star from employee. We can see. So the logistics is getting updated. Yes, I understand. So what is the more than one criteria? We can write the same query with the help of some other operators as well. So for example, so we can see here, instead of E number equals to 3 and E number equals to 4 for suppose, we can write it like this, right? So E number in. So we have some in operator. Actually, I am not discussed about these operators. These operators will come in the upcoming sessions. We have in operator. So what this in operator can do is, it is going to perform OR operation. That means whether the E number equals to 1 or E number equals to, E number equals to 3 or E number equals to 4. So instead of this AND operator, we can use OR operator. So like this, where E number equals to 3 or E number equals to 4. So you can press enter. So E number, right? So what happened? So 2 rows affected, right? So 2 rows changed. Now look at this, how the data is looking. So select star from employee. So these 2 department names are getting changed to what is that one? So logistics. So especially employee number 3 and employee number 4. So the employee number equals to 4 and employee number equals to 3 means what? Both the conditions are satisfied. R means what? So either one of the condition, whether either employee number equals to 3 or employee number equals to 4. For example, if I am talking about and R, if you are talking about and, so A is one condition, so B is another condition. If A is true and B is true, then A and B is what is that one? So true. If any of the condition is false, for suppose A is true but B is unfortunately false, then this one is going to return false. If both the conditions are true, then only it returns true. But A or B not like that. So A value is true and B value is false. In the case of A or B, so R condition, what it will do? If any one of the condition is true, then it returns true. Right? Yeah. So I think and or B, and also R. This one plays very, very important role in that particular query. So all of you are trying to update the values. So could you please try it out? Now tell me, anyone write the query for this one in the chat? I can able to see. I want to update the designation of employee number 4 James. So if you are observing, so James, address and also designation, both are null values. Anyone, can you please write the query and type it in the chat? I want to update this address and also designation of James. So address equals to LA. I don't want only address, right? So I want to update designation as well. Which case we can get null values in a table. If you are not inserting the data, by default it is keeping null values. Correct? If you are inserting, so empty values also, there is something value will be there. Okay, so whenever we are not inserting any value, what is the value will be stored in the string column. Especially if it is a string or date, it will insert null value. Is it clear, Salim? Do you understand? So what is the purpose? With what type of situations the null values will be stored in a table? If it is a string column, so designation is a string. Okay, you are sharing your screen. 1 second. It is giving an error. Column does not match a value count at row 1. So simple thing. The table contains 4 columns, but how many values you inserted? 3 values only, right? What about the 4th value? If you are using this syntax, I already told you, right? If you are insert into employee values, the syntax, you must provide the values for all the columns. But if we are having only 3 values, fourth value if we are not inserting, you can just fill with null. Yes, it is not showing null at 4th. You can just put it null. You can type it null. It is not. It will not show you. We have to provide the value like that. So I am just typing the query. So for your reply, we can look it how that one works. So the query is insert. 1 second. I am typing through chat. Insert into employee values of, so something whatever you specified. It will not show you automatically null value. You have to insert the null value. So let me write the query here. So let me write the query. So look at this here. I am writing the same query. It's for me it is working, right? So look at this, update employee. So the query what you written, so set address equals to so Canada, and also as well as a designation. So designation equals to lead. So where, so the name equals to James. Oh, it is complaining. For me also it is giving same error, right? So truncated incorrect double value. So the Canada. Even if I am providing varchar, so this one is giving so new error, right? So this one I am getting an 8 by recent version of MySQL. So I will check and I will let you know. So why we are getting this error? Because this is a so what is the issue here is, let's see here. So set, I am not specifying and I am just putting comma here. Set address equals to Canada and designation equals to lead. So where name equals to James. So now it is getting affected, right? So don't put and actually. Don't put and, you just put comma here. We are just updating the address and also designation. So now we can check it. So select star from, so employee. So what we are getting, so look at this one is getting updated, right? So just like when we are inserting multiple lines, not multiple lines, I can say, okay, whenever we are inserting so values for multiple features, so those features will be separated by what is that one, so the comma. So you can try it out this command. So this command will work for you, everyone. So I am typing through chat, not multiple lines. Okay, so values for multiple features in a single command. We are trying to update so multiple features in a single command. So like address and salary designation in a single query. In such cases, we can go with this type of syntax. It should be separated by comma. It should not be separated by and, right? So now another question I am asking. I want to update the address of RAM to San Francisco. For example, the address of RAM is Hyderabad, for suppose. So it's a place in India, for example. So I want to update this RAM address to what is that one? So San Francisco. What is the query? Could you please quickly type in the chat? I want to update the RAM address. I want to update the RAM address to San Francisco. Very simple query, right? So what is that one? So update. So employee. So set address equals to SF. So where name equals to so RAM. So you must follow the case here, right? So the RAM means RAM is in lower case or uppercase. I think Dennis, your first character is specified capital letter, but here what is the case actually? Lower case completely. So you must take care about that things. So then automatically, so the RAM address is getting updated to so San Francisco. So how can we check it? So select star from employee. So look at this. So RAM address is getting changed or not? Okay, so that is fine. So now the RAM address is getting changed. So to San Francisco. Is it clear? So very basic queries these are all. So but it is super important. So people are from different background. So some people are from financial services. Some people are from so different backgrounds. So I need to make sure that all of you can able to understand and execute these queries. Can I proceed? So the next query. Next, deleting a table. No, deleting a specific row, per suppose. So tell me, I want to delete this particular record, last record. But if you are observing, so if I am trying to delete the record based upon the employee number, it does work. Does it works? So in such cases, how many records are getting deleted? If I am deleting employee record based upon employee number 2, how many records are getting deleted? 2. But I want to delete the record based upon so employee name. So what is the syntax? We can write the syntax, right? So delete from employee. So this is the standard syntax we have to follow while deleting. Delete from employee. So where so employee number equals to no. If I am specifying employee number equals to 2, so total 2 records will be deleted because there are 2 records we have in employee table with the employee number is 2. I don't want to delete the 2 records. I want to delete based upon the name, per suppose. So name equals to Arjun. So then what is the record is getting deleted? Anyone can you please tell me? So name equals to Arjun. So only one record is existed. So the particular record is getting deleted. So look at this. How many rows affected? Only one row. If you want to see the data, so we can write it. So select star from so employee. So look at this. So the last record is getting deleted, right? So the employee number equals to 2. That record is getting deleted. That record is no longer existed like that. In the similar way, so could you please tell me, I want to delete this record whose employee number equals to 5, or otherwise I want to delete all the records who are working in Dallas. What is the query? Anyone, could you please tell me in the chat? I want to delete all the records who are working in Dallas. How can you write it? So delete from employee. So where the address equals to, so Dallas, right? So if I am writing like this, automatically what happens? It is going to delete all the records who are working in Dallas. So you can write on your own. Yes, we can write on your own. So you can put Dallas instead of Dallas. Oh, sorry, a mistake. So Dallas, right? So actual content is matched with Dallas. You can just write. So how many rows affected? 2 rows affected. Okay. So you understand how to create tables and how to insert the data and how to update the data and how to delete the data. This is sufficient for starting the first lab. Okay, I'm just showing the labs. So yes is there, Hamja, but that one is administrator only can able to do it. If you are unfortunately deleting any data, that one is stored in the trash actually. In your mobile also, if you are deleting some item, that is stored in the trash, right? Just like in databases also, there is a trash which is holding the data. But what is the problem is, if you want to get it back, that one, you must have an administrator level knowledge, database administrator level knowledge, because that is the job of database administrator, not developer like that. So here we can able to see, so there are some labs we have. Yes, please, Dennis, please start asking your questions. The syntaxes will be designed in such a way. So for example, here, this one is not having any parentheses, but while inserting the data, we are inserting data for multiple columns, right? In such cases, we have to keep it within the parentheses. For which columns we are inserting the data, we have to specify
Okay.
clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense now. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So look at this here. So there are some labs will be provided, right? So lesson and projects. I am sharing the first project with you. Or otherwise, so we'll do this one in the next session. So first you can just explore how to insert the data, how to create the data and all other stuff. As a first step, so first what are the things we need to verify? We need to verify whether the service is started or not, correct? So first let's go to the services. So I'm just checking the services. What is the service? But I need to confirm whether the service is running or stopped. So just click on any service, type M. Why? MySQL is starting with M, right? So you can just get all the services related to the character starting with M. So look at this. This one is the service. So MySQL 84. That means MySQL 8.4 version. So the service is running. So this is super important. If the service is running, then only you can consider, so the MySQL server is running in your machine. If it is not running, it is in state is stopped state. So then automatically we can feel like we have to start the service. For example, if you want to stop the service, just right click and click on stop. If you want to start it, so click on start like this. Of course, anyway, it is running by default. Whenever I am restarting my machine, during restart itself, this one is configured as running. So now everything is fine. So we need some client tool, correct? We need some client tool to connect with this MySQL server. This is server, right? The service is running. But if you want to communicate with service, we need some client tool, right? MySQL itself, it is providing some command line tool, correct? That is SQL command line. Any graphical user interface tool is available? Yes. So we have graphical user interface tool that is called as what is that one? So the workbench. But right now in my machine, so the workbench is not installed. So let me check. So I'm just checking for so the MySQL workbench. I cannot see because previously it is installed, but I uninstalled. Even if I am installing MySQL 84 version, that means MySQL 8.4 version, workbench is not shipped with the 8.4 version. So previously I installed complete version. I choose the complete install. Even though I am not getting the MySQL workbench, right? What we have to do then? We have to install so workbench separately. Is it possible to install workbench separately? Yes, you can install some MySQL workbench separately. So just go to the Google. I'm just typing so the MySQL workbench. So MySQL so workbench download. See, directly it is going to so download MySQL workbench. So click on this link. Here, so the operating system is Windows. Of course, I am using the operating system Windows. So now go to the, here it is showing automatically MSI installer, right? So we can choose this file or otherwise go to the download page and choose the version. Which version? Latest version of workbench is 8.0.41. Okay. Server version is MySQL server version is 8.4, the recent version. But if you are going for workbench, what is the latest version? 8.0.41. And also it is asking, so 2 installations it is showing. So one is having so 352 MB and another one is 2.1 MB. Correct? Which one I can choose? So you can choose the 352 MB version. So click on download. So I am not going to log in. So no thanks. Just start my download. So previously in the installation, so MySQL workbench is not shipped with the MySQL 8.4 version. Okay, even if I am choosing the complete installation, I am not getting the MySQL workbench tool. So that's why installing separately. Correct? So this download is finished. Once this download is finished, just you can run the installer file. So just run this installer, so MySQL workbench installer. So automatically the MySQL installer is started. It is showing several widgets. You just observe the widgets. What is the process is going on. If you are not installing, either we can go with command line or this workbench is more handy actually. If you want to go with the workbench, you can go with the workbench. Okay, it is opening MySQL installer. But I want so client only, right? So I just want to install client. Client means what are the tools we are getting? I need to install so only client. So if you are selecting client only, it will install these 3. Even though I am not using shell and router, I am using MySQL workbench only. So the next step is what is that one? So click next. But don't select server only because server is already installed in our machines. Okay, so please select client only. So click next. Okay, so this is showing so MySQL workbench 8.0.41. So it is showing some folder. But I installed so MySQL workbench several times in my machine. So it is warning, it is giving warning. So the selected path already exists. Yes, no worries. because I'm going to install the files in the same path only. So click next. Yes, you can continue. So these are all things that are ready to install. So what are the tools? MySQL Workbench and MySQL Shell and also router. So just click on execute. If I am clicking on execute, it is starting installing. So the MySQL Workbench. See, look at this, it is showing. So the progress bar is moving, right? Progress is moving 83%, 84% like that. What does it mean? The installation is in progress. Okay, so just wait until all these tools are getting completed. Once all these tools are getting completed, so then we'll get the next option in the wizard. So until this one is getting completed, just wait. It will take some time. But try to understand, I am not installing MySQL. So I am installing, what is that? The client tools. So now I want to introduce MySQL Workbench tool. It's a client tool. Why I am introducing means this working with MySQL Workbench is very easy. It's a graphical user interface tool. So by using this tool, we can connect to the MySQL server. That means we are writing queries, right? Previously, so that means through MySQL command line, we are writing queries. But in real time, so we are not using MySQL command line. So command line, working with command line, what is the problem? It is not providing IntelliSense. IntelliSense means you are writing select. If you are writing SE, automatically it is providing IntelliSense. What are the keywords that are associated with SE? Select, right? So the IntelliSense cannot be supported in MySQL command line. And there are several features, right? While writing the SQL queries, it is always best practice to choose the MySQL Workbench. So the reason is, so the MySQL Workbench, it is providing great support for the developers. So what developer can expect? So mostly IntelliSense and also some graphical user interface tools. If you want to create the table, so directly we can create the table. So we have to write the query. Without writing query also, we can create the table here in MySQL Workbench. So just wait until this one is, through three tools, installation is getting completed. So the second tool is installing. So MySQL Shell, it is going around 69%. So might be you're asking question, is it possible to install only MySQL Workbench? So if you want to install, so server and client both, means we have to go for full installation, correct? You have to select the last option. If already Workbench, there is no need to install. You already have a Workbench, then what is the purpose of installing? So there is no need to install the tool. So see, all the installations, all the tools installation is completed. So click next. And it is asking so some configuration about MySQL router. So click next. We are not going to change anything. So click finish, that's all. In the similar way, so click next and click fully completed. So what are the tools that are installed? So MySQL Shell is installed. So this is the MySQL Shell. So once the installation is completed, it is automatically populating. Correct? This is called as MySQL Shell, but we are not using this one. So we are using this MySQL Workbench actually. So let me close from starting. If you don't have the MySQL in your machine, so what I suggested, so just we can run the MySQL installer community. Once we are started MySQL installer, you don't have server and client. See, I already installed, so that's why it is showing all this stuff. We don't have, so the server and client means what? I have version 8.0.34, no issue. Okay, even if you are using, already we have Workbench, right? So even if you are having any version, no problem. Okay, 8.0.34 also it will connect. So now tell me, I install Workbench. So how to connect to the Workbench? So you can just open this Workbench, right? See, it is clearly showing here. So MySQL Workbench. So click on it. Okay, so now I'm showing, it is showing so two connections here. So MySQL 83 and MySQL 80. So click on add connections. So plus or otherwise you can just, so try with this MySQL 83. What it will show, it is asking so some password. I am providing the password root. What it is showing, so connection warning. So actually in my machine, so what is the server version installed? MySQL 8.4, right? So you can say continue anyway. So if I'm saying continue anyway, so then automatically it is connected to the server. Let's see, here I am specifying show databases. So if I'm executing this query, so what happens? Let's see. Okay, it is working fine. First step is what is that one? So we have to see what are the databases that are available. So for that, what is the command? Show databases. Here itself I am just writing so the comments as well. So this one is for displaying all the databases. So show databases, this one, if you want to execute this query, we can able to see several options, right? So this one is executing the selected portion. So that means you want to select this query. If you want to execute the particular query, so select that query and execute the selected portion of the script. So click on it. So I can see only information underscore schema and MySQL and as well as performance underscore schema. So some SQL DB and sys. These are the databases that are present. I think SQL DB the last week I created. Is it correct? This is my database. I created with my own. But remaining databases, what about the remaining databases? Information schema, MySQL, sys. These are also MySQL internal tables. Okay, internal databases. That means the database itself is having some internal databases. That means if you are installing MySQL server to store the metadata, they are maintaining some tables. Always where we can see the result? Here in the bottom we can able to see the result. If you are executing any query here, we can able to see the results in the bottom. So now what we have to do? So I want to create a database. So how to create database? Yesterday in the last session I created. What is that one? So creating, here hyphen means just writing comment line. What is comment line actually? Comment line is mainly for readability purpose. That is not a query. Just I want to provide some comment for the particular query. So creating a database. So how to create database? What is the query? So create database. So the database name already I have. So SQL DB one database is there. So today I am creating so SQL DB1. Okay, so with the same name I am not creating another database. I am going with what is that one? So SQL DB1. Can you please tell me how to execute this query? First, what we have to do? We have to select this query. I am not executing all the queries. Try to understand, I am executing only the specific query. So the database already created. What is the database? Sorry, if you are showing databases, already it is showing, it is listing all the databases. Now I am creating a new database. So for this, What is the command? So create database SLN DB1. So we can run this one. So you can able to see below the output status. See here, so the create database SLN DB, it is successfully executed. Yes, green color means what? It is successfully executed. A red color means if you are getting red, then automatically might be you can see some error in this query. Okay, so without error, this one is successfully executed, like that it is showing. All right. What is the next step? Could you please tell me? Last week you already created, right? What is the next step? Directly we can create table? No. What is the next step? Use the database. So currently we are not using SLN DB1. We just created the database. So if you want to use the database, what is the command? So use so put semicolon. Some people are not putting semicolon. Okay, if you are not putting semicolon, definitely it is giving error. For example, if I am not putting semicolon, if I am trying to execute this, it is executing, but not for all the queries, right? If you are not putting semicolon, it is giving error right here. So it's a best practice. If you are writing single line of query, if you are writing one query is separated from another query by using semicolon. Okay, so what we can feel, semicolon is mainly for separating two queries. So we created database and we used this database. So look at this, use database is successful or not? Yes, it is successful. So below in the output, action output, you can see here in the bottom. So use SLN DB1. So this one is green color. So that means we are currently using which database? SLN DB1. Most of the people are making mistakes where you are creating database, but you are not executing this command. What is the command? Use SLN DB1. This command, if you are not executing, we cannot say whatever the tables you created, we cannot say that tables will be created in your database. If you want to create tables in SLN DB1, make sure that, so we have to execute this command. What is the command? Use SLN DB1. If you are not executing, if you are not running this command, so we are not currently using SLN DB1. So try to understand. Most of the people are making this mistake, and also most of the people are unable to find out whether my query is successfully executed or not. Okay, that is another important thing, because if people are new to here, that means new to this environment, new to this tool. So if you are executing any query, first we need to verify whether that one is successfully executed or not. How can you verify it? In the below output panel is there, right? In the output panel, so whatever the query we are executing, so that query results will be, we can able to see it here. So what is the status of that query? Whether that one is successfully executed. So we are getting the green color. What does it mean? What does it mean? It is successfully executed. So once we are using this database, the next step is database. Now we create the table. So how to create the table? So creating a table. So I just want to create a table, employee table. So create table. So employee of employee number whose type is integer and the name. If you are doing like that, it would be a, so it is not showing action output, means we can go to the view. Okay, so go to the panels, hide output area, show output area. This option we can able to find it cut. Correct. So it is already showing. If I am hiding, it will hide. If you want to see, go to the view, go to the panels, show output area. It will show you the output area. Okay, so name, address. So this one is also varchar of 30. And also, okay, so just I am adding these 3 fields. So this query already you know in the last class. So how to create a table. Is it clear cut? So now tell me, so this table is getting created or not? So we can run this query. What are the columns present in this table? So employee number, name and address. So the table is getting created. So now the actual game is started. So I want to alter the table. So these are all just comment lines, correct? So what is the meaning of altering actually? So alter is comes under DDL or DML? Type it in the chat. First question, alter comes under DDL or DML? It is coming under DDL. So in alter, what are the operations we can able to perform? So we can add column. So we can add, what is that one? So columns are constraints. So I am not talking about the constraints right now. So we can able to add the columns or constraints. Another option is, so we can rename columns or our constraints. If you want to change the name of the column or change the name of the constraints, that is possible. Any other things? Yes. We can modify. So the data type of a column or our size of a column. Okay, so you can able to modify the data type of a column or size of the column. So let's see, these are all operations I am performing. I am not touching constraints right now, but whenever I am talking about the constraints, I will discuss about that one. Very good. So we can able to drop a column, but try to understand, don't use delete term here. Okay, don't use delete. Delete comes under what is that one? So DML operation, so data manipulation language. So drop is mainly for what is that one? So dropping a column. So let's see first how to add a column. So please look into this. I have a table. This is the table already existed. So anyone, can you please tell me, I want to see what are the columns present in the tables. What is the command? So how to describe the table? What is the command? So describe table name, right? What is the table name? Employee. So just put semicolon and we can run it. So we can able to see there are 3 columns are there. This is super important. Okay, every time if you are creating a table, you want to know what are the columns present in this table. So we can see employee number whose type is integer and whether that one is accepting null value or not. So the name and also as well as address. Now I want to add an extra column called as designation, employee designation. So how can I add it? So alter the table. So what is the query? So altering a table by adding extra column. So designation. So what is the command? So alter table. So employee add. So this is super important. So if you are adding a column or constraint, so we are going to use this add keyword. Add open parenthesis. So what is the column I am adding? So designation. Correct. So designation. And I am specifying so varchar of some 30. It's very simple, right? So what it is doing? It is going to add in a designation column to the existing table. So the table already contains employee number, name and address. So if I am executing this query, so it is added successfully or not. So look at this, alter table employee, it is successful. That means green color. It is a DDL operation. It is not DML operation. So that's why 0 rows affected. Okay, all right. So now what we have to do? So we have to describe the table again, right? To check whether whatever the column we created, so that one is added or not. How can we check it? So designation is added or not? Yes, designation is added. So now I want to add an extra column. Can you please tell me, I want to alter this table by adding hire date per suppose. How can I add it? So I am just writing comment here. So altering a table by adding an extra column. What is the column name? Hire date. So that means date of joining. How can I do it? Alter table employee. Add. I am just adding an extra column hire or otherwise hire underscore date. What is the data type? So date data type. That's all. Very simple query. So we can able to add an extra column. What is the column name? Hire date, right? So the table is already having 4 columns. If I am executing this query, one extra column will be added. So what is that column? Hire date. So now we understand how to add the columns, correct? So just with the help of add, we can able to add a column or constraint. So one more time I am saying. So I want to add, what is that one? So one extra column per suppose. Try this one. What is the column? So altering a table. So by adding a column, hire date designation and also like the department name. So you can add it. So try that one. So alter table employee. So what is the command? So add of department name. What is its data type? So varchar of 30, right? So varchar of 30. So you can select this one and execute this query. So now department name is added. How can I check it? Whether the department name is added? So describe employee. You can just select this command. So I just want to execute describe employee. See, so the department name is added or not? Okay, so the department name is added automatically. Okay, so this is for what is that one? So the altering of the table by adding a specific column. But the next step is here, try to understand. So this name, if you are observing, what is the data type it is taking? So varchar of 30 or otherwise. So I want to add a column called as gender per suppose. Gender means it will accept male or female, right? So how to add column gender? So alter. So again I am writing, so the alter the table. So by adding a column, what is that one? So gender. Here I am specifying, so alter table. So employee, so add of gender. Here I am specifying, so varchar of 10 per suppose. Yes, we can add it like this. So if I am executing this query, so the gender will be added, correct? But yes, so the gender will be added. So if you want to see, so you can just run, so go up and describe employee. So the gender column is added. But unfortunately, I have written varchar of 10. Understand? Gender means what? So just we are just keeping only one character always. Correct? So that is male. Male means M and female means F. I need to allocate space only for one character. Here varchar of 10. This data type is not a best suit for gender. I need to allocate space only for one character. But unfortunately, what I did, I already created the table. So with the size of varchar of 10. So I want to change this data type right now. The table I want to delete and create it again. It's a best practice. I want to change this data type. Again, I want to drop this entire table and I have to create it again. No, right? We are not going to drop the table again. Drop and create it again. What we have to do? Only we have to modify this data type. Correct? So for this one also, that one also comes under alteration. So here I am just writing some statements. So altering a table by modifying, correct? So by modifying the data type of gender, so to, so char of 1, because that one is accepting only one character. So how to write the query? So look at this, alter table. Yeah, this is the actual query, alter table employee. So modify, so column, I'm just keeping, so modify column. What is the column? So or otherwise we can specify, so 1 second, so modify, if I am writing like this, modify gender, so to char of 1. So I worked with many databases because I worked with Oracle and also MySQL and also PostgreSQL and all. Why? Because almost all are using SQL, but the syntax is bit varied. So from MySQL to Oracle, the syntax will be different. So here, if I am putting like this, modify, it's not accepting. So instead of this one, what we have to do? Modify column. So column name. So what is the column name? So gender. So previously it is of size. What is that one? So varchar of 10, right? Now it's to char of 1 per suppose. See, now this one is not complaining anything. Correct? This query syntax is valid. So we can run this query and let's see. So it is giving an error. So what it is showing? So duplicate column gender. So gender column is already existed. It is not allowing. So instead of modify, so let's try change per suppose. So change of, so I am following so different syntax, change of gender. So char of 1. But the change is also, so it is giving an error, right? So it's a invalid per suppose. It's not like that. So alter table employee, so modify. So column, so we have to specify which one we are specifying. So modify column. So what is the column name? So gender. So previously it is varchar of 30. Now I am changing to char of 1. Actually the syntax has to work. So look at this. Now it is working fine, right? So I made a mistake previously. So it is working fine. So modify column. So gender varchar 1. So from varchar data type 2, I change it to what is that one? So the char of 1. How to see? That is fine. So how to see? How to check? So whether that one is getting changed or not. So for that, what is the command? Describe, right? So describe employee. Either we can use describe or desc. There is no need to write it again. So already its command is already there in the above. That means in the previous commands we can check the describe. So we can just run this one. See, look at this. The data type got changed, right? For gender it is changed to. There is no need of open parenthesis and closing parenthesis. So that is the syntax actually. If you are asking Dennis why that one does not require open parenthesis and closing parenthesis, means that is the syntax. So provided by the MySQL. We have to go with that particular syntax only. Don't worry, you are not supposed to remember all the syntaxes. Okay, so now we are running the today AI world. We are not writing code. Okay, if you don't remember the syntaxes, you just ask GitHub Copilot or something, it will give you the answer for you. Correct? So if you are asking ChatGPT, it will give you what is the syntax for that one. But same syntax we are following in Oracle also means no. This syntax will be supported by the MySQL. Okay, so this query is applied successfully. Now tell me, I want to increase the size of this name. For suppose if you are observing the name, what is the size of this column? So 30. I want to increase this one to 40. Why? Because I am just putting some lengthy names. So my requirement is altering a table. So by increasing. So by increasing the size, so from 30 to 40, right? So very good. So look at this, the same syntax we are following here also. So previously what we followed. So the similar type of syntax, alter table. So table name, what is the table name? Employee. See, for alter table it is giving IntelliSense. Look at this one. If I am pressing hold control key and press space bar, see it is providing IntelliSense, right? IntelliSense means what? We are not supposed to write the entire query. So alter table. So what is the table name? Say employee. So modify. So column. Of course, we are modifying the size of the column. So the same syntax, column. Previously it is varchar of 30. Now I am getting changed to what is that one? So varchar of 40. So here there is something mistake will be there. Modify column. What is the column name actually? So we have to put the column name, right? Okay, so this is the column name. So varchar of 40. So let's execute this. Okay, it is successfully executed. So now I have to describe this table. So describe employee. Look at this. This size is getting changed or not? Size is getting changed. We can increase the size, but we cannot decrease. Because if the table already contains data, or suppose in the table, in the name might be already some name which is having 30 characters. In such cases, is it possible to decrease the size to 25? No, because already one name is already present with the length of 30 characters. So now the table is empty. We can increase or decrease. But if the table contains data, so the name column, what is the maximum length? Maximum length is So the maximum length name what we provided, that is the maximum length. So we cannot decrease less than that maximum length. Okay, so please remember. So the next step, I want to rename this column. For example, so dname, for example, look at this dname, right? This one is not looking great. So dname means what? So department name. I want to change this name to dept_name. So here, so look at this. This one also comes under altering, correct? So altering a table. So by renaming dname to dept_name per suppose. Okay, so dept_name. How can I do it? So we can write it, so alter table. So table name, what is the table name? Employee. So we can use rename. So rename is a command, but what we are going to rename, column or constraint? So I want to rename the column. So we can specify rename column. So original name is, what is that one? So the D name. So to, so dept_name. It's a simple command, right? So we are altering a table employee, and we are not modifying. We are not modifying the column. We are just doing so rename. So we are renaming the column. So dname to dept_name. So very nice command, simple command. So let's run this. It is successful. But how can I see whether that one is reflected or not? So for that, what we have to do? So we have to describe this employee table, right? So let's describe this table and observe. So look at this name got changed. So it is dname previously. Now it is getting changed to, what is that one? So department_name. So look at this. These are all operations. And last one, how to drop a column. So we need to verify it. So I want to drop a column. So I am just doing, so altering a table. So which column I want to drop it here? Especially I want to drop it this department name. So altering a table. So by dropping a column, so dept_name, correct? How to do that one? So you can do it, alter table employee. What is the command? So drop. We are going to drop constraint or column. Yes, of course, I am dropping a column. So what is the column name? So dept_name. Okay, so this is the straightforward syntax. So we can run this. It is successful. So this one is successfully executed. How to check whether the column is dropped or not? So we can execute describe employee, right? If I'm executing describe employee, so look at this one does not contain any table. So what is that one? So column and department name. Okay, so that means we are successfully executed all these operations, altering operations. So constraints. So constraint means, what is that one? So a rule or regulation that is applied on the columns of a table. So for example, let's take one simple table. So we have employee number, so the name and also address and also company. Okay, so we have, so this employee table per suppose. In this employee table, so what type of rules we can apply on this? For example, if you are taking employee number, so this must be unique per suppose. Unique means what? It does not allow duplicate values. For example, if I am writing, so the employee number 1, and the name is Suresh. So the address is some Chennai and the company name is some XYZ. So again, I am repeating the employee number 1. Is this one works? Can you please tell me? So I am not talking about the primary key. The first constraint I am talking about, what is that one? So unique constraint. So unique means what? It does not accept duplicate values. So that means, is it possible to insert another record with to Ramesh is from Dallas, and also he is also working in some XYZ company. So this one is not possible. So this record is not possible to insert it. So what is the problem? So the same employee number is repeated again, right? The same employee number cannot be repeated again. So this type of constraint is called as, what is that one? So unique constraint. So unique means what? It will accept, it does not accept duplicate values. Try to understand. So I'm just notifying, so here what are all constraints we can apply. So before going to this one, so what type of constraints we can apply here? So here I'm just writing so different types of constraints that are allowed in any database. So first one is unique constraint. So unique means what? Not accepting. So not accepting duplicates. So if it is not allowing duplicate values. And another type of constraint is, what is that one? So the primary key. So before that one, so I need to talk about another constraint called as not null. So this one is not accepting the null values. So if you're assigning not null constraint, so that one does not accept null values. So if you are talking about another constraint called as primary key. What is this? So primary key. So primary key equals to unique plus not null. So unique plus not null. So it does not accept duplicate values as well as, what is that one? So the null values. So if you want to apply these two constraints as a combination, we can go for this primary key. So always we are using primary key actually in real time. So always one table contains one primary key. Always this one is common constraint actually. And also we have another type of constraints. So that one is called as foreign key actually. So what is this? So foreign key. So what is the purpose of this foreign key is to establish a relationship between two tables. So two or more tables, for suppose. Let's say not two tables, we can say if you want to establish a relationship between two or more tables. So we can go for this foreign key. And another important constraint I want to talk about, what is that one? So the check constraint. What is this? So check constraint. The first one is unique constraint. In the name itself, unique means what? It will accept only unique values. It does not accept duplicate values. This is super important. So can you please tell me, if you are creating a table, what type of scenarios, what type of columns should allow only unique values? So for example, if you are taking employee table, employee number, the name, address. So your employee number must be unique. correct? So you must assign, so for this employee number, so what type of constraint? So unique constraint. That may be employee number or employee ID or employee code, whatever it may be. Email should be unique, very, very important, because if you are registering in any website, you cannot register more than once, right, with the same email ID. In such cases, the email should be unique. So what if you are applying unique constraints? So what happens? What happens? Nothing will happen. So it does not allow simply duplicate values, right? So if I am keeping so 1 and John and address is Dallas, again if I am trying to insert 1, so it does not accept it, right? So this one is invalid. So if I am trying to insert 1 again, so it does not accept it, because this one does not allow duplicate values. That is the use of what is that one? So unique constraint. But try to understand any constraint if you are talking about, so that may be unique constraint, or foreign key or primary key. This one we can apply at column level. Okay, so we can apply these constraints at column level or table level. So what is this? There are 2 levels we can apply these constraints. So one is at column level and another one is at what is that one? So the table level. So try to understand. So the column level means what? You are assigning this constraint for a particular column. For example, especially if you are assigning a constraint for employee number, this one will be considered as what is that one? So the column level. So we are assigning this constraint at column level, especially for specific column if you are assigning this constraint. But try to understand, I want to talk about what is that one? So the table level as well. So what is table level actually? So the table level, we can also call it as what is that one? So the composite key. What is this? So composite key. So how to apply the constraint at a table level? For example, let's take the same table. For example, so we have employee number and the name, address and salary. But now the question is, I want to apply so the unique constraint at table level. So how can I apply it? So for example, composite means what? For more than one column, we are assigning single key. So for example here, so for this employee number and name, I am assigning so single unique constraint for suppose. Okay, so this must be unique. In such cases, what happens? The same set of values can be repeated, right? What if there are 2 employees with the same name? So in such cases, so look at this. For example, first scenario, if you are assigning, so what is that one? So the composite key. So for this 2 columns, so what type of rows will be accepted? Try to understand, this is a set. We can fill this one as a set. So for example, 1, so the John, and also the address will be so San Francisco, and also some salary will be some salary per suppose. So again, if I am repeating 1 John, so this row can be accepted. So try to understand, so same set of values can be repeated or not. So the same set of values are repeated. So in such cases, this row cannot be accepted. So this is called as composite key. So if per suppose, if the same set of values can be repeated, in such cases, this row cannot be accepted. This one is violating the constraint, right? So this one violates the constraints, correct? So violates the constraint. So what is the constraint we applied? Of course, unique constraint we applied. but the same set of values cannot be repeated. So try to understand. But try to understand if I am providing, so the same one again, but the name is Sam. So now tell me, this one would be considered as same set of values? No, this one can be accepted. This is getting accepted. Try to understand. So even employee number is repeated, but the name is not repeated. The same set of values cannot be repeated. Then that one is considered as, what is that one? Duplicate value. Okay, if you are assigning the composite key, because you are assigning one key, one single key on both employee number and name. Correct? In such cases, this one considered as, what is that one? So composite key. So as a combination, we are providing so single key, not individual keys. So this concept we can call it as, so applying a constraint, correct? So applying a constraint at a table level. What is the level? So table level. So table level, if you are applying, means what? So that is a composite key. Okay, so this is about, what is that one? So unique constraint. I discussed about column level and also table level. Now some important things about unique constraint. So I will give you a simple example. All of you are reading books. Can you please tell me, how can you point out a particular topic? For suppose I am reading some machine learning book or otherwise data analytics book. Constraints do not need to be defined. No, we need to define, because as per our business, we are creating tables. Correct? That means if you are assigning just unique, for suppose, let's say for this, I am just writing, so for this employee table, I have employee number, name and address. So I will tell you. So for this employee number, I want to assign, what is that one? So unique constraint. So that means it does not accept duplicate values. How can you create it? So while creating the table itself, so we can create it like this, right? So create table. So what is the table name? Say employee of employee number. So what is data type? Int. And we just put unique constraint here. I am just putting the keyword, what is that one? So the unique. If I am putting this constraint, so then automatically, so this employee number will accept only unique values. It does not accept duplicate values. In the similar way, so the name, what is type? Varchar of, so 30. And also the address, so its data type is, what is that one? So the varchar of 100. So this is the query. So to assign a constraint at, what is that one? So the table level, sorry, column level. So we are assigning a constraint only for employee number. Similar way, if you want to assign a constraint, but suppose for this employee number, so the same table you can take it, employee number, name and address. So for example, and also salary. So I want to assign a constraint at table level, per suppose. So that means both employee number and name. So I want to assign, so single key. So how can I do it? So the same query, but we have to write it in a different way. The syntax is different. What is the syntax? So create, so table. What is the table name? So the employee of employee number. So whose data type is integer, and also the name. So whose data type is, what is that one? So the varchar of, correct? Okay. So the name varchar of 10 or something, for suppose. So varchar of 30 and address. So this one is also, what is data type? Varchar of 100. So for example, so address will be very lengthy. And salary. So salary is of type, what is that one? So the integer. Here try to understand, if you want to create a composite key, so we have to use, what is that one? So one keyword. After defining all the columns, we have to use the keyword, so constraint. Okay, so the constraint and the name of the constraint. What is the name of the constraint? I am applying constraint on these two columns, right? So employee number and name. So we can define the name in a meaningful way. So we can specify e number underscore name underscore UK. That is your wish. We can provide any name. So this name is super important. That is your wish. We can provide any name. We can put your name also. But the naming convention what we have to follow is, we are applying constraint on what are the columns. Of course, I am applying constraint on so the employee number and also so the name, right? As per this table, I want to apply constraint on employee number and name. So that's why I am providing the name as the name of the constraint as employee number underscore name underscore UK. Now, what is the constraint we are applying actually? So unique. On which columns? So employee number comma, so name, that's all. This is the query. So look at this query. So here first what we are doing, so we are creating a table employee and we are defining all the columns. I am not assigning any unique constraint. Why? Because I want to assign so the constraint at table level. I will show you the practically also after that. So first we are defining so employee number int and the name varchar of 30 and address varchar of 100 and salary integer, and after that I started my constraint keyword. So what is this? This is super important keyword. So what this keyword will do, so this constraint keyword can be used for creating a constraint. That means applying a constraint on a table. So I am applying a constraint at table level. So if you are creating a constraint, it is a best practice to provide the name of the constraint. So what is this? This one is the name of the constraint actually, right? So you have to provide the name. It's always best practice. You have to provide the meaningful name. What is the name of this one? So e number underscore name underscore UK. UK means what? So unique key, unique constraint like that, or UC we can provide. That is up to you. So why we have to provide the name like this? I am applying constraints on employee number and name. So this one is a composite key, correct? So this one we can call it as, what is that one? So composite key. So not on single column. So I am applying constraints on two columns. Might be you're asking, so I can apply it on three columns? Yes. But the same set of values cannot be repeated. So after that, what exactly the constraints we are applying? So unique of e number comma name. So what does it mean? So we are applying so the unique constraint, correct? We are applying these unique constraints on employee number and employee name column. So now tell me, I have customer table, correct? So I have so the customer table. In customer table, so I have customer ID, so customer name and customer location, and also so customer mobile number. So I want to apply so the unique constraint on these two columns. For suppose I want to apply so the composite key So this one we can consider it as composite key, right? So composite key means what? So the same set of values cannot be repeated. So how can you create the table? So let's observe this query I am writing here. And also here try to understand. So for this customer ID also, I want to assign what is that one? So unique key. So this is column level and this one is at table level. So here composite key also unique only. But try to understand, so this one is at column level. So I am applying only for the particular column, but in this scenario, we are applying for more than one column. How can I create it? So let's start writing query. So create table. So what is the table name? So customer of customer ID whose type is integer. And also this one is at column level, right? So best we can put it here, unique itself here. Why? Because that one is at column level itself. And after that, so we have some fields. What are the fields? So the name, whose type is what? So varchar of 30. And the next field is what is that one? So the location. So this location is also assume that so this one will be varchar of 10 per suppose. So varchar of 10. And the mobile number, so try to understand this mobile number is also treating as a string. So we can specify this mobile number also as what is that one? So the varchar of 10. So exactly it contains what is that one? So 10 numbers. Exactly it requires 10 numbers means compulsory the mobile number will accept 10 numbers. In such cases we can specify instead of varchar we can specify char of 10. You know already what is the difference between varchar and char, right? Char of 10 means exactly it requires 10 values, 10 numbers. So after that, so for this name, so what are the columns that are participating in composite key? This name and also location. So for these two columns, I want to assign a constraint, composite key. It's a combination of two columns. For this, what is the keyword we have to use? So as discussed, what is the keyword? So constraint. And constraint name. So name underscore. So location underscore UK, right? So unique constraint. And after that, what is the constraint, actual constraint we are assigning? So unique of for which columns? So two columns, right? So name and also so location like this. Okay, so this is the way, so we can assign so the constraint at what is that one? So the column level. Okay, some important points. So related to unique constraint. So the first important point, please remember, if you are creating a table, a single table so contains any number of unique constraints. So this is super important. So there is no restriction. So based upon the columns, in a table, in a single table, we can create any number of unique constraints. Please try to understand. So for example, we have so the 100 columns per suppose. In 100 columns, we can assign so any number of unique constraints. So some of the constraints might be, what is that one? So column level. Some of the constraints will be at table level. There is no restriction. In the similar way, so another important point, if you are creating a unique constraint for suppose, so creating unique constraint, so creating unique constraint, So it will create an index. It will create a default index. What is that one? So default index on the particular column. So what is indexing? What is the purpose of indexing? So generally, if you are talking about the index, so what is the benefit of indexing? If you are reading books regularly, so after opening the book on the first page, first the 3 or 4 pages, it contains index, right? So if you want to refer to the particular topic, we can quickly refer to the particular topic by looking into the index. So what we can say, with the help of index, we can increase. So we can increase search performance, right? So we can increase the search cost, for suppose, right? So we have different types of indexes, clustered indexes. Okay, so binary indexes. Okay, so there are different types of index. I am not talking about all the indexes. Just default index, very basic index will be created if you are assigning so unique constraint. Once you are assigning unique constraint, by defaultly on the specific column, so one index will be assigned. What benefit we are getting if you are assigning index? So tomorrow, for suppose if you are having an employee table, so which contains these values, so employee number, name and address. So what we are doing, if you are trying to retrieve, so the details based upon employee number. So if I am writing a query, so select star from, so employee, so where, so employee number equals to some 100. So this is my query. What this query will do is, so based upon this condition, based upon the employee number equals to 100, it is going to fetch that record. If you are not assigning index, what it will do? It will check the first record, and the next it will check the second record. Next it will check the third record. It will go in a sequential fashion to identify this employee number equals to 100. So how many searches will be happened? So might be 100 times the search will be done, so the performance will be decreased. So this type of approach is not recommended. Why? Because, so if you are assigning an index, so whenever we are writing the query employee number equals to 100, it is not going to verify based upon employee number equals to 100. For this 100 employee number 100, some unique index will be assigned. So what is this? Some unique index will be assigned, and the same index so can be used for, what is that one? So searching purpose. Okay, so on the employee number 100, one unique index will be assigned, and the same index can be used for, what is that one? So searching purpose. So directly it will navigate to the particular record instead of going sequentially one by one like this. It will take a lot of time, right? So for example, your table contains 1 million records. Could you please tell me, if you are searching for some record which is there in the ending, in such cases if you are going sequentially, so it will take a lot of time, right? It will take a lot of time. But with the help of indexing, it will decrease the time. For suppose, for example, this one is taking so 5 seconds. Within 1 second or below, within milliseconds, we can able to navigate to the particular record with the help of indexing. Okay, so there are different types of indexes we have. Clustered indexes, binary indexes, so many different types of indexes we have. So one single table so contains any number of unique constraints. And also another benefit we are getting while assigning the unique constraint is, if you are assigning a unique constraint, so one default index will be created automatically. So we are not supposed to assign the index explicitly, programmatically. So by default, the index will be created. Again, we will implement so practically. Let's see first. Actually, so we have another constraint called as, what is that one? So the not null. So actually this not null in Oracle, we cannot consider this one as a constraint. Okay, so actually the not null is keyword actually. So just a simple keyword. But still I am considering this one as a constraint. So what is not null actually? So not null means what? So in the name itself, not space null. In the name itself, so it does not allow. So correct. So it does not allow. So null values. Is it possible to insert null values into the not null column? No. For example, let's say if I am creating a table, so create table, so employee, and we have some columns, employee number, integer. So for employee number, I am assigning unique constraint. So right now I am not introduced the primary key. Okay, I am just assigning unique constraints. And also as well as for name. So I want to assign it for name, right? So I am just keeping this one in the down. So for the name, what is the constraint I have to assign? So name should not be null, for suppose I am just keeping so the name, which is of type varchar of so 30, and this one is I am just keeping not null. So what does it mean? Not null means what? It does not accept null values, and also the address. So the varchar of 100. I am not assigning any constraint for this address, and of course, so age. So age should be of integer type. So this one does not accept null values. I am also keeping. So what is that one? So the not null. But try to understand. So whether this not null we cannot consider as a constraint actually. So not null is just a keyword. If you are putting this keyword, so then automatically what we can say that the column does not accept null values. What happens if you are writing for suppose describe table? So correct. So you observe the command. So describe employee table for suppose. So it is displaying so the employee number column, and we have so one column especially. So this one is null column for suppose. So in such cases for the employee number column, it will accept null values. Yes, it will accept null values. But for name, so what it is going to display metadata, it is going to display what is that one? So the not null. So that means the name column should not accept what is that one? So null values. So not null constraints. Why? Because this is a simple keyword. If you are putting so not null, but try to understand so not null can be applied at column level only at column level. So we cannot apply at table level. So that means composite key. Okay, so why? Because this one is not a constraint actually. This one is just a keyword. So I'm going to talk about another one. So very important constraint. So try to understand what is that one. So the primary key. So what is this? The super important constraint. So this one is called as so primary key. So in the name itself, it is primary. So simple definition of primary key is, so the primary key equals to, so unique plus not null for suppose. What is this? Unique plus, so not null. So unique plus not null means what? So it does not accept duplicate values. So it is not accepting, so not allow, so duplicate values. correct? And also not null means what? It does not allow. It does not allow. So null values. So that means primary key does not accept, if you are assigning a primary key, it does not accept duplicate values as well as null values. Okay, so let's apply this primary key. And also very important point can remember. So when coming to the primary key, one table so contains one primary key. So please remember this point. If you are in real time, if you are creating one table, it should contains one primary key, mandatory. Without primary key, there is a table existed in real time means no. Okay, so every table contains one primary key. So the primary key only identifying all the data related to the particular column. For example, if you are taking this employee table, so employee number, so the name, address, and hire date. Okay, so there are several columns we have. So make sure that this table, this employee number can be considered as what is that one? So the primary key. So this employee number we can call it as what is that one? So the PK. So PK means what? So the primary key. It's a rule actually. So one table contains what is that one? So the one primary key. So more than one possible? No. One table contains only one primary key. Is it possible to multiple primary keys in a single table means no. One table contains only one primary key. So what is the reason? The next question might be you are asking, unique keys we can create any one, any number. But when coming to the primary key, we can create only one primary key, correct? How? What is the reason? So for that we have to understand foreign key. What is that? Foreign key. So I will discuss about that one. So let's observe for some time. So the first point. So if you are assigning primary key, so now tell me, especially this table. In this table, so the employee number can be repeated. For example, here I am specifying one Suresh, some address, and also some hire date. So in the similar way, so I am going to insert the same record again. So one again. So this one will be valid? No, right? This one cannot be allowed because this primary key equals to unique plus not null. So this one does not accept unique values and also null values. So this one is not entertained. Even if I am trying to insert null value here, so is it possible? So no. So null value is also not possible. So this one record is, the way of insertion is not possible. So that's why I put cross mark, right? So this one is invalid. So or otherwise, so we can specify this one is invalid. If I am trying to put 2 and RAM, so now this one is valid, right? So this one is valid. So that means it does not accept duplicate values and also it does not accept. So try to understand, it does not accept duplicate values and also as well as it does not accept null values. And can you please tell me, now I applied constraint at column level or table level? So question, now I applied constraint primary key at column level or table level? I discussed about 2 levels, right? No, not table level. This one is column level, correct? Column level, because table level means that is a composite key. Composite key means what? So for more than one column, we are assigning a single key. So for example, so the same table you can take it. So the same steps only I am following, right? I am not repeating so many things. So we have employee number. So the name, and address, and also the hire date. So we have the multiple columns per suppose. So now the thing is, I want to, yes, composite means what? So the table level. So I want to apply the constraint at table level, for example. So for this employee number and name. And what type of constraint I am assigning here? So the primary key, correct? So the primary key. So how can I write it? So the query for this assigning composite constraint. So we can simply create the table, right? So create, so table. What is the table name? So employee. So first we have to specify employee number. And what is its type? So integer type. And also the name. So the name is of type what type? So the varchar of, so 10 per suppose. And address. So first we have to define all the columns. Yesterday how you created table, in the similar way, so we are defining all the columns. And after that hire date. So what is this data type? So date data type. So now we have to assign what is the keyword? So constraint. And constraint name. What is the name of the constraint here? So e number underscore name. This is your wish, you can provide any name. Underscore pk. So we have to specify what is that one. So the primary key, correct? So we have to specify, so the primary key. So this is the actual constraint we are assigning. And this primary key also we are applying on what are the columns. So e number comma name per suppose. So look at this. On the employee number and name, I am applying a single constraint. Okay, so this is the way, so we can assign what is that one, so the primary key. So let's implement the same thing, so in a practical way, so then we can able to understand. So now, what is the tool I have to open? First, what we have to check? I have to check my services, right? So MySQL service is running or not. So go to the services. I need to make sure that my MySQL service is running. Otherwise, I cannot connect to the server. So let's check the MySQL service. So look at this service, MySQL 84. So alright, this one is running fine. Correct? MySQL 84, this service is running. So then how to connect to the service? So we can use the Workbench. So this is a client tool. We are using this tool. So we are writing SQL queries through Workbench. So this is a client tool. So I am going to interact with the service, MySQL server. So I am just providing root here. So click OK. Okay, so the continue anyway. So what is the command to see all the databases? So the show databases. Show databases, if I am executing, so I can able to see, so the SQL DB1. So this is the database I created so previously. So earlier I created this database. Okay. So now what we have to do? So I have to use this database. Is it correct? Yes. So if I want to work with database, so use, so what is the database name? SQL DB1. So just execute this query. So now currently I am using SQL DB1. Okay, this one is successfully executed. And the next step is, what is that one? So I want to see all the tables present in the database. So I want to see all tables. Correct? So this is a comment line. 1 second. So I want to see all the tables. What is the command to see all the tables? What is the command? Show tables, right? So I'm just executing show tables. I have two tables, customer and employee. I want to completely remove the tables. What is the command? So drop tables, right? I want to drop so both the tables. I want to drop both the tables. What is the command? Because still tables are existed, I cannot recreate the same tables again. So that's why I am just dropping. So drop table. The first table is, what is that one? So the employee. So let's execute this. Okay, so let's execute this one. The table is dropped. How can I check it? How can I check whether the table is dropped or not? What is the command? We have to execute show tables, right? So let's run. So look at this. Employee table is not visible. So what does it mean? The employee table is completely dropped. So next, what is the table I have to drop? So what is the another table? Employee table, one table, and also another table is customer table. Yes, we have to drop the customer table. So let's drop it. So again, I want to check to see all the tables. What is the query I have to execute? Show tables. See, there are no tables right now. Correct? The database does not contain any tables. So drop table, there is no specific tables, multiple tables, we have to drop it at a time. So you can try it out with the same drop table by putting comma per suppose. It does not work maximum because always we have to drop single table. But might be you can try it out with some prune command. Okay. So, but those are all some advanced commands. First, initially you can drop two tables one by one, one after another, not try it with both. I will tell you, okay, what is the difference between drop and truncate. So drop is just dropping a table. So the memory cannot be dropped. Whatever the memory allocated for that table, that memory cannot be dropped. It's like a recycle bin. If you want to recover the data, you can recover the data like that. Okay. Now the challenge is, I want to create so same employee table by putting employee number as unique constraint. Correct? So first I am talking about what is that one. So the unique constraint. So create table employee. So with employee number. So as what type of constraint? So unique constraint, suppose. I want to keep the employee number as unique. So how can I specify it? So create table. So employee of employee number whose type is, what is that one? So integer. I am just keeping unique. And also the employee name. So whose type is varchar of 30. And this one is not null. Right? So not null means what? It does not accept null values. Okay, it is not accepting null values. And also address. Here also I am keeping so varchar of 30. So if I am executing this query, see one table is created. So how can I verify? First query is show tables, right? So not describe, first show tables. So let's execute this query. So one employee table is created, but I want to get the complete information about this employee table. So now we can observe, describe, what is the table name? Employee. So now look at this. This employee number contains what is the key? Unique key, right? So and also for name, it will accept null values means no. So look at this, null. It will accept null values for name, no, because we assigned not null. So then try to insert duplicate values. Unique means what? It does not accept duplicate values. This unique constraint assigned at column level or table level? So column level, correct? Because we assigned for a single column. So now we can try to insert the data. So insert into, so employee, so space values of 1 and John is from, so address is San Francisco per suppose. Okay, so one record is inserted. So if I'm executing this code, one record is inserted. How can I check whether the record is inserted or not? What is the query to check it? So what is the query? So select star from employee. So it is going to display all the records. We have only one record is inserted. So here the employee number is 1. But again, what I am doing here is I am trying to insert. So insert into employee. So space values of, I am going to specify, so same employee number 1 and the name is Ram and he is from, so the Bangalore per suppose, which is located in India. So now tell me, this record will insert. What is your guess? This record is getting inserted or not? No. Why? What is the reason? The employee number, we assigned unique constraint, not primary key. We assigned unique constraint. It does not allow duplicate values. Let's try it out. So I am getting an error. Insert into employee values, duplicate entry. So look at this here in the error in the bottom. This is red color. So this one contains only one record. Correct? So only one record. The second record is not getting inserted. So when it is getting inserted, for example, if I am trying to insert null value, is it this one will allow? So the next question I am asking, I assigned unique constraint an employee number. Is it possible to allow null values? Yes. Null values are accepted, but only duplicate values cannot be accepted. So look at this. If I am executing this query, so this one is succeeded. Now 2 rows are inserted, but this employee number column is allowing null value or not? Yes, it is accepting null value. It is accepting null value. And also try to understand one column null value is not equals to another column null value. For example, let's say if I am trying to insert again, so insert into, so employee space values of, I am specifying null and also, so Aman, he is also from Hyderabad per suppose. So now again I am trying to insert null value. This null value can be treating as duplicate value. So let's see. No. Might be you are asking question. So if I am executing this query, so select star from employee. The second record and third record, employee number contains null values only, but they are not treating as duplicate values, correct? If it is treating as a duplicate value, this record cannot be inserted. What does it mean? So one column null value is not equals to another column null value. That means one row null value is not equals to another row null value. We cannot say this null value is not equals to this null value. So that's why this one cannot be considered as duplicate values. So now I want to check all the tables. What are the tables are there? How can I check it? What is the command? Show tables, right? So first let me check. So we have an employee table. So I want to drop this table because I want to recreate a table again. How to drop the table? So drop table. What is the table name? So employee. So if I am dropping the table, so how can I verify it? Okay, the query is succeeded, but still I want to see. I want to execute what is the command? Show tables. Because the table is dropped. So how can I verify? How can I check whether the tables are present in this SLN DB1 or not? So we can use the show tables command. Okay. Now the step is we have to create this composite key. Is it correct? So what is the key? So composite unique key. So this one is the composite unique key. So more than one column we are assigning a single key. So this type of keys are called as what is that one? So the composite keys. So look at this, how to assign this composite key. So that existing table is already dropped. I am just creating a table. So create table. So employee of e number whose type is integer. And the name, for suppose for this employee number I am assigning unique constraint. So this is called as what is that one? So the assigning constraint at column level. And the next name. So this one is varchar of some 30 and address. So the varchar of 100 and also the age whose type is integer. So but try to understand here. I want to apply so the composite key on name and age per suppose. So what are the columns? For name and age, I want to assign this composite key. How can I assign it? So we have to use what is the keyword? So constraint. And we have to specify the constraint name. Correct? What is the constraint name? Meaningful name. So for the name underscore age underscore UK. So this is the name of the constraint we are assigning, because this one clearly identifies that for the name and age as a combination I am assigning single key. And what constraint we are assigning? So unique, and we have to supply so the name comma age. So it's a simple query, right? So same thing. So for employee number I assign single unique key. This is column level and this is at table level. That means composite key. On which columns? For name and age. That means for name and age, the same set of values cannot be repeated. And for employee number, so the same value cannot be repeated. So how can I execute? So we can just execute this query. So what happens? The table is getting created, right? So this table is getting created. So now I am trying to insert data into the table per suppose. So if I am trying to insert data into the table, so insert into what is the table name? So employee space values of 1 comma. So 1 and also the name is John. So address will be some San Francisco. And also the age some 40. So I am defining like this. But try to understand. So this is the first row I am inserting. So let's execute it. So one row is inserted. What is the command? We have to write it. What is the command? Select star from. Star means what? All the rows and columns from which table? So the employee table. So let's execute this query. So we are getting the first row actually. So we are getting the first row. Now the next step, I want to insert the same employee number. Is it possible? So insert into, so employee space values of, I am trying to insert same employee number with different fields per suppose. So some Naveen, and he is from, so Hyderabad, and also his age is some 35. So this record will accept? No, this record cannot be accepted. Why? For this employee number I assigned, what is the constraint? Unique constraint. So that means already the employee number 1 is already existed. The same employee number cannot be repeated again. Is it correct or not? Yes. So this one will not work. So if I am executing, ultimately we are getting an error. What we have to do? We have to insert, we have to change this employee number. Then only that record will be getting inserted. So we can execute. So the second record is getting inserted. We can observe. So select star from employee. So the two records are getting inserted or not. So this is called as first employee record, and this one is the second employee record, right? So we have employee number, name, address, and age, and this one is the second employee record. Is it clear? Okay. So now another constraint assigned here. Please look into this. So for name and age, especially, so I assigned a constraint, correct? So for name and age, I assigned constraint, unique constraint. That means the same name and age cannot be repeated again. So for example, so name John and age 40. I am just trying to insert another record with this same name and age. So what I am doing here is, I am just taking, so the same record, so I am just copying this query. So but employee number is, what is that one? So the 3. So 3 means here the constraint is not violated, but here I am specifying, so the address is something like, so Bangalore and 40. Whether this record can be accepted, whether the record is allowed? No. Why? Here we already assigned a composite constraint on name and age. So the same name with the age cannot be repeated again. So John 40 is already existed. The same set of values I am providing again. In such cases, so name and age are not unique. Yes, exactly. So if I am executing, it is giving error. See, look at this. So duplicate entry John 40. So John -40. This one is called as set of values, right? So the same set of values cannot be repeated again because we are applied, what is that one? So unique constraint, especially composite key on this particular column. Okay, so let's jump into the primary key. So first step is, what is that one? So we have to check the tables for suppose. Show tables. So what are the tables are there? Employee table is already existed. So again, I want to recreate this employee table. If I want to recreate this employee table, what I have to do? Very good. So drop table. So drop table. So employee. Yes, because I want to recreate it again anyway. So I want to drop this table. So how can I check it again? So you can execute show tables. So there are no tables right now. So now I want to assign the primary key. So try to understand what exactly primary key. As discussed already. So primary key equals to unique plus tell me unique plus not null. It does not accept duplicate values and it does not accept null values as well. And also another important point, so one table contains, right? So one table contains one primary key. Is it possible to create multiple primary keys in a single table? No, it's not possible. One table contains only one primary key. Okay, so that is the rule we have to follow. Why one table contains only one primary key means, so while establishing a relationship with other tables, right? So while establishing relationships with other tables, so we have to create foreign keys actually. So we have to create foreign keys, and that foreign keys, right? If you want to provide the linkage between the tables, for suppose, so in simple words we can say, while establishing the relationships between the tables, so we have to specify what is that one. So we have to link the tables with the help of foreign key and primary key, for suppose. So always foreign key refers to what is that one, so the primary key. So here what is the purpose of this primary key? One table contains only one primary key means, so foreign keys always refers to the primary keys, because if you are designing a database for any business, your business contains several tables. For example, let's take Flipkart or Amazon, for suppose. In Amazon we have customer table, orders table, product table. There are multiple tables are there, but these tables are related internally. But first try to understand how to create a primary key. So one table contains only one primary key. If you are assigning a primary key, it is a combination of unique plus not null. So now let's create same table. So create table. So employee. This employee table contains what are the columns? So employee number, int. So primary key. So primary space key and name. Whose type is what is that one? So the varchar of 30 and address. So this is varchar of 100. And also as well as age, whose type is integer. So if you are obtaining the primary key, if I am executing this query, okay, first of all, so the table is created. So now tell me, is it possible to insert a duplicate value into this table? Duplicate value into the employee number? No. So insert into employee space values of 1 comma John. So 1 comma John, and address will be Dallas. And also as well as what is that one? So the age will be 40. So I am executing this query first. So that is getting inserted. How can I check the record is inserted or not? So I am just putting select star from employee. So no employee number cannot be duplicated, and no employee number cannot be null. Yes, exactly. So look at this. So if I am executing, what is this? I cannot see any data right here. It's correct only. What is the problem? Oh, so sorry. It is something insert into that is wrong. It is showing insert into employee is spelled employee incorrectly. Yes. So that is the mistake. So what we have to do? We have to alter the table, right? So alter table. So what is this? No. So rename. So table directly. You can just rename the table. So what is the actual table name? This one is the actual table name. So 2. So the real table name. What is that one? So employee. So let's execute this query. So now the table is renamed. So tables, you can check it. If I am putting show tables, so the table name is now corrected, right? So employee. So now we can insert the data. So the record is inserted. So now we can select star from employee. So we got one record, correct? So now I am trying to insert so the same employee number again. For suppose what I am doing, insert into employee. So space values of so same one and also Sam. He is from San Francisco. And same age group will be some 35 per suppose. Age is 35. This record is allowed? Tell me, this record is allowed? No. Why? So the same employee number can be repeated. So let's run this. This will reject. So this query cannot be executed. Okay, so like this one does not allow duplicate values. Is it possible to insert null value here? Then no. Null value is also not accepted. See, if I am trying to execute, so null values also not accepted like that. Yes, it does not accept duplicate values and also it does not accept so the null values. So now try to create so composite key for suppose. So composite primary key. So look at this show tables. If I am executing, one table is there. So I want to drop this table. So how to drop this table? So drop table. So employee. So the table is dropped. Again, you can check show tables. So there are no tables. So now I want to assign so the composite primary key. Okay, so not column and level primary key. I want to assign it the primary key at composite level for suppose. So how can I do it? So create so table employee. So we are specifying so employee number whose type is integer and also the name. So varchar of 100 and also here also the varchar of 100. So the age. So this one is of type integer. So and after that we have to specify so the constraint. So what is the constraint name? For example, so for employee number underscore name underscore pk I am specifying. In this case I am going to assign so composite key for employee number and name, correct? So only for employee number and name I want to assign the composite key. So here what is the key? I am assigning actual key. So the primary key of so e number comma name. Okay, so like this. So automatically this query so we'll create a composite primary key on what are the columns? So the employee number and name. Now tell me this employee number and name can be repeated again while inserting the data. So same set of values can be repeated again? No. So the employee number and name cannot be repeated again. So let's try insert into, so employee space values of, so 1 comma John and address is dollars, and also the age will be 40, right? So table constraint is not column and level, it is a table level constraint. So if I am running this query, so first record is inserted. So let me check how to check whether the record is inserted or not. So we can use data retrieval language. So select star from employee, right? So I got one record. So now I am trying to execute same query again. If I am executing same query again, so for example, I am just copying this query. I am just making changes to this Dallas to San Francisco, I am changing. But the same, so employee number and name combination is getting repeated again. So what happens? Whether this record is getting accepted or not? No. So let's run it. So this one cannot be accepted. Now tell me, if I am changing so 2 for suppose, now this record is getting accepted? Yes. The same set of values cannot be repeated, but this one is not showing same set, right? The first record contains 1 John and the second record contains 2 John. But John is repeated, but the same set of values are not repeated. Same set means 1 - John, so 1 - John. Okay, so if the same set of values we are using, so that values cannot be accepted like that. In such cases, if I am executing this query, this will insert. So only John, but not employee number. So as a combination, it is not repeated again. So now look at this, select star from employee. So there are 2 records, but the name is repeated, but employee number cannot be repeated. That means the same set of values repeatedly, it is not allowed. So this is called as, what is that one? So the composite, so the primary key, right? So we are assigning primary key, so for more than 1 column. So I am going to talk about what is that one? So the foreign key actually. So if we are designing a database for an organization, for suppose, so why we have to design the database? Actually, this is the developer role. So not data analyst role. So the developer, especially, so what is that one? So design the schema. So design the schema for application, for suppose. If you are, if the developer is developing an application, for suppose, like Amazon, Flipkart, so whatever it may be, any application, you can take it as an example. So the first, the developer has to design the schema for that particular application, because there are so many tables will be involved in that application. So for example, if you are taking, so if you are talking about, so some of the tables present in any e-commerce website, for suppose, if you are taking any e-commerce application, can you please tell me some of the tables so we can expect in the e-commerce application? So the first main person is customer, right? So customer table, and also as well as, so customer is purchasing the products. So we have products table. So this products table is going to store the products details, and also as well as the orders, right? So orders table. So this orders table maintains all the orders information. So like that, there are so many tables will be there. For example, okay, if you are talking about, so any application, so there are so many tables will be there, but there is a relationship between the tables, for suppose. There are some relationships. So between the customer and orders, there is a relationship. Between the customer and products, there is a relationship. I'm not talking about what exactly the relationships. So there are basically these relationships is mainly for reference purpose. For example, I have a passport. So let's say a simple example. So different types of relationships I'm talking about. So the first one is, so what is this? So different types of relationships per suppose. So what type of relationships we can expect between the two entities? So the first type of relationship is, what is that one? So the one-to-one. What is this? One-to-one. So what is this one-to-one relationship? So we have two entities, but between these two entities we have one-to-one mapping, right? So one-to-one relationship. One person is having only one passport, right? For example, let's say we have a person or otherwise, so the employee, this is one entity per suppose. So we have an employee entity and also as well as the passport entity. Is it possible so the one person can have multiple passports? It's not possible, right? So one person is having one driving license, one person is having one Aadhaar number, okay, one identification number, so something like that, universally identified as that person is having, so one-to-one. This is called as, what is that one? So one-to-one relationship. So what we have to observe from this relationship? So in your application, if you are inserting data, the employee details are stored in the employee table and the passport details are stored in a passport table per suppose. But still we are providing the relationship between these tables, because if you are working with this relational databases, so of course we are using MySQL, so Oracle, these are all relational databases or DBMS. So in such cases, so we have multiple tables, we need to establish a relationship between the tables. But this relationship also, practically if we are talking about, the relationships will be two types. So one is unidirectional and another one is, what is that one? So the bidirectional. So we have to understand what is unidirectional and what is bidirectional actually, right? So let's assume, so this employee, per suppose employee and passport, this is one-to-one. So right now it is showing only unidirectional. Unidirectional means how it works. So we have an employee table, for example, so this is called as an employee table. So this one contains some fields. So employee number is called as primary key. As discussed earlier, every table contains one primary key and also the name and also the address. I am just keeping some limited columns. In the similar way, so we have a passport table per suppose. So this is called as, what is that one? So the passport table. So try to understand, this passport table also contains one primary key, right? So this passport ID is called as primary key, and so every passport is associated with some number and also expiry date per suppose. So that means the passport expiry date. So these are the columns present in these two tables. So employee table is having these columns and also passport table is having these columns. But try to understand, in this case, for suppose the employee is atomic and also the passport is atomic, in the sense this one is holding only employee number, name and address. There is no relationship between these two tables. if you want to specify, so the one-to-one relationship. So for example, so this employee is holding a passport. In such cases, might be if we are providing the reference, we need to provide the reference. So for example, let's say, so this employee's details are employee number 1 and the employee name is John and address is Dallas. In the similar way, so we have 2 employees. So this employee name is Adams and address will be so San Francisco. So like that, we have some employees. So let me drag this to the ending towards, yeah. So now, so these employees are having associated with some passports. But how can I specify it? For example, there are some passport details I am mentioning here. So the passport ID is 1 and the passport number something 123. Assume that, so the expiry date is some expiry date for suppose. In the similar way, so the passport 2. So 345 and there is some expiry date on the particular passport. But how can you say this passport belongs to this employee? Correct? So these are also individual entities actually. So the employee is a separate entity and also the passport is a separate entity. So we need to understand the relationship between these 2 entities first. So what is the relationship actually? So one instance of employee, one instance means what? So this one is called as one instance. So one record of employee having one record of passport. So that means one instance of employee is having one instance of passport. So this one is called as one-to-one mapping. But this one-to-one mapping, according to your application requirement, we can do it in multiple ways. As discussed earlier, whether this one is unidirectional or bidirectional, that one can be decided based upon the application context. Okay, in your application, if you are having an employee detail, for suppose, okay, I have an employee number. I want to fetch the entire employee information, for suppose. I need to get the employee details as well as the appropriate passport details as well. So try to understand. I am working as an HR in a company. For example, I want to fetch the employee details first. But that employee details and also as well as passport details as well. But the passport details are present in what is the table? So this passport table, correct? So the passport details are present in the passport table. In such cases, we have to provide the relationship between these 2 tables. So how can you provide it? So assume that if I am creating one reference key here in employee table, I am just keeping so one passport ID, one extra column. So this is foreign key column. So if I am creating an extra column, so for example, if I am keeping so this employee, so the passport ID is 1 per suppose. So what does it mean? So this employee is having so this passport, right? So that means this employee is related to this record. In the similar way, so if this employee, if I am keeping so the passport number 2, so this is one-to-one mapping. So we are just providing a reference. So this employee is having a passport with ID 1. So this is the exact passport record. So like this. This is called as what is that one? So unidirectional mapping. Correct? Unidirection means what? A single direction. And also we can observe here so some important points. So always foreign keys. So refers to what is that one? So the primary keys. So for example, here PID is an extra column which we are creating in the employee table, correct? So this foreign key refers to what is that one? So this primary key. It is not possible to store the entire data in a single table. So there are some rules we have to follow. What is that one? So normalization rules. So the first question, so foreign key, so will allow duplicate values. So will allow duplicates. So the first question is that one. Yes, it will allow. We need to restrict the duplicates. Otherwise, it does not make sense, right? If you are keeping, so the foreign key, that foreign key will allow duplicate values. In such cases, if I am keeping instead of this 2, if I am keeping 1, so two people are having same passport, right? That is correct or wrong? This is wrong, right? So 2 people are not having same passport number. So it is wrong. So we have to remove this. So compulsory one person is having only one passport as per this relationship, especially which we are talking about. So one-to-one relationship, right? So one-to-one relationship. One person is having only one passport. And also another important thing is, so foreign key will allow, so the null values. So that is another question. So yes, so the foreign key will allow null values also. Yes, it will allow null values. If you want to insert null, yes, we can put null. In such cases, this one is not referring to this record, right? There is no link will be disconnected. That means this Adam's employee is not having, so what is that one? So the passport. Yes, might be there are some people might be existed without having any passport, right? So this is valid point. So foreign key, whatever the column we are assigning the foreign key, so that foreign key does not accept. So that will allow duplicate values, that is allowing duplicate values, and also that allows null values as well. We have to take it consideration. So in such cases, what we have to do? In the case of one-to-one mapping, so we have to assign one extra constraint here. What is the extra constraint we have to assign? Anyone, could you please guess it? What is this? Unique, right? So you must assign what is the constraint? Unique constraint. So while assigning so along with the foreign key, we have to assign another constraint called as what is that one? So unique constraint. In such cases, then only this one will become what is that one? So the unique constraint. So that means it will allow only unique values. So we can insert what is that one? So the 2 like this. Otherwise, what happens? It is not becoming one-to-one mapping. So try to understand. So one person is having only one passport. One instance of employee is associated with one instance of passport. So let's talk about, okay, in the unidirectional mapping especially, few things we have to observe. So I am writing a query per suppose. I want to fetch. I have an employee number in my hand per suppose. Okay, I don't have so the passport details. I am having employee number. I am working as a HR. So I know only employee number. With the employee number, I can able to fetch so the passport details as well in this mapping. Yes, because in employee table, so we have so the passport ID. So we kept passport ID, right? So with the help of this passport ID, we can able to fetch the passport details as well. So this is one-to-one mapping. For example, we can say, so assume that, so we are writing, so the mapping like this, A to B. So with the employee number, we can able to get the employee details, but from employee table, it is already having a reference. passport ID, right? So from passport ID, we can able to get the passport details. So that means what I am saying is, assume that this A is an employee table and B is an passport table. So this is called as, what is that one? So unidirectional. So what is this? Unidirectional mapping. So unidirectional mapping, actually. Unidirectional means what? If you are having an employee table, that means if you are having employee details, from the employee details, we can easily fetch passport details. But let's observe another case for suppose. So if I am writing like this, but the direction is like this. So B to A. It's not A to B. So let's think about this scenario. So similarly, we have employee table, and also we have the passport table. So employee table contains, of course, employee number is a primary key. So the name and also address. And the passport table contains what are the columns? The passport ID and also the passport number and expiry date for suppose. So try to understand, if you are having this type of mapping, can you please tell me this one is unidirectional or bidirectional? This one is also unidirectional only. Why it is unidirectional? So here in this case, if you are having passport details, from the passport details, we can able to get the employee details. So according to your application scenario, according to your analysis, for suppose you are working as a data analyst, right? According to your analysis, the things are getting changed. Previously it would be like this, right? So previously the direction will be like this, A to B. If you are having an A table, which is nothing but employee, and we are having a B table, so which is nothing but a passport. If you are having employee details, yes, from employee I can able to fetch the passport detail, because in employee table, so I have already the PID, correct? So let me write it again here. So if I am specifying, for suppose, if I am specifying A to B, in employee table I provided what is the column? So the passport ID, so as foreign key, right? In employee table I provided passport ID as a foreign key. So this foreign key refers to the primary key of the passport table. So B table in the sense passport table. In the similar case, if you are specifying A, B, but the direction will be different. So in this case, what happens? So A is nothing but what is that one? So the employee table, and B is nothing but the passport table. So now where we provided the foreign key? So we provided the employee number as a foreign key in the passport table. So this one is going to refer the primary key, which is nothing but the employee number in employee table. So this one is called as employee table, and this one is called as what is that one? So the passport table, like this. Here also this one is employee and this one is the passport. So but both are what is that one? So unidirectional. So try to understand. So this both are what type of directions? Unidirectional. But from these two things, what do you understand? If you are creating the foreign key in employee table, so that foreign key is passport ID. So from employee, if you are having employee details in your hand, from that employee details we are getting a reference to access the passport details as well. Correct? But here in this case, so we have passport details for suppose. So from the passport details, we can able to get the employee details. Okay, so I will just write some use cases from these two things. So some use cases I am writing here. So this is one. So diagram number 1, and this is diagram number 2 for suppose. You can keep it in mind. In the first diagram, can you please tell me if I am having the employee record. So if I am having employee data, is it possible to fetch passport? Is it possible to fetch passport details? Yes. How it is possible? Because the employee table is having the passport ID as a foreign key. So with the help of foreign key, the relationship will be established, and the relationship is unidirectional, only one direction. So we can able to get the details. Now tell me, so this is valid? Yes. So this one is valid. So now tell me, I have a passport details. For suppose I am having a passport data. Okay, so I have a passport data. So can I fetch employee data? As per the diagram 1, I have a passport data. So the passport table is having any reference to the employee? No. This one is, what is that one? So you can say invalid. This is valid, but this one is invalid. Passport table is not having any references. In the similar way, so you can observe the questions related to what is that one. So the second diagram. So I have employee data. So with respect to the second diagram, is it possible to fetch the passport data? Is it possible to fetch the passport data? Employee table is not having any foreign key. Correct? Without foreign key, there is no relationship between the. So from the employee, we cannot get the passport like this. Okay, so please remember. So the second one is super important. This is called as one to many. So in the reverse, so in the one side it is one to many. In the opposite side, for suppose if you are talking about opposite side, it should be many to one. Okay. In forward direction it is one to many, and in the reverse direction it is many to one, like that. So I cannot say mention like forward and reverse like that. So let's observe how the things works. So one customer is placing many orders. These are all comes under what is that one? So one to many. And opposite. So let's think about the opposite. Opposite side is what is that one? So the same order is placed by another customer? No. That order belongs to the particular customer only. One patient can have many lab results. Let's take one relationship. So customer and items, per suppose. Right? What is that one? So customer and items. So how to specify the one to many relationship? So opposite side, anyway, it should be many to one. So in the case of one to many relationship, so let's observe this, how the tables are getting created, how the relationships will be getting established. Let's say we have the customer. and items. We will take this example as an example. So customer and orders for suppose. So of course, if you are talking about customer table, so we have customer ID. Of course, this one is primary key, and customer name and customer location. And when coming to the orders are having some ID. So this is a primary key, and every order is having so the order number, right? So order number. So this one is not a primary key. One table contains only one primary key, and order number should be unique. No. One person can place same order multiple times. No, right? What is the key will be assigned for this case? So this order number should be, what is that one? So the unique. Always order number should be generated uniquely, and also as well as what are the things, but suppose this order contains any other fields, order ID, order number, and also the product name. But if you are talking about so product name, that one belongs to what is that one? So product table. So this one contains order description, correct? That one is a matchable column here. So description. But try to understand here. So this is one to many. What is one and what is many here? Of course, the customer is one, correct? One customer can place many orders. One customer can place many orders. In the similar way, we can think reverse, in a reverse way. Many orders belongs to same customer, correct? Okay. So in the case of especially, please remember in our application development also, many orders belongs to the same customer. In such cases, here the ownership is very, very important. What is this? So the ownership. So ownership means what? So who is owning the relationship? Here orders is owning the relationship or customer is owning the relationship. Especially in the case of one to many, always many side is owning the relationship. Many side means what? So the orders. So please keep this trick in your mind. Always in the case of one to many relationship, what we have to do? Always many side we have to prefer the foreign key. So what is the foreign key? I can keep it here. So the customer ID. So that is your wish. It is mandatory to specify so same foreign key, same primary key column and name. No. You can keep it as customer number. So of course this one is a foreign key. So this foreign key references. So the customer table, what is that one? So the customer ID. Understood? So this is called as what is that one? So one to many mapping. So that means always many side we have to specify the owning side of the relationship. So that means the foreign key where we created. So the relationship we referenced, we specified in order side. So this orders table is the owning side of the relationship. Okay. So the orders table is the owning side of the relationship. We can feel it. So this is called as, what is this? One to many, and also alias many to one. Opposite side it is many to one, right? So many orders belongs to same employee. One last scenario we have to observe. What is that? It's many to so many. It's many to many. But how this one will be implemented in database development? Oh, so I want to ask you. So could you please tell me some examples for many to many? So I can say employee and courses. So many employees are registered for many courses. It's not one to many, correct? It's a many to many relationship. So many employees are registered for many courses. For example, I registered for SQL. So like me, there are so many employees are registered for SQL, right? That means the same course is registered by many employees, and so the same employee registered for example, I registered for SQL and also Java or Python. Okay, so one employee can register for many courses, and the same course is registered by many employees. In such cases, this one comes under many to many. But listen carefully while designing the database in real time, in many to many especially, we have to create 3 tables, not 2 tables actually. So up to now, so 1 to 1 and 1 to many, we just created 2 tables and we provided the references. But especially in many to many, so first I am creating the employee table. So employee table contains what are the fields? Employee number and the name and also address. Observe clearly. So look at this. So this is an employee table, and also I need to create what is the table again? So course table. So this course table contains course ID, so course name and duration of the course. In the course table, what is the primary key here? What is the primary key? So the course ID is the primary key. But try to understand, in the case of many to many relationship, if you want to provide the relationship between this employee and course in many to many way, we have to create a separate table which we can call it as, what is that one? So junction table. What is this? So we have to create a junction table. But this junction table is completely based upon the owning side of the relationship. So in the case of one to many, so employee and orders, always owning side is what is that one? So in the case of one to many relationship, the owning side is many side, correct? Orders table contains foreign key. Here, that is your wish. Either we can choose employee as the owning side or course is owning side. If you are choosing employee as owning side, for suppose, so if you are choosing employee as owning side of the relationship, okay, so owning side means in employee table we are keeping as owning side. In such cases, we have to create a table like this. Say employee underscore, so the course table. So this employee underscore course table contains the employee number and course ID. This employee number and course ID both are foreign keys actually. So these foreign keys are referring to the employee table employee number primary key. And also here also this one is referring to the course table course ID as a primary key. So these two are foreign keys actually. So this is one foreign key. And this is called as, what is that one? So another foreign key. So I will just tell you. So just wait how these references will be made. So for example, so this employee is having some data per suppose. So employee number 1. So employee name is Suresh and address is some Chennai. And the course ID, for suppose course 1 is SQL. So SQL, so the duration is some 7 days. So like that, so we have an employee number 2. So Vamsi is from Dallas. So like that we have so many courses. So the course 2 is what is that one? So Excel. So this one also assume that 7 days. So if you want to provide many to many mapping, for example, let's say, so the Suresh is registered for these 2 courses. In such cases, Suresh employee number is 1 and course ID is also 1. What does it mean? What this mapping will tell you? So what is the meaning of this mapping? So the employee Suresh is registered for what is that one? So the SQL course. In the similar way, so I'm providing employee number is 1 and he is registered for the second course as well. So the same employee registered for 2 courses. So this is called as what is that one? So one employee registered for many courses. Correct? One employee registered for what is that one? So the many courses. And what about the other one, for suppose? So the same course is registered by many employees. For example, employee number 2, he registered for the first course. So in such cases, Vamsi is registered for the first course. Along with Vamsi, who are all registered? Suresh also registered. That means SQL course is registered by 2 employees, right? So this is called as what is that one? So many to many. If you want to provide the many to many mapping, so we have to create a separate junction table. Correct? So this junction table, which contains the foreign keys. So these foreign keys are maintaining the references to the records which are present in employee table and course table. But here try to understand what is the owning side of the relationship. The owning side of the relationship is decided by you. So for example, if employee is owning side, so the table name will be created like this, employee underscore course. So let's say, for example, so I am not creating employee as a owning side. I am creating the course table as owning side. So course table, I am keeping it as what is that one? So the owning side of the relationship. If I am keeping the course is the owning side of the relationship. In such cases, so what I have to do? So the first tweet we are getting the course ID and second one is the employee number. Of course, in this case also both are foreign keys only. Okay, so this is both are foreign keys. They are referring to what is that one? So the employee table employee number and customer table customer number. Let's see. So I am just opening Workbench. Already I have Workbench. So I am just creating one diagram here. Okay, Workbench, it is facilitating you to create new diagrams as well. Just go to file and create new model. What are the steps I followed? Just go to the file menu and create new model. I am just creating a new model diagram and add diagram. Click on that, double click on that. Okay. So now let's create the employee table, for suppose employee entity. So look at this. If I am clicking on this one, it is creating a new table. Right? So just double click on it. What is the table name? So employee. What are the fields? So employee number and also name and also address and age. Okay, so these are the fields I created in what is that one? So employee table. And especially this employee number is a primary key and not null. So it's a primary key means ultimately it is not null, right? Okay, so you can see some key symbol there. So this is, we can call it as, what is that one? So the employee entity, is it correct? So just go to the file and create new model, that's all. So let me close this and reopen it again. So it would be like this, right? So previously, so I want to draw one ER diagram for my schema, for suppose. For my database schema, so I want to draw one some ER diagram. So how can I do it? So just go to the file. So we can see, so new model. All of you can identify this option. So just click on it. So the next step, what we have to do? Click on add diagram. Just double click it. That's all. It will open one empty diagram here. This is called as ER diagram. ER diagram stands for what is that one? So entity relationship diagram. If you want to play with your tables and all, so let's play here. And also we are not supposed to create the tables and all. So directly it will create for you. So let's see. First I am just creating one entity. Entity is nothing but a table. So just click on this, click here. So for example, so this is place a new table, right? So just click it and click it here. So just double click on this table, double click. So automatically the properties will be opened. So what I have to provide here, so the table name is, what is that? Employee. And what are the fields are there? So the employee number. Of course, it is by default taking as primary key. And next, employee name. So varchar of 45. And also the employee address. And also the employee age. If you want to adjust these fields, you can adjust it. So the employee table is ready. So now I have to create the passport table. So same process, right? So you can just click on this, place a new table and click here. How to open the properties? Just double click on this. It is also automatically opening. So the properties, the table name is passport. So this passport table contains, what is that one? So the passport ID. So that's a primary key. And the passport number. And also as well as expiry date, for suppose. So this one will be a date data type. You can change this data type, for suppose. This one I am changing to date. Okay, we can make some changes if it is unique. So these are all things you can manipulate it. So we have these two tables, employee and passport. But I need to specify the relationship between these two tables. Is it correct? What is the relationship between this? 1 to 1, right? So you just select 1 to 1 here. So look at this, 1 to 1. So employee is the owning side. Click on the first one and click on the second one. Sorry. So let's click on 1 to 1. So click on the employee table and passport table. So what happened? One passport ID foreign key is assigned or not? Here look at this. This one is called as foreign key column. If you want to modify, so look at this. If I am putting cursor here, so in employee table, so the passport ID, it is automatically referencing. So the primary key of passport table. Correct? So what I did here, so just recall back. Just I selected this 1 to 1. I want to specify the owning side of the relationship is employee. So first I am clicking on this employee table. Next I am clicking on passport table. That's all. So automatically it is providing one extra column in the employee table. Correct? This one is nothing but an passport ID. Correct? So this passport ID is acting as a reference that refers to what is that one? So the passport table. So this foreign key refers to the passport table primary key. So if you want to make some changes to this foreign key column, we can make it. So just double click on employee table. So go to this foreign key here. We are just keeping what is that one? So the pass ID per suppose. Okay, so simply I am just putting, instead of passport ID, just I am customizing the name like that. Is it clear? In the similar way, so you can able to see. So one more thing I want to tell you, one to many. So this is courses. So for example, I am just adding another table here. What we have to do, we have to select the table and just keeping what is that one? So the courses. In the courses we have so the course ID and also the course name and also duration. So now the question I am asking, as discussed earlier, the relationship between the employee and courses is, what is that relationship? Many to one, correct? One to many, we can say. Say yes or no. What is the relationship between one to employee and courses? One to many. So in one to many, what I suggested, always many side we have to keep the foreign key. So look at this. So this is called as 1 to n mapping. 1 to n means what? So 1 to many. So in such cases where we are keeping the foreign key, so first course we have to select, and after that I am selecting employee. So first let me check. So courses and employee. See, unfortunately it is adding so the passport ID as well. See, look at this. If I am keeping the relationship, so what happens? This one contains the passport ID also. The passport ID also added. You just edit it. So I just want to refer to so the employee number, and this passport ID is no longer required. So you can just right click and delete it. So now look at this. This one looks like this. This is called as what is that one? So 1 to many mapping. So many employees, so many employees, not courses, right? Sorry, this one is a wrong relationship. Say yes or no, this one is a wrong relationship. Employee and courses, what is the relationship? Many to many, correct? Not 1 to many. Can you please tell me one example for 1 to many? Employee related, one employee. Say employee and credit cards, for suppose. Okay, so we are creating so one credit cards table. So credit cards table. So the card ID and also the card name, bank name, and also so the limit, so something we are keeping. So limit should be of type, what is that one? So the integer. So one employee is having so many credit cards, but that card is not belongs to any other employee. That card belongs to only the particular employee. In such cases, it is 1 to many. So we have to select 1 to n. But first we have to select the credit cards, because always foreign key we have to specify in the credit cards table. Many side we have to specify the foreign key, and one side is what is that one? So employee. In such cases, it is keeping so 2 foreign keys. I don't want unnecessarily. So this one, right? Employee passport ID. You can just delete it. So I want only employee number. I need to keep it as so the foreign key. So this is called as what is that one? So 1 to many mapping. So always the foreign key always in the case of one to many, many side we have to keep the foreign key like this. In the case of employee and credit cards, one employee is having many credit cards, but the credit card belongs to one employee only. In such cases, what we have to do, if you want to specify the relationship between these two, this is the credit cards table and employee table. What is the mapping we have to select? 1 to n, correct? 1 to n, 1 to many. Foreign key we have to create it in credit cards, because many side, what is the many side here? Credit card side, right? Many credit cards belongs to single employee. So first click on credit cards and after that click on employee. So then automatically creating two foreign keys here, but it is unnecessarily creating passport ID also here. We just edit this one. So what we have to edit? So this passport ID is not required. Only I just want to edit employee number. So I have an only employee table. I'm just dropping this table. So what is the command? So drop table employee. Okay, I'm dropping these tables so you can observe. So drop table employee. So the table is getting dropped. So now I am creating the tables. Anyone, can you please tell me? I have to create table. So the passport table first. Passport ID. What is its type? So int type, and also I'm just keeping, so what is that one? So the primary key. So these things you already know. And also as well as the passport number. So which is of type varchar of, so some 30. So the maximum size I am providing 30. And also as well as expiry date per suppose. What is type? So date type. So alright, this one is creating that. So the passport table. So that is your wish. If you are having multiple columns, we can use the multiple columns. We can run this query. So the table is created. So the next step is, what is that one? So create table. Employee table, correct? So employee table. So we have an employee number, and which is of type int type, and it should be a primary key, right? Yes, one table contains one primary key. And also the name. So varchar of 30. And also as well as address. So varchar of 30. This is just for practice. I am creating the tables. That's why I am specifying only few fields. So now the question is, here try to understand. So the address is varchar of 30, and also we have to specify the foreign key. Say yes or no. This foreign key references what is that one? So the passport table, passport ID. So for this we can make use of what is the keyword? So constraint. So e number, sorry, what is that one? So this is a foreign key which is referring to the passport table, right? So for that, what we have to do? We have to add an extra column in employee table, which is nothing but PID int. So up to this one, these are all columns which I am expecting to create in the table. Okay, even PID is a column which is present in the employee table, but this PID is especially defined to refer to the passport table. So for this I am writing a constraint. So constraint, so PID underscore FK. So what is this actually? So PID underscore FK, this one is called as So the foreign key. Whenever we are using constraint keyword, so what we are doing here is we are creating a new constraint with the name of, so the PID underscore FK. The name of the constraint is what? So PID underscore FK. I am just keeping, so the foreign key, so of PID. So I am assigning the foreign key to this column, but that one references what? So references, see, automatically IntelliSense is coming, right? So references which table? So the passport table, right? So the passport of, I can see here, okay, so the passport of PID. So this is the way we can write the query. Okay, we can select this query and execute this query. So the passport table is created, right? So the passport table is getting created. So no worries, this one is showing something. I don't know why it is showing something. Okay, so let's, oh, sorry, the problem is, sorry, why the passport table is created. One more bracket is not closed actually, but still, okay. So now only employee table is getting created. Okay, so one more bracket is not closed here. Let's see. So if I am writing show tables, I can see two tables, right? Tell me what are the tables? Employee table and also the passport table. So the two tables are created. So that's fine. So the next step is, what is that one? So we have to create, so one employee is having so many credit cards, for suppose. So we have to create a cards table, right? So what we have to do, create table. So this is especially for what is that one? So the one to many. What we have to do, anyone can you please tell me? We have to create, so the cards table, right? So create table cards of card underscore ID, which is of type int, and also especially this one is a primary key. Of course, it does not accept duplicate values and null values, and also as well as so the bank name. So the bank name is some varchar of 40, and the expiry date, sorry, this one is having some limit, for suppose. So limit is also something I am specifying, so the integer. So I'm getting some complaining here. So card ID, bank name, and also limit. I think limit is a keyword actually. So we can specify LIM. Yeah. So try to understand, this one is one to many relationship. So where I can specify the foreign key, anyone could you please guess it? In cards table or otherwise in employee table? I need to create a foreign key in what is the table? So in the case of employee and cards, always many side I have to create the foreign key, correct? As discussed earlier in the diagram. So always many side I have to create the foreign key. So here I am just keeping, so the employee number. So because all these cards are belongs to the same employee. So what I am doing here, I am putting an extra column in employee number, and I am just keeping, so the constraint. So the same syntax. What is the constraint name? So e number underscore fk. So foreign key of e number. So this one references, so the employee table of, so the employee table primary key. What is the primary key? E number. So let's run this one. So this is one-to-many relationship, correct? So the table cards is getting created. So what about many-to-many? So we have many-to-many if we are talking. So the courses, employee courses table, right? So we have to, if you want to create manually, we have to, employee table is already existed and course table is also already existed. So what we have to do is we have to create first course table, because if we are talking about many to many, always we have to create a separate table which is called as junction table, correct? So create table. What is the table? So the course. So which contains the course ID, which is of type int, and this one, especially this one, should be a primary key, and also the course name, whose type is varchar of 40, correct? And also another field is, what is that one? So the duration. So duration is of type what type? So in the int type. But try to understand. So here I am not assigning any foreign key, because in the case of many to many relationship, a separate table will be created, which is nothing but a junction table, correct? So I am just running this, what is that one? So the query. So now, so the course table is created. You can just run this query. All right. So the course table is created. But our job is completed means no. Still my job is not completed. The employee table and course table both are independent tables. I just want to provide some relationship. Some relationship is nothing but it's a many to many relationship. So what I have to do here? So I have to create, what is that one? So the employee underscore course table. What is this employee underscore course table? This one is providing, so the foreign keys. So while specifying the many to many relationship, this junction table which we are creating, this one is called as employee underscore course table. This employee underscore course table contains two foreign keys. One is employee number and another one is course ID. So let's see how this one is working. So I am just writing here. So create table employee underscore course, and we have an employee ID which is of type int, and also what is that one? So the course ID which is of type int. Only these two columns are part of this employee underscore course table. So I am assigning some constraints here. So what are the constraints? I am just putting, so the constraint keyword, so EID underscore FK. So this is foreign key, right? So the foreign key. So I am keeping this one as foreign key. So the employee ID as a foreign key. In this employee table, I created one column on employee ID. Of course, this one is acting as a foreign key. So this foreign key references, so the employee table, so the E number. Correct? This is the syntax, exact syntax we have to follow. If you are assigning a constraint, you must specify the constraint name. What is the constraint name here? EID underscore FK. So why I am giving this name like this? This is the convention we have to follow. So can you please tell me in this table for which column we are assigning constraint? So of course for EID column I am assigning constraint and also CID. CID means course ID. EID means what? Employee ID. So if you are assigning a constraint, you must specify the constraint name. So if you are talking about, so EID underscore FK, this one we can call it as, what is that one? So the name of the constraint. Might be you're asking question, why I have to provide the name? Might be tomorrow or after few years, if you want to remove this constraint, how can you identify that constraint? For example, I want to drop this constraint. Without having name, is it possible to drop the constraint? No, it is not possible. So that is the purpose of keeping these names here. Okay, so these naming conventions are always important. In future, if you want to remove this constraint, I just want to remove the relationship between the employee and also as well as the course. In such cases, these constraints names will be useful for dropping the constraint. In the similar way, so I have another foreign key, so the CID. For this I am writing another constraint keyword. So constraint, so CID underscore FK. So constraint CID underscore FK. So this is foreign key. Of course, this one is a foreign key of CID. So references. So I am just keeping, so the course of CID. Correct? So this one is going to refer to the course table of CID like this. So if I am executing this code, you can able to see I am getting an error. So failure to add the foreign key constraint, so missing CID column. So what is the problem here? So foreign key of CID references. What is the table actually? So it's a course table only, but here it is not CID. What is the column name in course table? It's a course ID, correct? So we have to specify what is that one. So the course underscore ID like this. Okay, so you can just execute this query. So now it is successful. So now we can check show tables. If I am writing show tables, so we have, so the cards table and course table and employee table and employee underscore course table all are existed. Okay, so this is the way, so we can able to create the tables. And one more constraint we have. What is check constraint? So first try to understand the concept. Again, anyway, we are going to implement the same concept. So throughout this journey. So check constraint is especially for, so what we can say, if you are working with what is that one, so inserting values into a table. So let's say simple example. So what is the constraint I am talking about? So check constraint. We have an employee table. Assume that, so this employee table contains employee number, name, salary, and also hire date. So like this. So of course this employee number is a primary key. So might be you're writing a constraints. So the salary especially. So the salary between, the salary will allow between, so some 50,000. So 2 lakhs per suppose. So explicitly we are applying a constraint. What is the constraint? So the salary column will allow the values between, so 50,000 to 2 lakhs. That means if somebody is trying to insert value, so 20,000, is it accept? It will accept. So it will not accept. It will always accepting the values between, so 50,000 and also 20,000. In the similar way, so this is hire date, right? Hire date means what? So joining date. So assume that, so the company started in 2000. So January 1st, 2000. So this hire date should be greater than or equals to, so 1st Jan, so 2000. If you are writing a constraint, then what happens if I am trying to insert a hire date less than 1st Jan 2000, so automatically we are getting an error. For example, if I am trying to insert, so 10th 01, so 1999, is it possible to insert it? No, this one cannot be accepted. This type of constraints we can call it as what is that one? So check constraint. So check constraint is mainly for what is that one? So restricting the values. So we have multiple columns alias multiple features in a table. For that particular feature, so if you want to apply some restrictions, if you want to apply some rules and regulations, then we can go for this check constraint. So let's see here how to apply this check constraint. So similarly, so how we create a table, similar approach. So create table. So employee. So we have an employee number whose type is integer. And this one is called as what is that one? So the primary key. And the employee name, so whose type is varchar of 30. And also salary, right? So salary is of type integer. But try to understand this one is a check constraint, right? So I am not writing it here. So just I am keeping it alone. Salary integer and also hire date. Hire date means what? So the joining date. Hire date is of type what type? So date type. So now the actual constraints I am writing here. So the constraint. So we can specify the constraint name as salary underscore chk. So I am giving the meaningful name. What is the meaning of salary underscore chk? Of course, you know, on the check salary column, I am applying check constraint. So the name of the constraint should be salary underscore chk. So we can specify check of salary. Sorry. So check of, just check is a constraint name, just like unique, how you written. You can write it salary between. So we are using some operators. Salary between. So what is that one? So 50,000 and so 2 lakhs per suppose. So like this is the way we can write the check constraint. So constraint. So the constraint name, this one is the identification name for the constraint, and the actual constraint name is what? Check of. So what is the constraint I am specifying? So salary must be in between. So 50,000 and also 2 lakhs like this. And also still my requirement is not completed. What is that one? So the hire date. So I am not talking about the hire date right now. So I will just discuss about that one later. Okay, while implementing practically, I am just closing it here. That means right now, so we are not implemented this constraint like this. So after executing select queries, we can able to understand. But try to understand what is the purpose of check constraint. So if you want to apply some rules, so for example, so another rule. So for example, so this name, whatever the name we are inserting, so it will allow only less than 10 characters. So it will allow only less than or equals to, so 10 character names only. So this type of rules, if you want to apply it on columns, so then we can go for check constraint. So basically simply we can say constraint is nothing but a rule or regulation, you know already, right? So it's a rule or regulation. What rules we are applying? You applied unique constraint, it does not allow duplicate values. You applied foreign key constraint. So if you are assigning foreign key, of course, you know, this foreign key always references, so the primary key of another table. And also we applied check constraint. So check constraint is mainly for imposing, so different types of conditions on the particular columns. So like salary always between, so 50,000 to 2 lakhs, or otherwise the name only allows only below 10 characters. This type of rules we can impose it on the particular columns. Okay, so these are also five basic constraints. So these are the constraints. Okay, especially these constraints will satisfy your requirements. Understand? So these constraints will satisfy most of the requirements, but there are some requirements. For suppose, what type of requirements might be, if you are trying to insert a record in some invoice table, for suppose in a company you are working, but we have, so you are working in invoice department, we are trying to insert some record in the invoice table on Sunday. Is it possible? No, on Sundays we are not working, right? So Sunday is holiday. We cannot perform any transaction. So that type of so customized rules we want to apply. Then we can go for what is that one? So the triggers. So there is a separate concept will be there. What is the purpose of these triggers is, so we can create so customized constraints, we can say. So customized constraints. So these are all default constraints provided by every database. So these default constraints will be applicable for some of the important things, but still in application development, in database development especially, if you want to develop your own constraint, so that constraint we can call it as what is that one? So the triggers. So example for the triggers will be, for example, if I am trying to insert, if I am trying to perform a transaction on Sunday, for suppose, that means the bank employee, I am working as a bank employee, I am trying to perform transaction on Sunday on bank databases with my username, with my user account. So automatically the trigger will be fired. So already some triggers are already written. The triggers are applied on what is that one? So the appropriate table. If the trigger is applied on the particular columns, if you are trying to manipulate the particular data, so automatically the trigger will be fired. Trigger is firing means automatically you are getting message. Today is Sunday, we cannot perform transactions on Sunday, like that. So to restrict transactions on Sundays, is it possible to write? Is it possible to restrict by using these existing constraints? No, right? So these existing constraints are defined for specific purpose, but they are not satisfying our business needs. In such cases, we can write it what is that one? So the triggers. So trigger, we can feel it like user defined constraints. What is that one? If you want to create your own user defined constraints, so we can go for triggers. So data definition language. So again I am going for starting. So DDL stands for what? Sorry, DDL. So what are the things comes under DDL? So create, alter, and drop, and rename. Right, so these are all comes under DDL. So these commands we completed. Next we are going to talk about what is that one. So DML stands for data manipulation language, which is nothing but insert, so update, and delete. Next very important thing as a data analyst, so that is called as what is that one? So select operations, which is nothing but data retrieval language. So what is this? So data retrieval, so language. So we are using select queries. So the select statement can be used to retrieve the data from what is that one? So the database. You are working with data only. You are not working with creating tables and all. What I am saying is the tables are already existed, but as a part of this curriculum, You should know how to create the table and how to alter the table and all. But most probably we are working with data. So this is called as data retrieval. By using data retrieval, we can able to perform 3 different types of operations. What are those? Projection, selection, and joining. We have to understand these 3. So what is projection? What is selection? And what is joining? Try to understand. So projection means, so we have multiple columns, for suppose in a table. You just want to retrieve only specific columns. So for example here, so let's say we are taking an employee table. Assume that this is an employee table which contains the multiple columns. We have employee number, name, address, and salary. So department name, hire date, so designation. So assume that we have multiple columns. That means all these columns are associated with some data. So what is projection means? So projection in the sense, so we have different types of operations, right? So projection, selection, and joining. So what is projection? First, theoretically, you can try to understand. Instead of all these columns, might be your client requirement is, in your application requirement, I want to retrieve only employee number, name, and salary. How you are writing query? So you are just writing query. So select employee number, comma name, comma salary. So from what is the table? So the employee table. So automatically it is just retrieving only these fields, right? So the employee number, so name, and salary. Only these fields are getting retrieved. So this one we can call it as, what is that one? So the projection. So projection means we have multiple columns are there. So among all those columns, we are retrieving only specific columns. Correct? I am retrieving according to my requirements. I am just retrieving only specific columns from the table. So projection majorly works with, what is that one? So the particular columns. And the next one is, what is that one? So selection. So selection means, so we have records. Selection majorly works with, if you are talking about selection, so majorly works with data. That means you want to fetch the data. So fetch data. So based upon some criteria. So based on criteria, for suppose. Let's say I am writing simple query. So how to select the data? So I am just writing, so select, so star from, so employee, where I am just writing condition. So where salary is greater than or equals to some 20,000. So what happens if I am writing this query? Of course, it is displaying all the columns. So employee number, so name, address, and also as well as what are the other fields? Address, department name, salary. So all the columns are retrieved. So salary, department name, and hire date, and designation. So all the columns are getting displayed. But what is the problem here? Only specific rows only. Okay, this one contains, for example, so the actual table contains 100 rows. But if you are writing this criteria, say among 100 rows, might be there are 30 rows are meeting this criteria, per suppose. Correct? Only 30 rows are meeting this criteria. So this one comes under what is that one? So selection. So projection in the sense we are selecting only specific elements, but selection is something. So we want to retrieve only the particular records based upon some criteria. If you want to do some data analysis, always we are fetching the records, fetching the data based upon some condition, right? So this one we can call it as what is that one? So the condition. So always, most probably, most of the situations we are doing these operations. For your data analysis, whatever the features required, how can you select it? So how can you say the feature selection? How can you do it? Projection or selection? So feature selection we can do it with the help of projection. So in a table we have multiple features. What are the features you want? We can select the particular features for your data analysis. And selection is different. Selection is what is that one? So selecting records. So selecting data. So based upon some criteria. Correct? So selecting data based upon some criteria. This comes under what is that one? So selection. And we have another operation which is called as what is that one? So very, very important operation. So try to understand. This one is called as what is that one? So joining. Okay, so this is a bit complicated operation. So joining in the sense, generally if you are working with the tables, your data is not situated in a single table always, correct? So joining. So try to understand. So joining means we have data present in multiple tables. Courses data is present in course table, employee data is present in employee table, and also as well as the passport details are present in passport table. So in such cases, I want to retrieve the columns from multiple tables. For example, let's take one scenario. So in joining also, first of all, so try to understand what exactly joining. So I have an employee table. Employee table contains what are the fields? Employee number, name, and also address. And this one contains, so the passport table contains the passport ID and the passport number, and also as well as the expiry date. So assume that these are the two tables, and we know already this one contains a foreign key column. So in employee table, we are just keeping what is that one? So this passport ID as a foreign key column. Okay, so this is just for managing the tables. So through the normalization process, we divided employee table separately and passport table separately. But what happens, for example, my manager is asking or my client is asking, okay, so my client, I'm working on a project, so my client is asking a report. So I want to fetch the employee details and their passport details, for suppose. So the client is expecting these fields: employee number, name, address, and also the passport details as well. So the passport number and expiry date. Okay, so as a data analyst, I need to generate the report, right? I need to fetch these details, but these details are present in single table. No, employee details are stored in employee table. Passport details are present in what is the table? So the passport table. In such cases, we have to join these two tables. So for example, here look at this, how I am writing query. So select e.e number and e.name and e dot what is that one? So the address, and p dot So passport number and P dot expiry date. So from employee E, so comma passport P. Here try to understand this E and P. These two we can call it as alias names, right? What are these? These two we can call it as alias names actually. Alias names. So for employee table alias name is E, and for passport table the alias name is P. And we have to join these two tables based upon some condition, right? So we can specify where equals to where. See, in employee table we have some common column, right? What is the common column in employee table? Passport ID. So this one is mapped with what is that one? So the passport table, so passport ID. So this is called as what is that one? So join condition. So this is based upon this join condition only. These two tables are getting joined like that. Okay, so try to understand. If you are having data in two or more tables, for suppose, so more than one table, what we have to do? We have to join the tables. So for example, the formula for joining tables is, we have a simple formula for suppose joining tables. So if you are having n tables, so we have n minus 1 joins. We have to write it how many joins? N minus 1 joins. I hope you understand so what I am saying. For example, let's say we have an employee table, passport table, and also course table is also existed. So course table contains what are the fields? So what is this P and E is? Just what we can say, this is alias name actually. So you can try to understand here. If you are not using alias name, how it works, how to write it? Every time we have to use the table name, right? So for example, without alias name, if you want to write the same query, we can write it like this: emp.enumber, comma emp.name, and emp.address, and also passport dot, so passport number, sorry, so this is pass number, and passport dot, so what is that one? So the expiry date. So from what are the two tables I want to fetch the data? So from employee and so employee comma passport, and we have to specify join condition where there is no alias name, so we can specify emp dot, sorry, here the name of the table is what is that one? So emp, not employee, assume that. So emp dot, so the passport ID is equals to, so passport dot passport ID. So what I am saying is this alias name, if you are providing, it's an alternative name, correct? The alternative name provided to this employee table. Every time writing employee, it is very difficult for us, correct? Instead of writing, so every time, so the table name, you just provide what is that one? So the name of the alias name. So employee and passport P. So wherever employee is required, so you can just put E, and wherever passport is required, you just put P like this. So this is called as what is that one? So the alias names. And also very important thing, try to understand, if your data is present in multiple tables, then only we can write it. What is that one? So joins, correct? If you want to retrieve the data from multiple tables, assume that I am writing so different scenario. Now tell me, we have 3 tables. How many tables? So 3 tables. We have an employee table and also as well as department table. Okay, first employee table contains what are the fields? Employee number, so name and address. In the similar way, this employee belongs to so the department. What is the relationship between the employee and department? Anyone, can you please tell me? One to many. Okay, assume that it is a one to many. So department, which contains the department ID and department name, or otherwise it's a one-to-one. That is based upon the context. For example, in such cases, so in employee table it is one-to-one, means in the employee table I am specifying foreign key. So this foreign key references so the primary key of department table. And also we have so the location table. So the department and location, it is having a relationship. For example, so this location table contains location ID and also location name. So this location ID is the primary key. And ultimately, so in department table, we are maintaining another column. So the location ID, which is nothing but a foreign key. And this foreign key references, so this primary key. So department location ID. So this is a foreign key, that one is referencing. So the primary key like this, correct? Okay, so now what we have to do, I want to retrieve data from employee table. So my manager is asking, so report, which contains only employee number, so name and address. So then how can I write the query? So these details requires any joining? Could you please tell me these details? I have only employee number and name and address. This one requires join? No, right? No. These details are present in single table. So we can write the query directly like this. So how can I write it? So select E number, comma name, comma address. So from what is the table? So the employee table like that. This one does not require any join. Now tell me, my manager is asking to generate report with these fields. So the employee number, name, address and department name. But try to understand, so this department name belongs to employee table? No. So this department name is present in what is the table? So department table. So now our data belongs to, this data belongs to 2 tables. So these 2 tables are having some common column. Yes, these 2 tables are in relationship especially. Relationship means what? So employee table department ID is a foreign key which is referring to the department table department ID. So in such cases we can perform equi-join. So select, so e dot e number, comma e dot name, so e dot address and d dot, so this is from department actually, d dot d name. So from, so empe, so comma deptd, where, so we can specify if you are joining 2 tables, for suppose, Okay, if you are joining n tables, how many joins are required? N minus 1 joins are required. If you are joining 2 tables, how many joins are required? 1 join is required. So we can specify E dot, so the department ID, so which is nothing but this foreign key, equals to, so the department table dot, what is that column? DID. This one we can call it as, what is that one? So join condition. Okay, we are joining these 2 tables, so based upon this condition. So try to understand always joins, especially in joins we have, so different types of joins we have. So equi-join, so whatever we have written here, so this is equi-join. So we are joining based upon equals to operator. This equi-join always returns, what is that one? So matched records. What is that one? So matched records. Matched records means here I have written some matching condition, right? So employee table department ID. This employee table department ID should be matched with, what is that one? So the department table department ID. So there are different types of joins we have. And this is especially equi-join. So might be my manager is asking, so these details. So employee number, so the name, address, so department name, and also location name as well. But here try to understand, this department name is from department table, correct? So this department name column is from department table. This location name is from, so location table. And this employee number, name and address, these columns are from employee table. So we are retrieving the data from, what is that one? So 3 different tables. So total 3 tables. So as per the rule, how many join conditions are required? How many join conditions? 3 minus 1, which is nothing but 2 join conditions we have to write it. So let me write it here. So the same query, but suppose. How can I write it? So select, so E dot E number and E dot, what is that one? So the name and E dot address and the department name which is from, so department table, and the location name which is from location table, correct? So from, so the table names EMPE and also department D and location L. So I have to write 2 join conditions here. The first join condition I am writing where E dot, so department ID is equals to, so department D dot DID. So this is first join condition. So I am just matching, so employee table department ID and department table department ID. This one is called as first join condition. And so the second join condition, what is the second join condition? So department dot location ID equals to, what is that one? So L dot, so location ID. This is, what is that one? So another join condition. This one is called as, what is that one? So second join condition. Okay, so this is the way. So if you are having 3 tables, per suppose in this case we have an employee table, this is first one, and department table second one, so location table is third one. If you are joining 3 tables, 2 join conditions we have to mention it. Okay, so let's see this practically. But I am just discussed about what is that one. So one important join, what is that one? So equi-join. So what are the different types of joins we have is, so we have equi-join, and second type of join is What is this? So non-equijoin, I will discuss about that one. And also outer join. What is this? Outer join. In outer join, so we have three types. First one is left outer join, and second one is right outer join, and third one is full outer join. Okay, so we'll discuss about that things. But right now I discussed about only what is the join? Equijoin. So 90% in your workflow, mostly 90% we are using what is that one? So the equijoin only in real time. So remaining 10% might be you're getting a situation to use this non-equijoin and all types of outer joins. So mostly we are writing what is that one? So 90% we are going to use only equijoin. So we'll see practically how this one works. So what I am doing here is I am just creating a separate database. I just want to keep all the tables which are related to what I am executing. So I am keeping it in a separate database like that. So for that, I am just creating a database, create database. So SLAN, Simplilearn DB2. So because DB1 is already existed, so what I am doing here is I am just providing the name as SLAN DB2 per suppose. So we cannot create the database with the existing name, right? So that's why I am creating with different name. So we can run this query. So the database is created. So how can I check it? So show databases. So this one is going to return all the databases. We can observe here. So we can see SLAN DB2. Correct? So there is a typo here actually. I need to fix this typo. So rename database. So from this name to what is that one? So the actual name. From this name to so SLAN DB2. But this query is not having, so we don't have so that type of query. So let's drop this database or otherwise. So drop this database, drop database. So SLAN DB2. So why I am dropping means, so this database is having some issue. So there is some typo actually. I'm just copying this name. So we can execute this query. So that database is dropped. Let's create it in a fine way, per suppose. That means the name you can specify it properly. This one is SLearn, right? SLearn DB2. Okay, so now show databases. Yeah, of course. Already database is created. It is showing, so the database called as SLearn DB2. Now tell me how to use this database. How to use this database? Use SLearn so DB2. So this is the command can be used for using the DB2 SLearn DB2 database, right? Yes. You can just refresh it here. We can able to see your database here. Okay, all right. So now we can jump into the our labs actually. So we have some data sets already which are already existed. Okay, so I am not going to create my own data. So we are going to play with these labs, and especially, so these are the data sets that are available. Okay, so we can say these are all your projects actually. We have a retail management data set, school ranking analysis data set, and patient diagnosis data set. So we are going to play with all these data sets. So I will go with what is that one? So school ranking analysis data sets, for suppose. This one contains, so what we can say, so the two data sets, mark sheets and also student data set, for suppose. You can able to see here. So this is called as mark sheets, and also we have a student data set as well. We have to import this data into our tables actually. So we'll see all those things. And also as well as, so we can go to the actual lesson and projects. So this is the project first we are doing here today. So school ranking analysis problem statement. So let's observe this project. So the problem scenario is, you are a database administrator in an institution. You have been asked to store the student details and their mark details to track their progress. So the database helps to view the student marks with a rank. Okay, so we have, so these data sets are available, student dataset.csv and also as well as mark datasets.csv. We can get the data first. How to do it? Good question, right? I need to create the tables manually? No, already the data is available in these two files, right? So student datasets.csv and also as well as marksheet datasets.csv files. You can get the data from that one. And also here some queries are already defined. So you can just execute these queries. So we have to create the students table with all these fields and assign the constraints, and as well as marksheets table with all these fields and inserting values. Okay, these are all common steps actually. But I am not inserting the values and all. You are already familiar with creating tables and inserting the values. Correct? So what I am doing here is, I am just importing the tables directly. So tables are already existed, I am just importing, that's all. Let's see. So just right click on SLN DB2. This is my database currently I am working, right? So we have any option that is showing, so import database like that. No, I cannot see any option. So look at this, create table like, so on the database, if I am right clicking, I can able to see drop schema, alter schema. So there are some options. So look at this, very important option. So table data import wizard. That means my data is already present in CSV file. Okay, so I want to just get the data from CSV file. So for that, what I am doing here, just right click on the database. So table data import wizard, click on that, and which file we have to import. So click on browse and locate. So where exactly you are present, for suppose I am working on, so school ranking analysis. So this data set. So just import student data set, for suppose. So click next. So look at this. So if we are importing, what is the name of the database and what is the name of the table? So the database name is SLNDB2. Of course, we have this database. In this database only, I want to create these tables. And the table name, this is super important. You have to provide your table name. So my table name is student, for suppose. If the table is already existed, what happens? We can drop this table, right? So if the student table is already existed, we can just drop the table and we can continue with the process. So click next. We can see what are the columns present in the student table. So student ID, student name, and student first name, and also student last name, and class, and also age. So click next. So look at this, it is showing. So what is that one? So prepare, import, and import data file. So click next. There is no need to select anything, just click next and click finish. So now look at this. So currently I am using SLAN DB2. So if I am executing this query, show tables, so I can able to see the table. What is the table? Student table, right? So the student table, you can able to see the data also if you want. So if I am writing, so select star from student. If I am writing select star from student, so I can able to get the student details. So look at this. So the table is successfully created. That means my data is present in CSV file. Of course, I just import the data from CSV file into my database. Yes, is it possible? Yes, everything is possible. Is it clear? So shall we import so other table as well? So what is the other table actually? So in student ranking analysis, we have student table and also as well as mark sheet table. We have to import mark sheet table as well. Is it correct? So tell me how to import it then. I have to import this data as tables. So what I have to do is just right click and a table data import wizard. One option is available. So this is the super important option. Why? Because my data will be provided by my data is available in CSV file. So I just want to import the data into my database. Correct? I am just importing the data. So for that, so I am just using so table data import wizard. So click on that and we can locate your dataset file. So click on browse. So what is my first file? So student dataset. Select it and click open and click next. So automatically what it will do is it is just getting the data from student.csv file and it is showing so create table in which database. In which database I want to create the table? Could you please tell me SLAN DB2 or DB1? SLAN DB2. And what is the table name actually? So unfortunately this one is providing so by default table name as student underscore datasets. So that is not what I am expecting. So I just want to create what is the table name? Student table, that's all. So click on next. It is providing some preview for you. What are the columns present in this table? Of course I have, so these are all columns which are present, which are a part of student table. Student ID and first name, last name, class, age. You just check these data types and all. So why? Because this is super important, because from the CSV file data, we are creating table in MySQL. We have to check out all these column types. So for example, so s underscore f name, we have different types are available, especially it is showing text. Okay, let's go with text, no problem. So click next. Look at this, these two are not radio buttons. So I will just wait, Parvati, I will ask you to share your screen, no worries. Okay. So prepare import and import data from the file. So these two options are available. These two options I have to execute it. So click next. So click next. So total how many records are present in the student table? 11 records. So click finish it. So all right. So we are done. So the first operation, what is that one? So we imported tables. We can just refresh it and we can check the tables. So we got student table, correct? How can I check? So we can write it. So select star from, what is the table name? Student table. So we can able to see all the student details. Total how many records are available? So total 11 records are available. So similar way, we can import mark sheet data also by creating a new table which is called as mark sheet. So what is the job we have to do? So the similar steps, right? So our currently working database is SQL DB2. Of course, you just right click on this one and go to table data import wizard. Okay, so this is the super important option we can remember, because if you want to import the data, based upon the data I want to create a table, correct? So this option will be helpful for importing the data from some CSV file or JSON file or somewhere. Okay, so we can import it. So click on browse. What is mark sheet? So I am just selecting mark sheet data sets. Click open. Next. And make sure that you can select the database name on which database we are creating a table. Of course, I am creating a table on SQL DB2. Okay, so currently I want this table on SQL DB2. And also you can specify this table name. So exactly I'm expecting the table name as mark sheet. So not mark sheet underscore dataset. Okay, we can just modify something. And also the drop table if exists. It's a best practice to choose this option because of might be you created previously mark sheet table. It will drop it automatically and it will create a new table. So click next. It is just providing the summary about what are the columns present in this table. Right, so score, year, so class, ranking, and also SID. What is this SID especially? So we can think of this one is a foreign key, correct? So this foreign key always references student table, student ID. So click next and next. So data is getting imported. So succeeded, click finish. So I already have the student table. So of course. So I need to import the mark sheet table. So both are located. So now the question is, could you please tell me if I am importing like this? So select star from mark sheet. If I am importing like this, whether these tables are having the constraints are automatically applied? No. So look at this. If I am writing describe student, so there is no constraint at all, correct? Constraints in the sense primary key, foreign key, not, null, and all those stuff. In the similar way, if I am writing describe mark sheet, so mark sheet, So is there any constraints are applied on this table? So there is any keys will be applied on this table? No. Now the challenge part. Challenging, correct? What is the challenge we are going to accept? So my data is there, my table is there, but there is no constraint is applied on this. How can I apply the constraint? Correct? What constraints I have to apply? For example, especially if I am taking student, I have to assign so primary key to this column, right? So SID. SID means what? So student ID. In the mark sheet, as per this design, we have to assign so the foreign key for this SID. Okay, so this foreign key, this is SID, S underscore ID, this is a foreign key, that one refers to the primary key. So in such cases, if the table is already created with the data, what I have to do? I have to alter this table, correct? I don't want to drop the table and recreate it again from starting. But as per the exercise, if you are going for exercises, what they are suggesting, you can create it manually. You can create so students table, so mark sheet table, and insert the values as per the data set and all. But I done all the steps already. Okay, so only the thing is I just want to update the constraints. Correct? Do you understand what I am saying? As per this lab practice, creating tables, it's automatically done. So mark sheet table is created, student table is created. So now what is the job? If you want to modify, that means if you want to alter the some constraints, you can alter the constraints. And also after that we can execute queries normally. But as per the lab practice, whatever the steps they specified, we can follow the steps. But it's very difficult to insert 11 records and all. At least we can try it out with 2 or 3 records like that. So, but the student table is already existed. So look at this. If I am writing, so select star from student. The student ID is having unique values, correct? 1 to 11. But still the primary key is not assigned. That means if we are trying to insert duplicate values, it will automatically accept it. What is the challenge here? The table is already existed. Columns are already existed. What we have to do? We have to alter the table. So by applying some constraint. So for this SID. How can I do it? Just like previous step, right? So alter table. What is the table name actually? Student. So we have to modify what is that one. So S underscore ID. We have to add a constraint. So add. So constraint. I'm not adding a column. Try to understand. If you're adding a column, so we can make use of add column keyword. So I'm using what is that one? So add constraint. So primary key. So for which column? S underscore ID. Yes. Great. So great Kainer. So just adding constraint to the column. That's all. But already data and everything is following the constraint. Okay. So no worry about that. So just I'm adding an extra constraint. So add constraint. So constraint name. Sorry. What is the constraint name here? S underscore ID underscore PK. Why I am providing this name is the actual column name is S underscore ID. So for this S underscore ID, I am assigning a primary key, correct? So I am just assigning what is that one, so the primary key. So the primary key of what is that one? So S underscore ID. You can execute this one. So the table is getting altered. Okay. So let's see. So now we can describe the student table. So there is a problem. So always we are asking so difficult questions, not difficult, so meaningful questions, right? If S underscore ID has duplicate values, how we can assign it? It's not possible. Correct? So the data set will be designed in such a way. Try to understand. Okay. So Simplilearn provided the data set in such a way. We need to understand. So for which columns we have to assign primary key and all. If it contains duplicate values, what we have to do? We have to remove the duplicate value, or otherwise we have to update the duplicate value with some new value. So now the primary key will be automatically updated. Is it correct? So what about, so try to understand this query. This is the simple query, right? Which is mainly for, what is that one? So after importing the data, if you want to alter the table, if you want to alter this table with some primary key or any constraint for suppose. So the next, what is that one? So the mark sheet table. So if you are observing this mark sheet table, so of course this one is not having any primary key. So as per the design, as the proposed design, but actually in real time, almost every table contains one primary key, of course. But as per this context, so look at this. So this mark sheet table contains S underscore ID again. So for this S underscore ID, we have to assign a foreign key that is referring to what is that one? So the student table and S underscore ID. How can we do that? So let's write by altering the table. So try to understand. So just I want to assign a constraint extra. I don't want to add any column extra. Correct? So for this, I am just keeping so alter table. Of course, I am just going to tweak this mark sheet table, right? So what is the table name? So mark sheet. So add constraint. Okay, it's meaningful. What constraint I want to add it? And for which column I am going to add the constraint? So SID underscore FK. Of course, this one is the name of the constraint. That is up to you. So what I am saying is you can provide any name for this. That is up to you. You can provide any name for this. So foreign key of S underscore ID. So already mark sheet table contains SID column. So this one references. So the student table, what is that one? So the S underscore ID. So looking, this one is meaningful, right? So the table columns which are already present. So we are just altering it. So alter table mark sheet. So we are adding a constraint for which column? So S underscore ID. This one references student underscore, student of S underscore ID. So let's see, let's execute this query. Oh, it is giving some problem. So there is some row is failing the foreign key. So we have to check the particular row. So there are student IDs, 11 IDs we have, right? So of course this S underscore ID is common. So we have to check the data actually. So select star from student. Let's see. There are 11 SIDs we have. And observe the mark sheet as well. Other than this 11, so any record will be there. So this is the problem. So there is a 12th record. Correct? So one student is, that means one mark is reported with student 12. This one cannot be encouraged. So what I have to do here, I have to just delete it. So the extra row. Otherwise I cannot provide the foreign key. Correct? Without existing student, how can you assign the marks? So that if you are observing, so the student ID is populated as 12. So but the student 12 with the student ID 12 is existed? No. So for that what I am doing here is, so delete from mark sheet. So delete from mark sheet or mark sheet. Yes, this is a typo here. Just wait. So where s underscore id equals to 12. So what it will do, it is just deleting the particular record. So now we can execute. So you can just alter the mark sheet table by adding the constraint. So now it works. Okay, so everything is fine. So now as per our use case, this query is satisfied. And also mark sheet table is also ready. And data is also inserted. 3 queries are completed. Correct? So now I am working with what is that one? So the 4th query. So write a query to display student ID, first name of every student in the students, whose age is greater than or equals to 16 and whose last name is Kumar. Okay, so let's do some analysis. So on student table first, before going to that query. So let's do some analysis. For example, so I am just writing, so select star from what is that one? So employee. Sorry, not employee, of course. What is the table? Student table, correct? So if I am running this query, it is displaying all the details. All of you are following, so these steps are very, very important. So these 2 operations I have to perform. So for that one, so first I am selecting student table. So can you please tell me what is the query for selecting, so the people whose age is greater than, so 18 per suppose. What is the query? So I want to display, so all the students. I am just using different types of operators you can use. You can observe all the students whose age is so greater than 18. So tell me what is the query. So select star from student, so where, so age is greater than, so 18, right? So select star from student where age is greater than 18, like that. So if I am executing this query, so there is no person whose age is greater than 18. So we can specify age is greater than 17. Let's observe how it works. So there are 2 people, so whose age is greater than 17, right? So whenever we are having condition, so we can use where class. So let's observe, so the same query. So I'm observing the data. Can you please tell me, I want to display all the students whose class is 10th and whose age is greater than 17 per suppose. So 2 conditions. How can I write it? So select, so star from student, so where, so we can write it, so where age is greater than 17, and so there is no ampersand operator here. Try to understand. So we can just make use of and also the class equals to So 10th per suppose. So what it will do? So based upon these two criteria, two conditions, it is going to fetch the student results, right? Just execute this query. So we have two people, so whose class is 10th, whose class is 10 and also age is 18. So might be you're asking some question. Can you please tell me, I want to know who are all the people studying in class 10th and 11th per suppose. Let's see what is the data present in my table currently. Unfortunately, I have so only class 10th, only the students who are studying in class 10th. Or otherwise, let's take this as an example, age. So I want to just display the people whose age is 11 or what is that one? So the 16 per suppose. Okay, some people are having age 16 and some people are having age 11, right? No, not 11. So 18, 17 like this. So I want to display so the people whose age is 15 or 17. How can I write it? So how can I write the query? So if it's possible, you can type it through chat also. That would be encourageable. I just want to display so the student details whose age is 15th or what is that one? So 17th. How can I write it? So select star from student. So where age equals to so 15 or see here, try to understand, I am using or operator. So that means might be age is 15 or age equals to 17. So in such cases, both age 15 or 17, both records will be displayed. So you can just look at this here. With the age of 15, there are two records will be existed. With the age of 17, with the age of 17, how many records are present? So two records are present. Is it clear? So what about and or operators? And means both the conditions should be satisfied. R means what? So any of the conditions. So that age might be 15 or 17 like that. So this query, so might be I'm expecting different case. So now my case is I have ages of different people all present in student table. I just want to fetch all the records whose ages belongs to 15 or 17 or 18. Whose ages belongs to 15 or 17 or 18. How can I write it? So select star from so the student. So I can able to write it like this, right? So where age is equals to 15 or age is equals to 17 or age is equals to 18. So what is the query? What is this query results actually? So if I'm executing this query is resulting so only the records. So only the students whose age is 15, 17 or 18. But what happens? So I just want to ask you one question. What happens if I am having so the multiple ages? Right? So might be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Or might be the ages are not in sequence. 15, 17, 19, 20, 25, something like that. In such cases, so in Oracle, so in SQL actually especially, there is a separate operator we have. So we can use select star from student. So where age in, so we can make use of in operator. So try to understand what is the purpose of this in operator is. In operator is mainly for listing the values. For suppose I am expecting the people whose age is either 15 or 17 or 18 per suppose. So instead of writing some lengthy query, so like previously, we can just make use of this operator. Correct? Instead of writing this query, you can just simply make use of this in operator. So what this in operator can do, it is also displaying the same results. It is going to verify whether your age is in 15 or 17 or 18. So you can observe. So we are getting the same records, right? So if you are observing age column, which contains 18, 17 and also 15, it is displaying only the particular columns. Now tell me, I want to display all the students. I want to display all the students whose age is not belongs to 15 or 17. Okay, I don't want the people whose age is 15 or 17 per suppose. How can I write it? So select star from student. So where? Yes, very good thinking. So where age not in. So 15 comma 17. So most of these operators with coming up with what is that one? So negation as well. So whose age is 15 or 17? Whose age is not in 15 or 17? So except 15 and 17 age people, so remaining all people will be displayed. Look at this. So these people are having age 18, 16, 14, except 15 and 17. So remaining and all the people are getting displayed. Okay. So this is the way we can use what is that one? So in operator, in and not in. And the another type of operator is what is that one? So the between. So let's write some analytical queries on between, for suppose. I just want to get the people whose age is between 15 and 17. Okay, between 15 and 17. So how can I write it? We can write it in multiple ways. So select star from student. So where age is greater than or equals to 15, and we can do it like this, right? So where age is greater than or equals to 15 and age is less than or equals to 18 or 17 per suppose. What this query is going to display? Of course, it is displaying the values within the range, right? Whose age is greater than or equals to 15 and less than or equals to 17. Okay, you can able to see it is displaying only the records whose age is greater than or equals to 15 and less than or equals to 17. The same query we can write it in by using between operator. So how can I write it? So select star from student. So where age between 15 and 17. But here there is a problem. Here look at this condition. So it will include 17 as well, correct? If you are executing this query, so this one is including 17 as well because age is less than or equals to 17. But what happens if I am using between operator? Okay, if I am using between operator, it is including 17. Yes, so it is including the 15 to 17. So all the records are getting inserted. Okay, so now let's write some of the queries. I discussed about in and not in, between. So in the similar way we can use not between also, right? So I just want to display all the student records, what we can say, whose age is not between 15 and 17, except 15 and 17. So remaining all records are getting displayed. Look at this, 18, 18, 14, except 15 and 17 age, remaining all the records are getting displayed or not? Yes. So let's apply the same queries. Okay, so another question might be, I'm writing here. So let's execute select star from student. So I'm just executing this query. So to observe the data. See, we have some people, so I just want to fetch the details. Whose name is Krishna, per suppose. Whose first name is Krishna. How can I write it? So select star from, right? So student. So where S underscore F name. What is the column name actually? S underscore F name equals to Krishna. So in SQL, so this names and also dates, especially name should be a string type. Strings and dates should be represented within the single quotations, and also this one should be a case sensitive. So I'm just putting Krishna, per suppose. What happens automatically? So I can able to get only the particular person details. Look at this. I can able to see only particular person details. So let's observe the marks table also, mark sheet table also. What are the columns present in that mark sheet table? So select star from what is that one? So the mark sheet. So why? Because here also I want to apply the similar type of queries. So look at this. If you are observing this data, there are scores which is in between 0 to 1000, and also the ranking also there. So let's write some queries, per suppose, on this data, per suppose. So tell me, I want to display all the people whose score is greater than 900. Correct? In this mark sheet table we have a score column. I just want to display all the people whose score is greater than 900. How can I write it? So select star from the mark sheet. So where score, correct? So score is greater than or equals to 900. That means where the score equals to 900 and 900 above. So only that records I want to fetch it. I have only 3 records whose scores is equals to 900 and greater than or equals to, that means greater than 900 and equals to 900. Only 3 records we can able to see. I am getting that records. In the similar way, I just want to know only the first 3 ranked people, per suppose. That means rank number 1, rank number 2 and rank number 3. So anyone, can you please tell me the query? So select a star from, of course, the mark sheet. Correct? So where? So the people, what is the column actually is ranking. So I can able to write it like this. Ranking equals to 1 or ranking equals to 2 or a ranking equals to 3. It's a bad practice, correct? This one works fine, but this one is not a good practice. Instead of this one, which operator we have to use? In operator. So look at this. I can able to get the people who are getting rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3. But instead of this, you can write this query in a simplest way. So how can you write it? So select star from mark sheet. Mark sheet. So where where ranking in So 1 comma 2 comma 3. See, I am going to get the same results again. So always best to use in operator, correct? In operator, like that. In the similar way, so you can able to just check this data. So what type of query is possible? I just want to display, so the employees, so that means the marks for the year 2014, and also as well as, so whose rank is greater than or equals to 7. That means the year, what I am saying is the year should be 2014, and also as well as what is that one. So, and also first of all, I need to check this year. What is this type actually? So describe mark sheet. So this mark sheet year is, what is that column? Is a text type or what? So if you are observing, so year is an integer type. Okay, so don't specify in single quotations. We can write it like this, right? So select star from, so mark sheet. Yes, very good. So mark sheet. So where, so year equals to, what is that one? So 2014, and so ranking is greater than or equals to 7. So something ranking might be. So ranking is greater than or equals to 3. So here two conditions I have written. Okay, so it is just displaying the details accordingly. Okay, so these are all, so different types of queries we can write. Again, I am switching to, so student table. So let's observe. So select star from, so student table. No issue. Tomorrow also I will repeat all this stuff. Okay, first try to understand what type of, how to fetch the data based upon some conditions. Here different challenge. So we have so different types of situations, right? So sometimes, so whenever we are working with strings especially, so directly we are using equals to operator. So sometimes what happens, I just want to display so all the students whose name is starting with S character, correct? So I just want to display all the employee, all the student records whose name is starting with K. So let's see how I am writing. So select star from student. So where S underscore F name. So the first name. So here we are using one operator called as like operator. So like, especially whenever we are using like, we are using some pattern. What is the pattern is? So two characters we are using. What are the two characters? Percentile and also underscore. So for example, here percentile represents the group of characters. For example, the first character will be K. After that, so any number of characters are getting accepted. In such cases, we just put percentile here. So what is the meaning of this one? It is going to display, so all the students whose name first character is, what is that one? So lowercase k. So now look at this. If I am executing this query, see all the records whose first name contains lowercase k and also uppercase k also getting displayed, right? Whose name like k percentile means it is starting with k, that is lowercase or uppercase, both are getting displayed. Let's do one thing. I want to fetch the records whose name second character is R. Good question, right? Whose name second character contains R. How can I write it? So select star from student. So we can write it, so where s underscore f name, so like, so the second character, I am not talking about the first character. So here, while representing these patterns, we have especially two characters we have. One is percentile. I already discussed about that one. So percentile is mainly for representing group of characters. But we have another symbol called as underscore. Underscore means might be you can use shift key and press minus, right? Underscore. The second character is R, and after that percentile. So look at this. This is the syntax we are following. So I try to understand. So my query is whose name second character. For example, Krishna. In Krishna, what is the second character? R. R is the second character. I just want to display all the student details whose second character, whose name contains the second character as R. First character might be anything. And after second character, remaining all the characters might be anything. I just want to make sure that the second character should be R. So this query works in such a way. So look at this. It is displaying only the name, only one record whose name second character is R, like this.
And with that, you have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Until then, keep learning with Simplilearn.